Welcome, my friends and enemies. Glad you are here. We are jumping into another Grima's workshop. This is part 5, and I'm with.
Already part five already. Damn.
Yes, we are. One of my fellow Council of the Light. We got Hellron's Herald Matt Findle, and Unknown Sage. How you guys doing?
Still sort of recovering from the last one. Uh, Otherwise,
What did not
everything's
fully
fine.
recover from that last one? Yeah.
Even after our stream ended, I kept thinking about it and going into fits of laughter for the next 2 days. I couldn't.
It's the Joker's laughing gas. Yes, it was strange, but at the same time funny, and also depressing at the same time. But yeah. So today we have a Tolkien Society. I say article, but it's not really an article. Presentation, I guess, by I
But
think
can you
it's.
call it that?
I mean, they're presenting it, I suppose.
I suppose
In the
it's
same way, hitting you a nuclear bomb is presenting.
Hey, I'm presenting
maybe.
you with nuclear atomics. Check it out. It's all gone. But yes, we'll. I'm gonna go ahead and read this. Cami Agan is the presenter. Hearkening to the other, Athrabeth, Finrod, Andreth. The text underneath it is the first age philosophical dialogue between Finrod Felagund and Beoren Andreth offers a brief glimpse into the ways that diverse peoples of Middle Earth may speak to one another across difference. Through Finrod and Andreth, we see how the inhabitants of Arda can bridge the gap of experience, knowledge, and difference to achieve not only personal connection, but indeed visionary potential. While the text reflects Tolkien's concern for, quote unquote, the immortality and death of the elves, the fall of man, or men, and the length of their early history, end quote, Morgoth's Ring 8, whichever one that is. I guess it's the eighth of the Histories of Middle Earth. The dialogue also reflects the struggle of two people who, although they may long for connection and understanding, frequently talk at cross purposes, feel belittled, or refuse the claims of their partner. Both Finrod and Andreth must make the words of the other, or must take the words of the other, quote unquote, on faith, end quote, um, must respect the lore of the other as valid and indeed inspiring. I don't like these words. And finally, must see one another in new and at times revelatory ways. Significantly, it is the knowledge or lore of Andreth who, quote unquote, teaches or enlightens Finrod about the possibilities for a transformed healing future not only for men and elves, but indeed for all Arda. As the conversation moves, Finrod contemplates the foundational subjects from the viewpoint of Andreth, though he corrects Andreth's at that apostrophe S should not be there. Though he corrects Andreth is at times nearly blasphemous claims. Grammar. This is supposed to be a paper. Finrod's empathy brings him the vision of the ways in which humans may be the healers of Arda and the salvation of the Eldar. Are they though? I don't think that's how that works. Like the brief moments of peace and cooperation Finrod Felagund has facilitated elsewhere in the Great Tales, this discussion emphasizes the Elf Lord valuing difference, the voice of the other, a woman, a
Oh
human,
God.
mortal, and as he embraces their lore above even his own. All right, I already hate myself. Uh,
Okay. Can I preface by saying the sole reason that Andreth didn't marry Aganor was because there was a war going on and she didn't live long enough for them to get married. Just keep that in mind.
I thought it was because it had been agonizing. Sorry. All right. We'll go ahead and jump into this, I suppose. Oh, I need to show.
Excellent. Well, as you said, Chris provided a superb segue. And Chris, I'll just shout out to our favorite volume, Morgoth's Ring, where my text appears. And note that the first few slides in the presentation will give a little bit of background to that text, so that those of you who haven't read it have a little bit more context to work with.
Context.
To the other, Athrabeth, Finrod, Andreth.
He has bad connection.
My
That's
focus today
good
is not
pronunciation.
merely the topic of Finrod and Andreth's conversation, although intriguing, but rather the process and the tenor or spirit of the
Andreth? Is it Andreth or Andreth?
I mean, it's basically the same, except, you know, with a weird accent, I guess.
All right.
conversation itself. The dialogue stages struggle of two people who, although they
Yeah,
may
time
well
out, time out, time out.
have an understanding,
We're- we are judging them on primarily on if they say the name the same way throughout the presentation, as
True.
opposed to the other one who just kept saying it different every single time, like every single name, like no.
Andreth, Undreth,
If she keeps saying Andreth constantly or whatever, then I'm
Then
okay
it's
with
fine
that.
because this is a human name, and so it doesn't have a specific pronunciation guide in
Yeah.
the work itself.
Seems legit.
at cross purposes, feel belittled, or refuse the claims of their partner. Repeatedly, both
Random pause.
Finrod and Andreth
Oh,
must
yeah, no.
speak the words
I thought
of
you
the
paused it,
other
but-
on faith, must respect the lore of the other as valid and indeed inspiring, and finally must
Okay, I'm just gonna say every time somebody says valid or validation, I kind of die inside.
Yeah, I'm a bit confused about these slides myself. They're not at all what they're talking about.
She's trying to extrapolate my guess now. This whole other thing, like they go on a precept that there's something fundamentally different between humans, between men and elves, when there isn't. They're both human, and
I mean, there is a slight fundamental difference. In
no,
what's happening.
they're both human, but they have a different fate based on their experience. To keep it simple, right? I'm not
Yeah,
gonna
but
argue
that
it.
fate is fundamental to their existence.
Yeah, but she's saying her precept is that that there's an othering. That's because she's mortal man. She somehow follows their sort of DEI, like you know how people who have different skin colors can't fundamentally.
Yeah, I know, but that
understand one
still
another.
follows this because the elves have a different culture than the men.
Are they though?
No, the houses, the three houses, by this time had adapted the culture of the Eldar. She's
I
of the
don't know
house
when
of
exactly this is.
not Hador,
in the timeline.
Bayor. She's the house of Bayor.
Yeah, Baal.
This is first stage. The three houses had been taught, like signed up with the Eldar and the Noldar. So
Yeah, but they still have their own things. Let's call it.
Their own
I'm not
culture?
saying they don't. I'm just saying, but at this point, culturally speaking, they were like
It might have been slightly, syncretic, but not fully.
I
Copy.
believe they would be much more like the elves than the humans who were not with the elves, so to speak, at this point.
see one another in new and at times revelatory ways. Through Finrod and Andreth, we see how the inhabitants of Arda can bridge the gap of experience, knowledge, and difference to achieve not only personal connection, but indeed visionary potential. Significantly is the knowledge or lore
Seriously,
of Andreth.
go back a bit.
What?
So, on the previous slide, there's a whole bunch of text. It's completely unrelated to the topic she's talking about, except maybe
Well,
that
she's
elves
giving the details of the major
are immortal.
Morgoth's ring as applied by Christopher Tolkien. That's what this slide is.
Yeah, but you don't. When you do a presentation, you don't put a slide with random text that's unrelated to what you're talking about.
Yeah, she didn't even mention most of this stuff.
Well, you guys want to read it out?
Well, no, but
No.
it's just an observation. So let's see how that goes forward with the rest of the presentation.
Yeah, well, let's see.
Visionary potential.
Pause. Dramatic pause.
Significantly is the knowledge or lore of Andreth that teaches or enlightens Finrod about the possibilities for a transformed, healing future, not only for men and elves, but indeed for all Arda.
I like how they have to pronounce names like in a sort of elitist way with the fancy Finrods and Andreth, rather than just saying them normally.
Because it has to sound Sindarin.
Yeah, okay.
But, I mean,
But you can make it sound Sindarin without the
do you
the
think
extra flair. I don't
textual
know.
balance is fair?
Hmm?
I was saying, do you think that this slide says textual balance, Finrod versus Andreth? Do you think this is fair?
Well, I haven't read it fully yet, but
So what
probably.
happens in the actual History of Middle Earth volume reference is there's a long sort of discussion between these two. That's what this is referencing. Okay, and again,
It's called also the debate of Finrod and Andreth.
yeah, and it's been a long time since I read it. So, but I just kind of see where she's going to go with this, and I hope I don't have a stroke.
That's a tough thing to make sure it doesn't happen.
Well, I mean, we can see. I mean, you better put your phone number in the private chat so we can call the ambulances to find you.
Could be. So, why does it need to specify patronymic in front of son of Finarfin?
I think that's just the way of saying how he got his name. I don't think that's a woke thing.
No, a patronym is a normal thing to say, but it just say Finrod.
Why did
He
she?
is the son of Finarfin. You don't have to say, patronymic.
Yeah,
Everyone immediately understands that son of Finarfin means he's the son of Finarfin,
and Finarfin is a patron.
and that it's maybe also part of his name as Finrod, son of Finarfin.
Yeah.
A stunning notion that men were once immortal, Finrod begins to develop an idea that answers Andreth's despair, a despair born of her witness to death and the overweening power of Morgoth in Middle-earth. With a claim to men's ultimate freedom and power, he asks, "Has it never entered your thoughts, Andreth, that out there in the long ages past, ye may have put yourself out of the Valar's care and beyond reach of their help? Or even that ye, the children of men, were not a matter that they could govern, for ye were too great. Yea, I mean this, and do not only flatter your pride, too great, sole masters of yourselves within Arda, under the hand of the One." Although Finrod gently corrects Andreth's view of the abandonment of the Valar, reminding her that the blame should go to Morgoth, he quickly moves to an intriguing reversal.
Classic move. Blame somebody else for your problems.
Yeah.
Of the
Works every time.
assumptions both of Andreth and elves concerning men. What if, he theorizes,
Actually, it's concerning hobbits. Sorry.
men were beyond the Valar, more powerful than elves because more free of Arda? What might this freedom and
Okay, has anyone ever argued that men was more powerful than elves?
Depends on how you define powerful.
I can't think of any direction that men would beat out elves until Numenor is founded, and that's just because they're sheer numerous.
Well, no, I mean even then, in the Undying Lands, there were way more elves. Like there's literally hundreds of millions.
Yeah.
Well, I meant that actually affect Arda as a whole. Like Numenor going colonizing the rest of Middle Earth by like founding Gondor and Arnor, that kind of stuff. Like they were a strong power that even Sauron didn't want to mess with because he realized that
That's not explicitly true. Sauron saw that he wouldn't
Sauron
win.
specifically messed with them, in fact.
Yeah,
he decided he couldn't do a full frontal assault, but he could destroy them from the inside.
That was his
That's,
plan.
That's
He wanted
mostly
that.
because they're across the sea.
I mean, yes, but no. I mean, I'm pretty sure it's stated that they are counted as numerous and very powerful as military might would have
Yeah,
it.
no, that
So,
could be.
the army that Al-Farazan brought right then and there was more than Sauron thought his forces then there could deal with. But his plan for dealing with Numenor long term wasn't to beat them; it was to subvert them. That was always his plan.
I'm not saying
Because his whole thing is subverting people.
Yeah.
He does
Yeah.
that all the time. That's his modus operandi.
I mean, except when he gets the ring cut off his finger. It wasn't so much.
Well, yeah,
Well, no,
okay,
he
but
was already
he
dead.
got forced because everyone started
Get
attacking
your
him.
act together.
No, he was already down when they cut the ring off his finger. You're confusing the fictional movie with the reality of the book.
No, I'm saying at the time.
You mean the movie is real?
There was no like anime wild swing that killed Sauron.
Yeah, no, sure,
Like,
sure.
you know,
I mean, there was. It just wasn't while he was conscious. I mean, why are you cutting his finger off? Why can't you just slide it right off? Cha cha.
Maybe it's glued stuck to the finger. I don't know.
Well, then it would still be glued to his finger after you cut the finger off.
Yeah,
basically what
if you
happened
cut
in the book
finger off,
is
you can take it with you. With
they
the finger
slew his
still
body, and before he could go to his spirit form, pick up the ring and leave, Isildur took the ring, and because he separated the ring from Sauron's spirit, it temporarily shocked Sauron.
The shock of 1,000 years.
Greatness mean, both for Andreth's sense of despair and for Elf's belief that when Arda ends, their annihilation comes. These and other provocative questions lead Finrod beyond his worldview and beyond the boundaries of even his vast knowledge. He has
Does
made
Finrod
such
not
a
know
belief
that
not
Arda
by asserting his preeminence as a Noldor or Elf Lord, but by privileging what he has heard from Andreth. In so doing, Finrod values her wisdom about the terrible and potentially transformative notion of what lies beyond Arda. She cannot yet see how the wound of men's mortality could be restorative, but she has spoken of it and revealed her despair. She too has valued her discussion partner enough to open the door for what Finrod will call Estelle, the kind of trust that, quote, if we are indeed the Eruhim, the children of the One.
Funny fact of knowledge fact. My son's middle name is Estelle. So there you go.
That's
And he will not
Totally coincidence. I have no idea how he ever managed to get a Tolkien Knight name.
suffer himself to be deprived of his own, not by an enemy, not even by ourselves, end quote.
I like how this entire quote was not on the screen as a slide.
Yeah.
And everything right here. Did she even talk about this?
Yeah, she read this.
She
whole
read it
thing
and then went on to
and
whatever.
then read the rest of the text a bit.
Without showing us. Classic.
Yeah.
Hey, Tolkien Society, do better.
Despite these barriers to their communication, the two continue to explore the question of men's mortality, whether punishment.
What kind of question is men's mortality? They die. We don't.
Yeah, but it's like the meaning. What meaning is there in the dying early? And is it truly a gift?
Eru's gift.
So as long as the men were loyal to the Valar were like, I'm sort of simplifying here, they didn't know what happened afterward, but yeah, there is something. So your faith is good to have. You know, what happened in Numenor over time.
Eru knows, but
well,
he
obviously
doesn't tell anyone.
Well, all the Einar who went into
it's not necessary for
Ea,
them to know either.
all the Einar who went into Ea are precluded from knowing what is outside of it. Right? It's a limitation placed by Eru. You know,
Mhm.
If Eru's like, I'm going to do this thing, I'm going to call it a gift. Everyone's like, oh, it's a horrible thing. It's a curse. I'd be like, why would a benevolent being put a curse on you?
well,
Why do you assume he's benevolent?
so there's three groups of men basically at this point in the first age, right? There were those of the three houses who became like the elf friends, the Edain, Dunedain eventually, right?
Mm-hmm.
There were those who had fallen to Morgoth's teachings already. Well, technically there'll be a fourth group, those who've never heard of anything, like Far Africa, Far East Asia, whatever. But
nobody's.
Yeah, not relevant to the story. Okay, and then there's the group of people
How
who
dare you say those diverse, strong, powerful people are not are not necessary to the story? How dare you, sir?
No, not necessary. They're not relevant.
Exactly.
There's a difference.
Then there was the other group of people who were, like the Rohirrim's ancestors, who were kind of the Edain, but they didn't go to Numenor. Okay, So those are the 4 groups of men, right? And the
Was that Beorn's line?
No,
the 3 houses, the House of
it's
Beor, House of
mixed from every of the 3.
the Edain became mixed from all 3: Huor, Beor, and Hurin.
I want to say Haleth.
House of Halad or Harad, Halad,
Something
Beor,
Hal.
and Hugh. I think Huor. And so those 3 became the Edain.
Mhm.
They went to Numenor,
But
right?
those also each provided people for the people that stayed behind.
Yeah, like not all of them went. The ones who stayed on.
House of Beor, the House of Haleth, also known as Haladin, and then the House of Marak, known as
Okay, yeah, there you go.
best known as the House of Hador.
Hador, yeah. So
Yeah.
they so those who did like the ones who went to Numenor became Numenorians, the Dunedain. The ones who
Mhm.
stayed became the ancestors of Rohirrim and of the peoples of Honor and Gondor who populated that area, right? So when the Numenorians came back, they found kindred people of similar mental state, but who had fallen further away from the teachings of being elf friends and loyal to the Valar and worshipful of Eru. Okay, and then of course over time, with the corruption of Sauron, basically what the text kind of indicates is the Numenorians fell out of favor. The vibe between the Kingsmen and the Elf Friends happened, and the Kingsmen came to dominate Numenor and became by the sort of like, well, what happened when you die? You die. There's immortality of the elves. I'm grossly oversimplifying. Okay, so
The House of Beor was practically wiped out by Morgoth, and then basically it merged with the Hadorians
well,
to become the Numenorians.
the line of the kings, like the line of the kings, has members of all 3 houses.
Yeah, but it's saying the House of Beor is nearly wiped out. The remainder merged with the Hadorians and become the Numenorians at that point. But the Haladin of Beleriand, I'm stuttering today. Beleriand was completely wiped out, or at least disappeared as a separate people. But when the Numenorians came back in the Second Age, they encountered many men who were related to the Atani, and they classify these men as middlemen, which are the Rohirrim, Men of Dale, and Brelanders.
Yeah.
And then there's also the Dunlendings were not even recognized as middlemen because they were related
Yeah,
to
no, they come from a different place.
yeah, and they were hostile to Numenor. So, but then there's a fourth kind of man from the second house called themselves Drugu, and it being Drudane, which Drew plus
The
Edain.
Druidain, yeah.
Yeah, and they were a bit strange. I love when they say strange because it's just like it's a bit queer, isn't it?
Well, they have like weird abilities and something with stone, I think, or trees.
They were strange people living with the Haladin in the forest of Brethil. Some even apparently made it to Numenor, but they died out or had left before the Athrabeth.
Yeah.
In the Third Age, their far kin were known as the Woses.
Yeah.
I'm having flashbacks of Monty Python.
Some of these words are real words from like Germanic lore. So.
I know, but it's like, I'm remembering the Life of Brian with Pilate, where he's the speech impediment. Where we called a wobbly. It's great. So he says the Woses. The guards try not to laugh, but they were of the Druidain forest. But they dwindled to small numbers and were renowned for assistance they gave to the Rohirrim during the War of the Ring. So this is the four kinds of men. But you were saying.
Well, again, we're just talking about her weird misconception about the children of men, and
yeah, it's a very convoluted and in a lot of ways very tragic historical events for Arda. But
punishment or gift, even as Andreth calls Morgoth Lord of this world. Shocking. Rather than
shocking.
dismiss Andreth's lore out of hand.
He said Morgoth.
This is first age still. Yep, makes sense.
It would help when we could follow a lot better if the slides moved with what he says.
Mhm.
I think they're talking about
Numenor and stuff. So I was thinking Sauron is.
I think she's referencing
happens in the first age.
Yeah, that the Noldor Finrod is expressing the Noldor disgust that the world has basically been corrupted by Morgoth. I think that's what she's referencing.
But to be fair, Morgoth can be called the Lord of Middle-earth. At
Well,
this point.
in the sense that he
not
corrupted it.
Middle-earth, but rather
I mean, he
the rest of it. I don't know what's going on in Middle-earth during Valyrian times.
I mean, he actually eventually does wipe out pretty much most of the elfin presence that would be able to withstand him. The rest of them just hide. So one could argue he was the ruler.
Well, no.
Seems it's
Go ahead. Just go. We'll get past it. Yeah.
Go ahead and say it.
Well, we were gonna because we're gonna dive into one of our deep lore things right here if I do this. So it's like
Heaven run, save us from that.
because Morgoth did not wipe out. Most of the elves went to the Undying Lands.
I know, but I'm saying in Middle Earth, there are those who directly, blatantly opposed him, and then there are those.
In Valyrian, a lot of elves got killed. That's what he means.
Yeah, like.
But they were just reborn in the Undying Lands. I mean, it's not.
Yeah.
Yes, but they're not in Middle Earth, and they're not preventing him from controlling Middle Earth. So that's he'd be considered the ruler of Middle Earth.
Well,
Makes
the
sense.
interesting, like the interesting sort of thing is, like it's kind of how do I put it? Since Melkor is Satan, basically, right? That had they just persevered, he would have intervened.
Morgoth is Satan. Just saying.
Well, they're the same being. I mean, for all practical purposes,
they're different forms. Yes.
Yeah. So that because like remember, this is within the context of Catholicism. Christ is eventually coming. So
little did they know.
Yeah. The premise is that it was the workings of men and elves during this was futile because they couldn't really defeat Melkor, right? That required Eru's intervention.
We see Melkor was winning.
Yeah.
In Valyrian.
I'm just imagining them going, "We need more firepower."
And that the War of Wrath that happened. And remember, there were no Valor at the War of Wrath. People would remember that.
It's just
that was such
like a million.
Well, it had to be hundreds of millions of people. It had to be hundreds, because Tolkien gives a size of I think it's called Ankh-Falglith. Like I know I'm pronouncing it wrong, and the surface area of Ankh-Falglith is like almost the surface area of New Jersey. And if you calculate like an orc takes up X amount of square footage, that like the two armies, the host of the Valor and the host of the of Morgoth, were overflowing the plains of Ankh-Falglith, right? So that means there had to be hundreds of millions of them to do that. Like there was no like that's how it's like. It's some percentage of the size of New Jersey. I did this way back in a versus debate. We actually mathematically calculated how much square footage an elf would occupy versus an orc, and we went crazy with this. But there had to be hundreds of millions of people on that one battlefield, for them to overflow that surface area.
Is that what you call overkill?
Well, that's the thing. Like the host of the Valor was sent back, presumably led by Ianwi, I guess, Manway's Herald. And
makes sense.
And like the war sunk like 1/4 of the continent, basically, showing you the devastation that was required, that the war required.
Well, the entirety of Beleriand sank.
Well, yeah, but what was left was Europe, basically.
Yes.
Well, yeah, but that's not part of Beleriand.
Considered a continent or just a section of it?
Um.
If it's a continent, the whole thing got sunk. If it's not a continent, a portion of a continent got sunk.
I mean, it's not.
It's the region of Europe that was sunk.
Detached from the rest.
Well, it doesn't have to be detached for it to be a different continent. I just don't.
If you look at the maps, it's and you'll see submerged Beleriand.
Well, I know, but I'm saying I don't think Tolkien was like, and this is where the tectonic plates are, because they totally know what that is. Like, yeah. I don't think they were doing it based off like their continents were based off of like areas, and they were just named by people who showed up, not necessarily because tectonic plates shifted things into mountains or whatever.
No, it was sunk by the war. Like there was no like.
I know, but I'm saying it was called Beleriand before it was sunk.
So Silmarillion here. This is the map.
Is that before or after Eru reshaped it though?
This is before.
You see
here it got cut off all the way to there. That everything's maybe Gondolin here has a bit of tiny islands that still survive afterwards. But everything on this map is gone.
As I say, wasn't Gondolin on the coast or near the coast?
No, Gondolin is in the mountains here. It's
I mean, after Beleriand.
This one.
Or was that no? Gondolin fell before Valerian sunk, didn't it?
It fell before, but it was still located here.
Yeah. Like there's an expanded map where it'll show the sections of Europe that was Valerian.
Finrod has his place over here in Nargothrond.
Yeah, Círdan, side, yeah.
And he has mountains with where the dwarves lived.
Yeah.
The Blue Mountains?
Yes. With Gabil Gatol and Tumun Zaha.
So anyway, let's
But yeah, I was saying I don't think when they named an area like Arnor, it was the Kingdom of Arnor, but the area around it was basically turned into the region of Arnor because they named it the area as such. I don't think they did it based off. I don't think he had it based off of tectonic plates and stuff because I don't believe the elves and them would have that kind of information.
No, and also the map design is too simplistic for tectonic plates.
I think it was just like, hey, we're in this area. Let's call it Doriath. Like, I don't think it's a defined location as much as it just is.
Yeah, I mean, obviously he was making it up, so to speak. And you also got to remember the gimmick for
this was carefully thought out.
Well, no, you got to remember the gimmick for all of it was that Iriol the Mariner was the first human and descendant of the line of kings in the 9th century. Was given the straight road so he can go to the island, Toleracia.
Toleracia, yeah.
Yeah.
Was it called like Elfwit or something?
He has two names. He has Elfwine and Iriol. Iriol the Mariner and Elfwine or something. In any case, so he goes there, and the elves on the island give him a chunk of the lore that he takes back, and then Tolkien discovers and translates. So they don't have the whole story, just what Iriol is told.
Yeah. Oop, wrong one.
By noting that, quote, never even in a night have we believed that Morgoth.
Another quote we don't see on the screen. What is going on?
Maybe she was just lazy and didn't have a budget to make more slides or something.
I sometimes do that for my presentations as well. But
super crazy lazy. Like
I'm not lazy.
They every single one, this one included, the first 5 have all been this way, which gives me the idea that the rest of them are going to be this way too. So yeah.
Could prevail against the children of Eru, to change the doom of a whole people of the children. If he could do that in Eru's despite, then greater and more terrible is he by far than we guessed. Yeah. Then all the valor of the Noldor is but presumption and folly. If your tale is true, then all in Arda is vain, end quote. In response to his exclamation, Andreth notes that only now, with an understanding of the precarity of the created world and of the futility of his mighty kindred's resistance, can Finrod truly comprehend the despair of men. To toil, to be the seekers, and yet to finally realize that the light may not withstand the darkness of Morgoth, explains Andreth's grim outlook. Quote, when you, Finrod, are made to face death in thought only, as we know it indeed and in thought all our lives, at once you fall into despair, end quote. For Finrod, the summation of the conversation comes in the form of a vision that centers Andreth's understanding, with men at the center and with hope for both the elves and for Arda. Building on their agreement that men sense a space beyond Arda, Finrod and Andreth then speculate as to how the Hroa and Feia, the body and spirit of men.
I'm so glad she defined that because she didn't. I was going to be really upset.
And also, I just looked up how you pronounce the I in Sindarin and Quenya, and it's not E. So Finrod is wrong. It's Finrod.
What?
It's the pronunciation she uses is Finrod, trying to sound all fancy.
Finrod, Fenrod.
Finrod is what she says, but it should be Finrod.
Because from what I'm hearing, it sounds the exact same both ways. But maybe
okay, but they sound different. Maybe you just can't hear it.
So it's Finrod or Finrod? Is that what you're saying?
No.
That's what it sounds like you're saying. So, am I crazy? Is he saying Finrod and Finrod?
He's saying slight differences. It's more pronounced in her pronunciation. The difference is
Yeah. So if you listen to how she says Finrod, it's not Finrod, But Finrod.
Finrod. Fin.
Finrod.
Like it was spelled Feen. That's how she's pronouncing it.
F-I-E. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it's always been Finrod for me. So I was like,
Yeah,
but
no,
what
that's the correct
what you
pronunciation
said
as well.
Sage, you're like, it's Finrod, but she's saying Finrod, and I'm like, what? It's the exact same thing. But if you're saying
I'm
Fin,
pretty sure I said it differently, but
you need to have more snobbery to your pronunciation so I can understand you.
that's fair. Yeah. No, okay.
In some other place, be made whole again.
Be more culturalistic, you swine. Oh, I'm sorry, you swine.
As part of their role. Andreth responds to this notion, quote, "You speak strange words, Finrod, which I have not heard before. Yet
Finrod.
my heart is stirred as if by some..."
This would call a high-level scholar right here.
No, I'm entirely convinced it sounds like this because she's trying to sound fancy.
Well, anybody who's like a normie that doesn't have a British accent tries to make it sound like a British accent when they say something that's originally founded by a British accent person.
Maybe it's like a code in these weirdo cultists, like they all pronounce it the same way on purpose so they can identify each other.
Could be.
Maybe.
Also, the accent on Hroa is on the first syllable, not the second.
Finrod, not Finrod.
No.
Go full metal. Finrod. It's Finrod.
No, but it's bothering me because I really dislike when people mispronounce stuff.
People call me a grammar Nazi when I do that all the time.
But it's bothersome with these morons because they don't respect the work. They don't research it. Like I said, because she's pronouncing it the same way. I'm meant to okay, whatever, because at least she's being consistent.
Consistency is great, but it's
like the last person who just kept changing it every time.
Well, no, what I mean,
it's
is
the pretentious nature combined with the fact that they mispronounce it.
I agree with you.
It bothers me extremely.
No, I agree with you, but in terms of focusing on what's wrong, it's hard to get past the other person's gross mispronunciation.
True. I will never top that.
Whereas, here, it's like a minor thing compared to the other nonsense.
Mm-hmm.
For the last one, it sounded more like we were talking about 12 different people with a very similar name because of the way pronunciations were. This one were the same person, but it's I don't really know who Finrod is because there's no Finrod in this series.
Finrod.
It's a Pikachu. He's like, Finrod, Fiend!
And to be fair, I don't pronounce everything correctly either, but at least I try.
You Europeans are terrible at this. But I think that Sage brings up a good point because it is something where we're not going to convince these people who are writing these papers, but we will hopefully be able to convince those who are listening to us talk about it, be pointing out incorrectly. And while them mispronouncing something does not mean their argument is incorrect.
But
I don't think that their argument is correct.
It does show a certain disrespect for the work.
Yeah.
I mean, not necessarily disrespect as much as a lack of knowledge.
Well, sure, but those...
I've always said Finrod because that's what it looks like. It blatantly looks like Finrod.
But that's correct.
Finrod because she doesn't even have an accent, so she has to go out of her way to make an accent to make it sound like Finrod. So I think she's just going for I'm a pretentious type of person in terms of how I pronounce words.
And that makes it worse. Much worse.
Yeah.
Not as bad as her not using multiple slides and leaving us on one slide for this entire thing. That's pretty bad.
True. That's also pretty annoying.
Truth that it recognizes even if it does not understand, end quote. In response to her despair about the inevitability...
Can you spot the pie?
Like 314?
That's more interesting than what she's talking about right now.
I suppose.
Of death for men, Finrod offers hope, a hope that derives from first...
How does Finrod offer hope to people who are doomed to
die? Let's grab the text.
What is it? It could be worse. You could live forever like us.
It's been a long time since I read it. I think the gist of it is him saying that Eru has a plan. You don't just die and cease to exist. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but he wouldn't even know that necessarily.
Well, no, they would have been told that they have a different fate in Eru's hands, meaning they would have been told they don't cease to exist.
Presumptuously, I could grant that.
Well, the reason we know that is because the text that we get from Lord of the Rings and Tolkien's, let's say, remember the gimmick is that all we know is what the elves told Iriol when he went, or Alfwine when he went to Tolericia.
That's what the elves say, though.
Well,
apparently Finrod's going to say something along the lines of Eru, or the One, will go back into Arda and heal people from the wounds of Melkor and the marring of Arda.
Just Ragnarok.
Essentially. Wow.
So,
Some small differences, but close enough.
Missions is the same thing.
the lore of her people, the wisdom Andreth holds. Assuming Andreth's premise that spirit and body of men are one, Finrod queries that perhaps the Fea shall have the power to uplift the Hroa.
oh my God, the slide changed.
Into an endurance.
Oh fuck! Damn, I didn't notice.
I didn't even notice it.
It was a shock. I was like, what?
She read 3 pages, and then we get to the 4th page, and all of a sudden, then she changes it. It's like, oh, now it's relevant. I see how this is. Are you guys familiar with the Fea on the Hroa?
Yeah.
The gift of life versus the body.
I believe it was. I'm trying to remember where it was first announced. Was it in On Fairy Stories? No, maybe it probably wasn't. Because on Fairy Stories, I believe, is when I first heard like somebody was commenting on it, and I think they mentioned the Hroa and the Fea.
Well, it comes right out of Germanic and Scandinavian like mythology and lore. So
Well, I'm saying like from Tolkien's works. I think it's on Fairy Stories.
I
But
mean, I first read it in the Silmarillion, but
well, he took it from the Germanic lore and semi-Christianized it basically. In other words, the Fea is the breath of life from Eru/Yahweh. So as opposed to in the Germanic/Scandinavian lore, you have a body and a soul that are separate but merged. And you can shape changers can change one but not the other or something like that. There's a whole bit set of subset of the lore with that I don't, not Tolkien's lore, but the Germanic Scandinavian mythology. But the words and the core concepts of body and the soul are what he built on.
Yeah.
Everlasting beyond yea and beyond time. Thus would Arda, or part thereof, be healed not only of the taint of Melkor, but released from the limits that were set for it in the vision of Eru, of which the Valar speak. Therefore I say that if this can be believed, then mighty indeed under Eru were men made in their beginning. Finrod reasserts his notion that the children of men are...
I now remember why I hated having to watch presentations, because they just put me to sleep. I'm so tired, and this is not
no, that's not a feature of presentations necessarily. It's only when the presentation is terrible.
It would help if she actually had a presentation and not just an occasional slide.
Yeah, and also it helps if the presentation is more than just a wall of text, almost.
Well, it's like what she's even talking about, like the topic itself. I don't feel like we've actually had the topic be topicked.
Nope.
Mm-hmm. No, I mean, the topic is the debate between Finrod and Andreth.
But we're not even talking about Finrod and Andreth. We're talking about literally everything but them.
No, but this is literally the debate between them.
Yeah.
The text on screen is what Finrod says.
Like she has... We're 7 minutes in. She's been giving like examples from the text, right? But she hasn't given our position yet.
Yeah, hopefully we'll get to that soon. Which actually, it looks like we're getting there when it comes to the actual breakpoint. But let's get through there.
More than followers, more than doomed to death. Rather, they were made to complete and perfect, or make anew, the Arda marred they both inhabit. In becoming whole in body and spirit, their healing would invoke the healing of the world itself. While they cannot resolve whether such a possible restoration will come within Arda or in an ideal Arda that only men can sense, Finrod's consideration of the possible healing of the world brings him joy. Quote, "So now my heart leaps up as at the hearing of good news," end quote. Just as his grasping of the vision comes through prioritizing Andreth's wisdom, his conclusion reverses the power positions of the kindreds. "This then I propound was the errand of men, not the followers."
The what?
She says something Finrod says reverses the power positions of the kindreds.
"This then I propound was the errand of men, not the followers, but the heirs and fulfillers of all."
This part?
No, I think before this part.
Andreth's wisdom, his conclusion reverses the power positions of the kindreds.
I mean, what does that mean?
Their positions of power are reversed.
What power?
Power!
And what
Power!
position?
I have no idea. I don't know.
It feels like a way to insert the oppression hierarchy into this.
Yeah, that's what it seems to me.
I don't know. That sounds awfully oppressive of you guys. Just saying.
Well, yeah, that's the point of the oppression hierarchy.
Propound was the
Help! I'm being oppressed. Sorry. It's all Monty Python for me today for some reason.
errand of men, not the followers, but the heirs and fulfillers of all, to heal the marring of Arda, already foreshadowed before their devising, and to do more, as agents of the magnificence of Eru,
I wanted to say agents of Magneto. Let's spice it up, guys. Let's just start throwing little bits and pieces of all these other randoms. Oh, that'd be funny.
enlarge the music and surpass the vision of the world. Rather than merely a weaker version of elves.
That's definitely an image.
That looks nothing like I would expect a Tolkien elf to look. It looks like a sort of...
Yeah, no, this is like
I can't tell if those
almost
are
a
ears.
Pathfinder elf.
Yeah.
Are those ears or like hair?
Ears, I assume. Well, maybe it's a crown with pointy ends. I don't know. Also, I'm pretty sure.
Is that what you're saying?
I'm pretty sure you don't pronounce Eru as Eru, but who knows?
It's Eru Iluvatar.
Yeah, but I think the Quenya has the stress on the first syllable for 2-syllable words.
I've always said Eru.
Yeah, Eru. Eru is what I've always said. Eru Iluvatar. Let me see if there's anything about it. I don't.
But this is based on the general rules of stress in Quenya, rather than specific word.
Well, stress is in the U in Iluvatar, but yeah. I'm not seeing spelling. Because Eru means the one or alone. And the epithet Iluvatar means father of all in Quenya.
Let's get a mosey here. Because this horrible picture of Finrod is...
Men or children.
It's your favorite.
It makes me long for Hellrond.
It's Hellrod in this situation. Or I guess Heavenrod.
At least Hellrond's picture looked manly. This looks like, ugh.
It's more of a Lucifer picture, honestly.
Whose task it will be to bring Arda to...
It's a Japanese person, a Yamakuri. Maybe, I don't know.
fulfillment, something elves did not even conceive of in their lore. If men were not made to die and can sense another, more whole and complete world, the elf lord posits, then they have a fate and a role that will reharmonize the music that Melkor sought to ruin. Finrod suggests that men will go beyond merely escaping the world.
Wow, how inclusive of her to say men will do all the work and women won't.
Well, women got to make the divine sandwiches.
Divine sandwiches. Are they called Ainurian sandwiches?
Yeah.
Where's the next sandwich? We just butchered a fresh Ainur. Let's make an Ainurian sandwich.
Fresh cold cuts between slates of limbas,
Frodo shows up on the Undying Lands, like, hey, make him a sandwich. And they butcher the Ainur, and it's like, for Frodo.
So they give Sam like a ton of lembas, and he makes a giant hero sandwich out of it. And the elves are like, what?
What did you do? And Pippin ever goes over there. He's like, well, I ate 4 of those.
Yeah, for seconds.
11 seasons. Did it? Does he know about them? Don't think so, Pip.
But rather will remake the world more perfect than even the Valar can foresee. They will enlarge and surpass the vision.
So all she's doing is reading text.
Yeah, this is basically just story time with Cami Agan.
Cami Agan. I don't see the point, though, because if we were just reading text, there wouldn't be...
yeah, we could have just done that ourselves.
Well, we should have done it ourselves. This is obviously pointless.
But it's almost finished, I think.
This particular part?
Well, maybe not this particular part, but we are past the hope bit.
We're about a third.
Well, not the video, but I'm assuming she also...
Does she have... Where those chapter marks are, do names pop up?
Questions are at 16, so we're halfway through her actual presentation.
She has talked about the hope section, which is like the third in the story. And then there's only the bit about Aegnor and Andreth afterwards.
Well, this is the conclusion. It'll jump into for elves immortal, Finrod's vision, and the hierarchy of elves, and then it will close out before questions. There's actually a lot of questions. There's framing, Andreth will not back down, elf fades, and echoing through the ages, another question, discussion. So,
equity, was that? Did you say equity?
Equity.
No, I'm just allergic to that word right now.
Echoing.
Echoing. Okay. Maybe I'm becoming paranoid.
Let's the next 8 minutes of this so we get it done with. I'd rather hear the questions. The questions that actually bring discussion, hopefully.
True. Yes. Let's go.
Expected resolution to the despair that the marring wrought in every being in Arda. Men may open the door from Arda marred to Arda healed. For elves, immortal so long as Arda lasts, this vision offers the possibility of continuing in a new way, an alternative to annihilation. I beheld as a vision.
I don't know, at this point, I feel like annihilation's more preferred than listening to this presentation.
Arda remade, and there the Eldar, completed but not ended, could abide in the present forever, and there walk maybe with the children of men, their deliverers, and sing to them such songs as, even in the bliss beyond bliss, should make the green valleys ring and the everlasting mountaintops to throb like harps.
I don't know if I want to hear throb in this particular talk, but yes. It's just, I feel like the context is that they're going to try to put like Finrod and Andreth being like gay lovers or something. Be like, oh, Andreth, I throb to discuss with you. It's like, what? Oh, bother.
As Bruce Charlton has noted, quote, this is Tolkien's vision of heaven pictured in the context of Arda. Andreth's destiny lies beyond the world, and Finrod dares to hope that this is true for elves also, end quote. In this Arda healed, according to Finrod's vision, men have delivered elves, restored the beauty of the creature.
Is the what?
Well, it's specifically not true that the elves go beyond Arda. At least last I checked.
I mean,
maybe if Aaron changes his mind at some point and gives the elves also the gift of men.
Well, no, he states that the fate of Arda is bound to the elves completely.
Well, no, the elves are bound to the fate of Arda, not the other way around.
It's not the same.
it's
It is
different.
if something
The
happens
elves can all die,
happens to elves,
and Arda might be fine.
no, it wouldn't. Because that
But
would
if
go.
Arda dies, the elves go with them.
Well, yes, because if what is beneath your feet disappears, you have nothing beneath your feet. You're probably going to have problems.
Yeah, but if you disappear, what it was beneath your feet might survive still.
Does it though?
Because there's also men still walking around, right?
I just think you want to throb like harps.
No, I really don't. I really do not.
Try that on like your spouse. Be like, honey, I throb like harps. that's some Song of Solomon speak right there. If I've heard of it.
World, and elves repay this deliverance with art. Their talents now serve the children of men, who alone possess the ability to bring about transcendence. Andreth stops Finrod's musings here to ask what the elves would say when they were not singing, and Finrod laughs and replies.
I do think the pronunciation of Andreth does change a bit throughout this.
His what?
How she pronounces Andreth, it does seem to change to me as the presentation goes on.
I'm trying to remember. What was
Because
the Bilbo Baggins song in The Hobbit?
which song do you mean?
The ones in the books where when Bilbo.
Well, there were a lot of songs in the books. You're going to have to be a bit more specific.
Be more specific than you interjected. The one where they arrive in Imladris. And the elves are doing their tralalalali.
I don't recall that. But it's been a long time since I read the books rather than watch the movies.
Let's see. I'm trying to find it because I cannot spell worth the life of me. Why is it bringing up Thranduil?
Why not? The only song between well,
because like Rivendell.
I know Bilbo does his the Song of Eärendil.
No, it's like it's a tralalalali type.
I don't know what you mean with that.
It's a silly song in The Hobbit.
Oh, it's in The Hobbit.
Yeah, in The Hobbit.
Oh, okay. I was thinking.
Let's see if I can whip out my hobbits. You trusty hobbits. I'm going to use my reading hobbit, not my collector's hobbit. So, let me see if I can find it really quickly. I love these maps. Look at these freaking awesome maps.
They look great. Yep.
That's freaking cool.
Well, this is more text than map, but still.
Well, they also have the one on the back.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What you're doing is more presentation than she did for her entire thing.
Basically, yes.
Yeah, imagine showing images that are actually relevant to the thing.
Let's see. Queer lodgings. Wow, I can't believe he was so gay.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Short rest. Riddles. Was Rivendell before or after Gollum?
Before, because Gollum is in the match.
In The Hobbit, it's before.
32. I think I'm in the area. Okay, because page 39, they're talking about it's the trolls. Here.
Rivendell's after the trolls, I think.
Here we go. You guys ready for some? I think, yeah, here it is. Oh, what are you doing? And where are you going? Your ponies need shoeing. The river is flowing. Oh, tra-la-la-la-ly, here down in the valley. Oh, what are you seeking? And where are you making? I don't know if I can say that word on YouTube. The F slur are reeking.
Well,
the
that's in there. Damn.
it's a different meaning, obviously. The Bannocks are baking. Oh, lolly, the valley is jolly. Ha ha. Oh, where are you going? With beards all a wagging. No knowing, no knowing. What brings Mr. Baggins and Balin and Dwalin down into the valley in June? Ha ha. Oh, will you be staying, or will you be flying? Your ponies are straying, daylight is dying. To fly would be folly, to stay would be jolly, and listen and hark to the end of the dark, to our tune, ha. That's what I wanted her to say. And Finrod says, and then just reads the whole thing out. Would be great. Sorry, I just wanted to be silly, because I do that. Presentation matters. That's how you do a presentation, Cami Agan, whatever. Anyway, here we go.
My wise lady, I
Cami Agan. Thank you, Cami. What?
No, I said come again.
I know. I said thank you, Cami Agan.
think that we should tell you the tales of the past and of Arda that was before.
That's nearly as exciting as what I just said, but okay.
Mm-hmm.
Of the perils and great deeds and the making of the Silmarils. We were the lordly ones then. But ye would then be at home, looking at all things intently as your own. Ye would be the lordly ones. Once again, Finrod comes to the divine vision through a process of hearkening to the other, of listening to and valuing the lore and tradition Andreth has shared. In fact, by her sharing of the marring of men, Andreth has invited Finrod to a deeper understanding of her people.
Who?
Helron's heralds.
Yeah, I was just every time she says the hearkening other, I was doing this. I was like, I need a concussion to try to understand what she's saying.
Mm-hmm.
Like
Herald the angels saying glory to the newborn king.
Because wow, imagine listening to the other person in a debate.
So she's apparently like that, despite her quoting from this extended conversation. She's leaving out that Andreth is considered a wise woman. That
was mentioned. Wow.
Did she actually mention that?
It's on the slides. Maybe
Why,
not mentioned.
It's right there on the slide. But I mean, like, what she's doing is essentially if I took out The Hobbit and I said, I'm going to read this. But not once has she made an argument. She's at 11 minutes of 16 minutes, and she hasn't even made an argument yet.
I'm under the impression...
She says Finrod listens to Andreth.
And gained wisdom from the other. That's her entire gist of what she's making an argument with the title, like hearkening to the other, and saying this is all examples of that, which is nonsense. Because Andreth was trusted by Finrod, and she's not an other. She's just she's technically had the warrant up and on. She'd be his sister-in-law.
Yeah.
He has listened.
Go ahead, Sage.
I was wondering where exactly Andreth lives.
That's a question for Andreth.
Yes.
So, Andreth
doesn't say.
Was the oldest daughter of Boromir, and the sister of Bregor, her elder brother, and Beryl, her younger sister. She was born in Ladros in Dorthonion.
Presumably, she was behind the line somewhere safe.
Probably, yeah.
Making divine sandwiches, like the woman should be doing.
I don't know.
I assume, for the most part, during this, she's living in Nargothrond.
So, it says, she was deeply in love with Aegnor, son of Finarfin.
Mm-hmm.
Love was returned, but never fulfilled, since Aegnor departed from motives of wisdom as he felt his coming death. Thus they never married and had no children. She had close friendship with Aegnor's brother, Finrod Felagund, who often visited her during the siege of Angband to converse and debate her on the matters of the elves and men. One such conversation is written down, later known as Athrabeth Finrod Andreth, which is what we're talking about now.
Yeah, so this is not listening to the other because
it's just a conversation.
She's a close friend.
Yeah.
where she and Finrod discuss differences between elves and men. That's literally all it is. It's not that they're like, it's not like Finrod comes in and saying, Finrod comes in and just like, this is how it is. And then she's like, actually, and he's like, oh.
This conversation is two highly intellectual people having a philosophical discussion, not people debating something.
Not even like necessarily.
Well, it is a bit because it's about stuff to do with error.
Well, I know, but it's not exclusively philosophical. Like the difference between elves and men, there's going to be things like biological differences, like the
but that's not what they're talking about. That's irrelevant mostly.
Well, they're talking about the differences between elves and men.
The type of discussion they're having is a philosophical discussion. That's what I mean.
Well, the
meaning of the fates of the various kingdoms.
Yeah.
Yes, but the meaning of fates also puts into perspective the realistic, obviously, reality of the fates. Men dying younger comparative to the elves, which live longer. The immortality versus the not immortality.
Okay, yeah.
Essentially a mixture of both philosophy and reality. It's not just
but it is philosophy for the most part. The reality only comes in because, like, all good philosophy has to be grounded in reality.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is like it wasn't just philosophy of going to be or not to be, and that. Like it was a mixture of philosophy with the grounded reality that they have to live in. But it's one of those things where she's not exactly one that everyone knows off the top of their head as like one of the potential elven and men relationships. But this would have been the first reversal that I can think of before actually no, this would be the first reversal, wouldn't it? Where it was an elf
reversal.
An elf man with a human woman. All the other ones are elvish women with human men.
Yeah, but this one takes place before them.
I know, but I'm saying it never happened. But if it had, it would
be
that was reversed to everything else that was recorded. That's my point. It's weird because you think
you have to somehow blend three bloodlines together into a Arendelle, and
how could a male elf look upon a human woman and be like, you're more beautiful than an elven woman? It's easy the other way around. It's easy for a human man to look at an elven woman and say,
that's not the way it works in Tolkien.
And Tolkien says specifically personality involved.
He says specifically that that the way they're designed, they don't instinctively find each other attractive that way.
Well, they don't instinctively, yes, but that's why it's just kind of like attraction has to play a role in romance to some extent.
No, the point is Tolkien said
it could also be purely intellectual, I think.
Yeah, Tolkien built the two species. Eru built the two species, as Tolkien is saying that this issue doesn't come up with intermarriage between men and elves very often because the way they're designed, they almost never think of each other that way.
Yeah, and I get they don't normally think of each other that way, and that's fine. I'm just saying, for the relationship to come together, a romantic relationship requires attraction. But
yes,
also,
but it's very rare, that they would think of each other other than siblings.
I know, that's what I'm saying.
Maybe Andreth was still young at this point. Who knows?
Well, whether she was young, I mean, it'd be Egnor, technically. But,
well, no, Ignore. He's like immortal, so.
Well, I know, but I'm saying if he was young for an elf, he might not hold the same philosophies as the rest of elvenkind, and thus this might have potentially, because they were lovers per se, but obviously nothing romantic, so to speak.
Ignor was born in the Undying Land when the trees were alive.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
he's like insanely old.
He's. I mean, he's not like ancient
Is
old.
He older than Galadriel?
I don't know if we have an exact birthday on him. I know he was. I remember saying he was born when the trees were alive.
Let me pull it up and see if it has anything. He died FA 455.
I want to know when he lived.
It says years of the trees during the noontide of Valinor.
Yeah, and so the years of the trees are in Valinor years. So each Valinorian year is like 9 human years.
Obviously he's older than Galadriel.
He's way older than her.
Galadriel's elder brother.
I'm trying to remember. He loved Andreth but remained unmarried.
Oh,
But
Egnor was one of the Fëanor ones, but
what
Yeah.
he died. Oh, it was soon wartime, and he did not make his intentions towards her clear enough. He was killed along with his brother soon after when Morgoth broke the siege at the start of Dagor Bragollach.
Yeah.
Or FA 455.
Yeah, because elves don't get married when war is going on, so that's why they didn't get married initially.
He's Galadriel's brother.
Yes.
Mhm.
Galadriel has three older brothers.
Finrod, Angrod, and Aegnor, and then Adelos married Angrod and had Orodreth. Then had Gil-galad, who married Findulas, or no, Gil-galad and Findulas. And then obviously Galadriel was the only sister who met Celeborn, and then had Celebrian. Or
Yes.
Kelly Bryan as the
Kelly Bryan.
Kelly Bryan. Yeah, Kelly Bryan was one of the pronunciations.
I'm sure Elrond himself told her that.
Elrond and Heavenrod were like, Kelly Bryan is my wife. Or no, my daughter.
Oh,
Or no. Kelly, no, but wife, yeah. Sorry. I'm thinking Celeborn. Kellyborn and Kelly Bryan.
mhm.
But yes.
And there's nothing prescribed about men and elves getting married. It's just not likely to happen because of the way they're designed.
Yeah, but it can happen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's allowed if it happens. It's not. It's just
not
by
for
their
a bit.
nature.
Everything a bit awkward.
I would say it definitely wrecks a lot of relationships between
Yeah.
family members. It's like, so mom, pops, I'm gonna marry this dude, and he's gonna, we're gonna have a loving relationship, but you guys are gonna live a lot longer than me, and yeah, bye. Like awkward relationships, I guess.
And especially the fact that they go separate ways when they eventually reach their fates. That's
Well, it was so rare though that by the time it came up, I don't think. So who were the first? It was Beren and Luthien were the first two. They had a special prescribed.
well, I'm not sure if Beren and Luthien were definitely before. I think Turin, was it Turin?
Turinbar?
Turin and Indus.
So there's 4 cases. There's Beren and Luthien. There's Eärendil and Elfwing.
Yeah, but they were the same, sort of.
There's Arwen and Aragorn.
You're thinking Tuor, not Turin.
Well,
Turin was the
wow.
one with his sister.
Close enough.
They're not even the same. Don't even lie. Not
They're not
even
the same,
close.
but they are like one's the father, one's the son.
No, they're cousins. Tuor and Turin are cousins. So Turambar is the one who kills Glaurung. But then he finds out his sister
I did a video on this.
Basically, his sister, Glaurung, took away his sister's memory and kind of dumped her in the woods. He met her after being apart from her since basically he was a teenager. Found her to be very beautiful. They hadn't seen each other forever, and obviously she doesn't remember him because her memory.
Okay, yeah, I see.
They get together. She gets
H becomes a T rather than.
And then
Tuor
she finds out.
Turin.
Well,
So
Glaurung basically
becomes
removes.
Tuor.
Glaurung removes her issue with the memory. She remembers her brother, and then while she's pregnant, casts herself into the falls, basically suicided herself, because, well, it was bad. And I'm thinking, like, how is it bad if you literally, like, it's a tragedy. It's supposed to be a tragedy. I get that, but it's like, if you literally had no knowledge of this, neither of you had knowledge of this.
Okay, so I got something to show you. I actually did a video on this like last year. Here's a PowerPoint image I made up in the video.
And Tuor marries Idril.
Here you go. Look at that.
Yeah, and that gives rise to Eärendil.
So these are the lineage of the half-elven. Right?
See, he's even got freaking better slides that he has ready to go from years ago.
So Beren and Luthien, then Dior and Nimloth, then
but we don't know if Beren or Tuor was first.
Right. Well, I mean, the point was, okay, yeah.
What year's Beren?
I don't remember.
Tuor 472. So what would
don't know.
let's see. Was it Beren Loter? Baron is 432. Tuor is 472. So Baron would be first. If that makes sense.
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
Yeah.
So Baron would have been first, then it would have been Tuor.
I mean, it makes sense because there's an extra generation in between
Well, yes, that's my
Elwing
point.
and Baron. So, yeah.
There's an obvious opening there. Put it that way. Yeah. And then obviously, I do find it funny that they're all kind of related in a weird way.
Well, that's how rare it is.
Well, I know, but I'm just saying I find it funny because you got like Baron and Luthien, the first ones, Tuor and Idril, the second ones, and both of their descendants get together later on with Arwen and Aragorn. It's like, what about?
Yeah.
So, okay, so Baron and Luthien were given a special fate separate from everyone else. Tuor and Idril both went to the Undying Lands. I don't know what happened to Dior and Nimloth. Earwing and Arendelle has a special fate. And Elwing is waiting for him in the tower in the Undying Lands.
Yeah, but they both chose the same fate.
Yeah. Well, he was sort of punished.
Elwing chose, and he went along with it.
Yeah, that plus he was kind of punished to guard the Silmaril for his violating the doom of Mandos to never go to the Undying Lands. His punishment, I'm using quotes here, was to guard the Silmaril in the skies, so to speak. You know.
Yeah.
So it was, and she has wings.
He had to slay a dragon at some point.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he only killed the greatest dragon that ever lived. Oh wow,
Mm-hmm.
The horror. But yeah, and I like Aragorn, Arwen, Eldorian, daughter 1, daughter 2.
Yeah, they're unnamed. So
Like, wow. I mean, these must be the same daughters of like Helm Hammerhand, the ones that aren't named and are not special, but are going to be the main core of War
what
of
do
the
you
Road.
mean? The daughter of Hammerhand.
Well, no. Okay,
super
so
important.
I kind of agree with you. But I just want to clarify though. The point, the unnamed daughter of Helm Hammerhand does more than the named son because the son just dies.
Yes, but my point is that she's not even named. But they're making an entire the War of the Rohirrim is literally about her. Like they even gave her a name and everything.
Yeah, well, I think that's going to be the flaw. They're making up too much. You know what I mean?
Well, that's the thing is like that shouldn't even be the main course. Like the whole thing with
how is that different from the Rings of Power?
It's not.
Well, we'll have to find out when we get it. I judge these things based on seeing them now. You know what I mean?
I watched the interview with Philippa Boyens, who was the screenwriter / director, producer, whatever she is, for the War of the Rohirrim, and what she said was what made me concerned about it because they're like, oh yeah, we're totally making women a bigger part of this, and I'm like, but she's not the main person, so why would it even be about her? Like,
well, it's the same. It's the same nonsense they did with Arwen. You know.
Well, they did Arwen for like practical reasons, not ideological reasons. They wanted to give Liv Tyler some screen time and whatnot, and obviously, with her relationship with Aragorn, Arwen has like a reusable ability where Glorfindel literally doesn't do anything after saving Frodo. From that perspective of the actual story, so
it just sits there and doesn't go along with the.
Which I thought was dumb. I'm like, why would you not take the guy who can literally kill Balrogs and take him with you? That's like the best person.
No, the reason he couldn't go is because they would detect him coming a mile away.
Yeah, but at least he could have gone up until Moria, right?
Well, again, Tolkien has, you got to go through the letters. I don't remember the quotes directly, but
how would they detect him coming exactly?
So elves have a presence in the unseen world.
Powerful. He emanates an aura of
because he's seen the trees. He glows with the light of the two trees in the unseen world.
Could he not create a diversion?
He would have to be the diversion because like when he gets to Mordor, Sauron will be like, "Whoa, there's an elf lord coming."
Basically, he is permanently whatever happens to Frodo when he puts on the ring.
Well, even brighter though, because you know what I mean. Because Frodo has a weak presence; it's the ringed presence. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But like Sauron can just see. Oh,
couldn't the elves create a ring that reduces his unseen presence?
No. Nope.
Why not?
Because it is the nature
Because
of the
the
elves.
rings of power are all in.
I didn't say a ring.
Sensitive. Well, no, but it would have to be a ring of power.
Well, it's a
They
magic.
would need, yeah, but they would need someone to draw the magic from. Sauron is the source of magic
Yes.
in the rings of power.
Sauron is the source of all magic.
And so they would need a different Maya that's friendly, I guess. Who
They do exist.
they do exist, but they're not really in Middle Earth
I mean,
anymore.
there's one literally in the Fellowship.
Yeah, but that one has specific limitations on
Yeah.
him that makes him unsuitable for that purpose.
He is also nowhere near as powerful as Sauron.
I mean, well, he technically is. He's just not allowed to use
No,
that.
he's not. He is actually afraid of Sauron.
Yeah.
Well, I thought it was he had
But
the
that's
power.
not necessarily
He had limitations.
an
but
indication
so
of
he
his
couldn't
power.
use his
Well,
power.
He's not like Aeonware, of course. But
Balor is the wisest of all the Maiar.
He is wise, sure, but
Yeah, but he's
wisdom is linked with power.
Well, even then, Manwë is not the strongest of the Valar. It's Morgoth or Melkor.
Well, no, it's actually Tulkas.
Well, Tulkas is the more single one-to-one, if I recall correctly.
In physical might, you have Tulkas. In like overall powers, Manwë is slightly weaker than Melkor in terms of like they're both like the princes, like they're both. Well, how do I put it? Like they're brothers in all but like attitude or whatever, some line like that. And Melkor is technically more powerful.
Well, all of the Fire Maiar, I think, were like really powerful, but fire's always been notoriously powerful. But that's also why, like, the one Fire Maiar that did not follow Morgoth / Melkor was the one
That one actually scares Melkor.
Yeah, because she's so powerful.
Which is interesting.
I'm just like,
yeah.
I mean, she's the son, I get it, but why didn't she just come down and pay him a visit? Like, hi, Morgoth. But it's not even funny. But yeah, we're almost through this.
With the result that he can now envision another place, time, and Arda, wherein the elves honor and enter.
Did you just say Arda?
Could be. Just rewind it a bit and we'll listen.
Believed, with the result that he can now envision another place, time, and Arda, wherein the elves honor and entertain men with their great.
You okay there, Matt?
It made me cough up some phlegm. That's how far.
Gift of tales.
Just a long R.
Who is that? A Rings of Power thing with the rolling R's? Remember that, right?
Yeah, I remember those. Galadriel. Actually, let's see what the Silmarillion says on pronunciation of R.
I mean, if words in Lord of the Rings world or in the Legendarium world were like bullets, you'd be like rolling R's like nobody's business, like Galadriel.
Yeah. Frodo.
Aragorn. Elrond.
Sauron.
Nah.
Celebrimbor. Wait, I got one. He's frozen. But I got a good one. See if I can do it right. Kelly Ryan.
No, that sounds horrible. Yikes. Can
you hear me okay?
We can hear you now, yeah.
Okay, so apparently
rolling R's froze you up.
No, like
the R sound is supposed to sound like R in air, ear, and well, no, that doesn't seem like English.
You like an R, not like a machine gun.
R's in the middle of a name should be pronounced like the R in air.
Yeah, like an R, not like a machine gun.
Yeah. No, that's probably fair.
All right, now I gotta re-share this because everything just like collapsed. Okay.
You have an internet problem today?
It wasn't internet. It was the browser itself crashed.
Oh.
Like, Mozilla's like, sorry about that. I'm like, Sorry, you got more than be sorry. What the heck? I was just like, oh, did it crash everything? But apparently on StreamYard server end is where it's being done. So I guess me being broken for whatever didn't stop the recording. So we'll go with it. But yes, we'll bring it back up and continue. We'll continue on with Arada.
Can you imagine if you had to roll every R in that paragraph?
Oh, fuck no.
Ladies, I think that we should tell you tales of the past and of Arda that was before the perils.
Oh, he can't even do it now. Great.
We were the lordly ones then.
The Silmar.
You would then be at home, looking at all things intently as your own. Ye would be the lordly ones. Can you imagine doing an audiobook that way? It'd be just so annoying. Also very difficult for the narrator.
Yeah, damn.
By the sharing of the marring
Is it? Can you still hear it?
Yeah.
Yep.
I just want to make sure sound was working.
of men, Andreth has invited Finrod
Andreth.
to a deeper understanding
Andreth,
of
yes.
people.
I feel like every time they say the I's, they need to go E, like Finrod. And then every time they do R's, it's R. It's just like, what amalgamation did you make?
Ah, no, that's too painful. I'm not
Finrod.
sure I could survive that.
Finrod. Arda. And the Silverids. This is almost worse than Heaven Rod and Hell Rod.
Almost.
Oh my god.
Almost. But not quite, I don't think.
We need to find passages with just a bunch of those and then just make like little sing-along songs that just are outrageous.
Has listened and believed,
I'm gonna
with
die.
the result that he can now envision another place, time, and Arda, wherein the elves are
She did it again! Arda! Why?
No, this is the same bit. We're still on the same path that you.
She mentioned it a second time in this bit.
Could be.
Like, we're like...
This Arda was the one we were trying to go back to, though.
Was it?
Because it's on 7 seconds.
Oh.
Yeah.
honor and entertain men with their great gift of
I don't know
tale
where
and
it
story.
stopped, so...
The text of which the Athrabeth is part. The
She
Sorry,
even
what?
says
No.
author. Did you hear that? She even says author weird.
I heard and something.
Let me pull it back a second.
of tale and story. The text of which the Athrabeth is part. The
Did you
Silmarillion.
hear that? The author.
Athrabeth.
Hey Arthur, King Arthur.
Would then be but a shadow of the tale Finrod envisions the elves telling and singing to men in Arda Heald. While the elves were once lordly, they will now sing and tell the tale of those days to the lordly ones, the deliverers, the children of men. Rather than framed as a tragic downfall for elves, Finrod instead rejoices at the transformation Andreth's wisdom has brought. His description of men at home looking at all things intently as your own in the transformed Arda suggests a wise elf lord looking up to, rather than down paternalistically at the Atani.
Yeah.
Without their deliverers,
So-
Finrod appears.
The Atani is like the Adane.
We know that.
Okay, so what were you asking then?
I wasn't asking anything.
Well, you were like, what? What? So I was like, what?
No.
Yes, yes.
No.
Yes, yes. No, you
I
have to
was
say.
saying, so
say-
what?
You have to say very pretentiously, new.
I'll just say ni.
Ni. We are now the night to say, no longer say ni. We are now the night to say, ikke, rushing. Sorry. I have a Monty Python machine today. I don't know why.
To see, elves cannot move beyond the discord of Melkor, Arda Mard.
Who the fuck
As the
is
discussion moves to a
Sorry.
close, Finrod and Andreth shift their topic from the cosmic to the personal. Andreth reveals her love for Finrod's brother, and in turn, Finrod explains that Ainur indeed
I like his like reveals like it wasn't obvious.
Mhm.
And no one noticed. Not a single soul noticed that this was going on.
He loves Andreth, but as a warrior, he could not seek union with her amidst the siege of Angband. Andreth.
What did she just call it?
Angband.
Was she watching a Thai movie, Angbak? Jesus.
No, this is because of the previous words. The pronunciation gets mixed up because of the pretentiousness in trying to make it sound fancy.
Like that was like a whole nother level of like try hard I've not experienced.
Exactly.
Like Angbang is not even anywhere like Ang, like it's Angman, like Angmar, like there's a whole slew of words that just sound just like it. How do you mispronounce that?
I think it's because of the name that preceded it.
Which was the name? I don't even remember.
Well, I think it's supposed to be Agnor.
That Ainur indeed loves Andreth.
Ainur.
Yeah, it sounds more like Ainur, but that clearly can't be right.
Igor.
I want to know now. Let's see if there's anything about her. Oh no. Oklahoma Christian University.
Yikes. I don't know if that's good or bad. I just
That's the only one popping up. And it says a Sertuvian reading of the Ionlundale by I can't remember that.
So it's definitely not how you pronounce Agnor.
She's not Hispanic.
So it's like pretentiousness.
I will share the link in the private chat since my private chat got wiped. If you want to see a picture of her, it's right there.
Yeah, we kind of whizzed forward and saw a picture of. Is that really a her?
I mean, her voice sounds like a her, so I'd say yes. Just old.
She has a bigger forehead than Sakura in Naruto.
Wow. Yeah, no, that's true.
Who's probably still more useful though.
No, I doubt that.
No, I mean Sakura's pretty useless.
Sakura at least can heal.
Can she though?
Yeah. That's like her one thing.
Healing.
Yeah. You know, eventually she becomes semi-useful as in the later, post-time skip.
Oh,
It's just useless early on.
Dies? That'd be useful.
But as a warrior, he could not seek union with her amidst the siege of Angband.
Angband.
Andreth's personal
it's
to Agnor.
pronounced Angband specifically, I think, because she tried to pronounce Agnor, but it came out as Ainur, which is not the same.
And she loved the Ainur. What?
Yes. Wait a minute.
What? Just a minute, eh? Isn't it?
Maybe she has a full-size picture of Ignore behind her,
But we don't have any pictures of Ignore.
Pop-out guys, like cardboard faces or something.
It's a picture of like Legolas with
Maybe
like
it's that one picture that was shown somewhere in the middle of this.
Yeah. She had it blown up into a life-size picture.
It's like I love
Close
this.
of the discussion to reflect a familiar theme in Tolkien, that the crossings of individuals and their ability to pity and seek aid from one another can ultimately alter the course of the world. As Finrod,
I don't think this altered the course of the world.
If I were like, I mean, I know
because they both died, right? They didn't do anything special.
So I don't have a degree per se, right?
Maybe you could argue Finrod gave his life for Baron.
Is what you have.
But I do recall learning that if you're presenting something like this, you can't just say, "Here's my thesis" and a bunch of quotes. You have to tie them into your thesis with your own words.
Mm-hmm.
You're not understanding, Matt / Hellron's Herald. You must understand that this is where the Q&A comes into play. That's where you play your argument.
And that's still like a few minutes away.
3 minutes away. We're getting there.
yes, wise woman, maybe it was ordained that we Quendi and ye Atani, ere the
Is it Quendi or Quendi?
Quendi.
world grows old, should meet and bring news one to another. And so we should learn of the hope from you, ordained indeed that thou and I, Andreth, should sit here and speak together, across the gulf that divides our kindreds, so that while the shadow still broods in the north, we should not be wholly afraid. The larger fate of the world, or at least the hope in the healing of Arda that will come through men as deliverers, turns on these two meeting in love to speak to one another. While their words cannot magically render Morgoth defeated, their connection has brought a vision that restores hope. As to that Estelle or hope, Finrod closes with a reminder.
Fun fact about Estelle. I already did that one.
And a supplication. Quote, "But you, Andreth, are not for Arda. Whither you go, may you find light. Await us there, my brother and me." End quote.
Now, I do wonder, because if he's like, I know I'm going to die at the Siege of Angbang, then wouldn't he just go back to the halls of Mandos and then come back? Or is he also aware that he wouldn't be able to return in a timely fashion to which she would still be alive?
Well, I think they are aware that it takes a while to come back.
At the time of this particular conversation, Finrod hadn't even died his first life yet, and he was the first one to be reborn ever.
Yeah. I just know Glorfindel was the fastest one, like from point of death to point of life.
No. Finrod was the fastest ever resurrected. Glorfindel is the best one to return.
Oh, well, okay. Fair enough. I would rephrase
Like
it.
Finrod respawned so fast it was considered exceptional.
Come back. But like, if Finrod had a spouse in Middle Earth, would he not return to her, or would he just be like, "Nah, I'm going to be back here," and then just screw you for thousands of years? Like, that just seems weird.
Well, again, he would be like, so the Noldor are in Middle Earth I should say the Noldor that return to Middle Earth, the bulk of them are there because of the quest of the Silmarils, right?
Yeah.
So the theory that would be that's not a long-term thing. That's going to take a couple hundred years to get them back. They're not even there. I think what is the Oath of Finrod? They have to get the Silmarils back to gain revenge upon Morgoth. Is that basically? I don't remember the exact word of the oath, but
Yeah. Well,
like
something along those lines. Yeah.
Yeah.
Take vengeance upon Morgoth and retrieve the Silmarils.
Yeah.
But I think it was revenge for his father and the
But
theft.
only the sons of Fëanor are actually bound by that oath.
Yeah.
So Finrod's wife, does he have one? I don't remember.
I don't think he did.
Oh yeah, didn't he have to have a wife? Wasn't
Let's see. Spouse. He was loved by Amari, but they never married.
Yeah, So presumably, whatever. Point is, the idea was that they wouldn't wake up so soon.
She's still in the Undying Lands.
Yeah.
So they were betrothed, but he never married while in Middle Earth. And there's noted the Lay of Luthien that Finrod was allowed to return to life in Valinor after his death amid Baron's quest, and he was reunited and dwelt with Amari there. You think he would get married to her at that point, then? She's a Vanyar.
Well, then, again, that's not relevant to the story Tolkien was telling us, basically. So.
Well, I know. I'm just saying, like, from the perspective Noldor usually got with Noldor, I don't think there's a whole lot of cross in that regard, at least noted.
No, but that's because the Noldor were the only ones who went over to Middle Earth.
Well, I know, but I'm saying, like, when the Teleri or something were around, I don't think there was a lot, like, there was.
I mean, the Teleri lived sort of far away
from
the rest. Coast. Yeah, on the coast, but
despite living on the coast, though, why would you not be able to intermingle with the other of your kin?
No, they could, but they just didn't do so often because the Teleri loved the sea, so they wanted to live near the sea. The Vanyar went all the way to closest to Manwë.
Valar.
Yes, and the Noldor was sort of in between. But specifically, I think they were closer to the Vanyar in location than to the Teleri.
Yeah, probably. Until the Silmarils were stolen, and they were a lot closer.
Yeah, and then they fucked off to Middle Earth.
Yeah.
And then they were a lot closer to the Teleri than the Teleri liked.
Mm-hmm. Also, half of the Teleri are the Sindarin, so
All
They
right,
lived
so
on the other side of the world,
Yeah.
I guess.
we have the hierarchy of the elves and then the closing, so we're almost there.
While the text consistently positions
her mic is
Finrod
terrible.
as learning, as listening, as seeking new
God.
wisdom from wise women on Andreth, there are significant portions.
We finally got to our freaking point in this entire thing. Almost 14 minutes in to get to her point.
And this is what I suspected 10 seconds in.
For me, elf-centric. Why is being elf-centric among elves a problematic thing? And he corrects, cautions, and condescends because he's freaking old and wise. I mean, he's not a colonizer.
Yes. Sexist assumptions.
I mean, but
I don't think those were elaborated upon. Ethnographic?
Is that even a word?
That's an adjective, I guess.
Ethnographic. Let's do some research, folks.
But it's not a behavioral type.
Ethnographic, relating to the scientific description of peoples and cultures with their customs, habits, and mutual differences.
Okay, so that's a positive thing?
Well, apparently it's not a bad thing, because it's just literally the study of the ethnicity, I assume.
Yeah, so why is that in the list of bad things?
Well, they might be turning into a bad thing.
Why is a missionary a bad thing?
Because they hate religions.
Why is colonialism a bad thing?
Because they hate
Is a person who
white
supports the practice of gaining
colonizers.
political control over other countries and occupying them with settlers. But that's not necessarily what the elves did, per se. Like, in some instances, yes, but in most instances...
It's
They
not
did
the elves
not.
did at all.
Well, I
They
mean,
did
they
not.
showed up and they had to, like, share territory with people and whatever. But
Yeah, but that's because the humans were the ones that came in later.
yes, but, like, it was kind of like the Doriath versus everything else kind of a thing.
Yeah, okay, but that's irrelevant to this particular discussion.
Well, I'm saying they might consider that as one of those things. I'm not saying it's true. I'm just saying that's what they might throw out as a possibility.
Perhaps.
Paternalistic.
I mean, that's basically just because he's a man and
Yeah.
Andreth's a woman. So
Characterized by the restriction of the freedom and responsibilities of subordinates or dependents in their supposed interest. So he's taking care of somebody who's way younger
I mean,
than...
Finrod is the king of Nargothrond. Andreth is not.
It's Finrod.
Okay, fair. Finrod.
Finrod. Finrod.
Matt, your next assignment for your name for the next video is going to be Finrod.
You're just gonna see a bunch of R's. That's all you're gonna see.
It's going to be FEEROD. But yeah, I'm not like, I don't know. Sexist assumption would be like, you can't do this because I'm a man and I say so or something. But that's...
You gotta remember though, this is their like woke ideological crap. Like these might be real words and concepts, but they're not using the real words and concepts. They're using their woke ideological versions of those concepts.
It hurts. Well, let's run through it, I guess. This is the last part
Of the
before closing.
Athrabeth, Finrod Andreth, that reinforce the hierarchy of elves over men. Tolkien.
Well, they're the firstborn and the humans are secondborn?
Correct.
Maybe.
So the hierarchy is 1 versus 2. Like, people who can live forever and are immortal versus those who live short lives and die.
Well, no, they both live forever, but they both...
Well, I'm saying from the perspective of Arda.
Well, the perspective, the life of the elephant, the life is your Fea. Your Heroa is not your life. It's your Fea.
Yeah, well, it's Ro and Fea, spirit versus body. I know, but I'm saying, like, in terms of immortality versus mortality, immortality means you're just basically going to be recycling your body, and your Feyre is going to be re-inhabiting Roa.
Remember though, like Tolkien wrote this in the context of his Catholicism, which is everyone has an immortal soul, so to speak. Keeping it simple.
Well, I get the point. The Feyre is, but it doesn't go through the same process that the elves do.
Yeah,
that's my point. But I was just saying, like, in that instance, it's not, they're not the same, and one has a greater priority when it comes to the responsibility of Arda, so to speak. Like, the elves are bound to Arda, men are not, but the men are also trying to survive, and through that survival, they're bound to Arda in a sense, but not bound to it literally like the elves are. That's my point.
His notes remain elf-centric, as he claims the purpose.
The Silmarillion's literally the history of the world from the viewpoint of the elves. It hurts.
Of the text prioritizes Finrod, quote, to exist.
Prioritizes a king elf, yes, shocking, over some peasant woman. I have no words, guys. I have no words. How could they do such a thing? You're muted, Sage. You're muted, Sage. You're muted, Sage.
We assume she's a peasant, right? I don't know what her status in the human area is.
I mean, there's a way to check that to some extent. Andreth is an Edain of the House of Beor. She's the second child and oldest daughter of Boromir, and the sister of Bregor, her elder brother.
She is a significant personage of the humans.
But even if she was significant in that, she's still gonna be minor to the elves. Like even the Edain themselves, more or less, pledged themselves to the elves because the elves are of a greater height.
That's the thing is.
Okay, so Boromir is the head of the House of Beor after Beor is dead.
Yeah, so she's kind of a princess, but again,
and well, there are a few other people that also.
But again, she is renowned for her wisdom and all that. So she is so that's why they're friends and they're talking about stuff because they're both considered intellectuals and they're having an intellectual discussion, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, she learned the lore of men and was called Sayland, Wise Heart, by the elves of her time.
Yeah.
In her early
and she's the daughter of the house head of the clan, let's call it.
Yeah, from the house of Marak.
Yeah, see, this stupid woman is trying to make it like the humans were servants to the elves and whatever.
I mean, they kind of were, but it was
not really.
They pledged themselves to their aid, and in return received.
Yeah, but that doesn't make you a servant.
I know, but the way the Edain
they were allies.
Well, they were allies, but out of the two allies, the elves were considered superior, even by the Edain themselves.
Yeah, because they had like 1 million people.
Well, it was like the Edain showing up saying, "We need a place to live." The elves were like, "Well, swear alliance to us or fealty to us or whatever. We'll take care of you and whatever." And then they did, and then that's where you get like the Edain that backed the elves during was it the Braganech or whatever? I'm trying to remember the name of it, but basically when the one set of humans tribes betrayed the elves, and thus the downfall of the elves was basically made because of that, in that regard. So like there was like refer to the elven lords as my lord, and in like a higher sense. So they technically were below them, but they weren't like, it wasn't like they were less valuable. Had a different role. And they basically, because the humans came in on the elves' turf, they basically got permission to live in those places and to serve beneath them, but not necessarily as a slave. They weren't a slave, but they were not as old, wise. They weren't going to live nearly as long. Like even Huor and
which has nothing to do with their relationship. They're both the children of Yuvatar.
Yes, but my point is, it's not that point. It's how they treat each other and behaved towards each other in like a polite sense. Was that of like,
okay?
So like Huor considered like a brother, and they gave him special status.
So Cami is saying that the elves treated the humans like pets,
which they did not do.
Correct.
But there was a relationship of hierarchical status amongst them because of the different situations they had.
Which she doesn't care about because she's content.
I'm not saying she cares about that. I'm saying that what she's saying is incorrect, but there was a relationship there, but it wasn't the relationship she thinks that they had, and it wasn't the relationship that people typically think about. That's my point. But hopefully she'll say something else stupid we can talk about.
Exhibit the generosity of Finrod's mind, his love and pity for Andreth, and the tragic situations that must arise in the...
His love for her? Like romantic or platonic?
Well, he thought of her as like she wouldn't be his sister-in-law at the time of this conversation if there wasn't a war going on.
Close friends, right? So that would be
it's weird for her to use the term
love.
That usually when that's used, like if it was like Finrod loved who or Finrod loved, this person, it would be like a close, like brotherly love. It would never be romantic love, but I don't see him using that for her when the connotation could go the opposite direction, if that makes sense.
She's going to take whatever Tolkien said in the text and twist it to her viewpoint.
Probably. I would agree.
Meeting of elves and men, end quote.
I really just want to read this
Andreth's anger and her resentment at being treated as a child evokes the benevolent paternalism so familiar in colonial encounters.
Humans are literally children to the elves.
Mm-hmm.
Of course they're going to have paternalistic feelings towards them. Like, that makes sense. I don't.
And Finrod consistently corrects her claims about Morgoth's power.
Because he has a bit intimate understanding of it where she probably never met him. Just throwing that out there.
Or her doubts concerning the Valar, as from on high, her superior in wisdom. Likewise, Andreth's complaints about men's separation from the light and the bliss of Aman evokes a sort of missionary narrative, tales of good news that men can never fully share. Finally, Finrod's conclusion that her...
I'm just as lost as you are. She says a lot of words, but doesn't really have any meanings.
Her bitterness primarily stems from her position as a woman thwarted in love, degrades her...
It wasn't thwarted. It just was a very inopportune time period. I'm sorry that the war is breaking out and your soon-to-be husband is dead. Inopportune, sorry. Like, how dare the war be sexist and not let me have my family? Like, what?
Position as a wise woman into a somewhat tired and sexist convention. Even Finrod's curiosity about the wisdom of men might suggest an ethnographic mindset, eager to quantify and explain a more simple culture, or worse.
I'm so glad I don't know anybody who goes to this school. I pity them so freaking hard.
To co-opt that lore and culture for the benefit of elven wisdom. These are certainly valid readings and problematic eruptions in the text.
Valid and problematic are two words I can't stand, but I use them just to annoy other people.
Mm-hmm.
It's her way of talking invalidates and is presumptuous and is problematic towards everything else we know. I'm just throwing that out. We're getting to the closing, so here we go.
Nevertheless, the power of the discussion comes not from reinforcing hierarchies or power positions of either race or gender, but from subverting them. The vision of an Arda healed, Tolkien's heaven in his secondary world, grows from a privileging of men and women as deliverers, as powerful as the lordly ones, separated by experience of mortal and immortal, by their views about hope, by their conception of death, and by their views of who holds ultimate power in Middle-earth. The conversation itself offers a brief glimpse into the ways the diverse peoples of Middle-earth may speak to one another across difference. Thank you.
What exactly was the final thoughts there? I'm lost.
Our final thoughts were reading more quotes.
Yeah.
Well, like
Wow.
even this last one, but you are not for Arda. Whither you go, may you find the light. AKA, your spirit, your Fea, is not bound to your Roa, more or less like the elves are, and where you go, a weight is there, my brother and me. What does that have to do with anything she just said?
Nothing basically, but let's get to her questions.
Oh, well, here's works cited if you are interested in.
Oh God.
I like how she cites herself.
Why is the map of Beleriand cited?
Well, because she gave the reference to, I mean, that's fine. I'm not gonna.
She showed an image of the map of Beleriand, didn't she?
Yeah,
I
it's
don't
in like
think
the
so.
very first images page. Or
Oh,
something
maybe
like that.
maybe I missed that. Could be.
It's tiny. It's like way tiny.
I like how she's like an account of
Deviant Arts. Yeah,
of
nice.
Beleriand
That's a
and
good citation.
Journal of the Fantastic and the Arts, Volume 30, Issue 1, 2019, pages 85 through 102.
She's basically saying she downloaded it from DeviantArt.
Basically, yes. Accessed the 10th of June. Here we go. Ready for our favorite presenter? Ah!
I feel stricken by the forehead already.
It's like, so how do you feel about your talk?
Oh, there we go. Cami, that was absolutely fantastic.
Our favorite presenter.
And
Oh God, it's Nostril guy again.
one of Tolkien.
We call him Flare Man.
Nostrils.
Nostril. He is
Final
the
essays as well. So
Nostradamus.
thank you very much for coming and talking to us about the essay as well.
He's like, please, just go away.
Now, questions. Now, as a reminder, if anyone does have any questions, so this is the final paper. So if you, yeah, I just saw that big one appear right there. So if you do have any questions for Cami, then please do post them in the Q&A function as well. So let's get started. Okay, so Cami, round one. Do you believe the ability of men, humanity, to create and change the world beyond?
Notice I had to clarify humanity because in the context of the Tolkien Legendarium, you couldn't possibly get that was actually, the world of men. It was not literally the patriarchy.
The visions and the Ainulindale are linked with Melkor's desire to sing a music of his own.
What a fascinating question. I had not thought of that, but I will admit that I began the paper with a certain framing, elf-centric, I do admit, and then went back to it and really had...
She's pro-elf-centricness.
You elf-centrist. Damn you.
to reorganize my vision and sort of get behind Andreth, which I think is what Raul, I believe, is asking us to do as well with Melkor, to think about that desire to do something new, to do something outside. And the text potentially is recapturing that desire as valid through this myth of men. Really, really interesting.
Yeah, perfectly put.
Was that an answer?
She said his question was really interesting, but she's not offering much of an opinion on it.
And then he's like, interesting. I'm like, is it though?
I don't know if it is.
I'm confused.
Well, okay, round two.
Fight.
Thank you for this wonderful presentation about one of my favorite texts.
How is this your favorite? Of all the texts in Lord of the Rings, that's your favorite? What?
Could be. I'm not opposed to it. It could be,
Well, I know, but I'm saying, like, out of all the fantastic things come out of Tolkien, that's your favorite?
Again, it could be. I'm not. That doesn't drive me crazy,
Yeah, no, I can see some people thinking that.
I mean, I could see it being interesting, but like your favorite?
Yeah, but interesting and favorite often go together.
Well, sometimes favorite doesn't have interesting things about it, and they just like it. But
yeah,
I mean, it just seems weird. As like that's the thing. That's what got me into Tolkien. That's the thing that grabbed my attention was this little.
It's probably not what got them into Tolkien, because are they really into Tolkien?
Well, whoever's asking the question might be. I don't know.
I've always felt like one of the main tensions of this discussion has to do with epistemological questions.
He struggles with that word. It's like he probably struggles with the meaning too. But
Who knows what? On which side of wisdom should one rely? Is the folkloric human wisdom as trustworthy as the elder in?
Do the weird faces.
I can't help connect it to IRS.
He's a bobblehead.
Okay, fair enough.
Eth's own wisdom in The Lord of the Rings. Of course, it resonates with Finrod's kindness, but also with the patronizing attitude.
Do you have the right to be patronizing when you have thousands of years of more life experience than a being that won't live to be 100?
Yes, maybe.
And you've already experienced the evils of Morgoth. You've experienced the beauties of Arda. You've experienced the light of the trees. You've experienced enlightened wisdom beyond any that humanity can comprehend, or the world of men can comprehend. Do you not have the right to be patronizing?
Nope.
Is that you saying that, or are you saying
you never gain the right to do something immoral?
How's being patronizing immoral?
It's kind of like an arrogant type of thing. Depending, it's going to come out what you think of patronizing is. So
yeah, but see, that's
I don't see Finrod.
They say he's patronizing, but he's not necessarily actually that.
But like having somebody comes in to a discussion about philosophy or whatever it might be, and being like, I hear what you're saying, Andreth, and this is this, but actually this is actually how it is. That's not necessarily arrogance. It's just saying
you got to remember, like the Noldor who returned followed Fëanor or Fingolfin, those particular groups. They don't have clean hands, okay, and they're not the first kin slaying.
No, but Finrod, I'm pretty sure had clean hands.
He was with Fingolfin
because he was with Galadriel, right?
Yeah, but the king of the Noldor at the time didn't participate, I don't think, in the slaughter of the kinslaying.
That was Fingolfin. Yes, he did.
I'm pretty sure it was
not Fingolfin. That was Finwë. That was the second host, led by Fingolfin. Okay, which was the greater of the two Noldor hosts. They came upon Fëanor's host fighting the Teleri. Thought the Teleri had attacked them and helped the Somme.
Let's see.
Finwë was dead, I believe, at this point.
The forces.
Yeah, he got killed by Morgoth.
Yeah, that's part of what drove Fëanor insane. So the question is that then I think Fëanor technically becomes the king of the Noldor, because he's the eldest born. Then Fingolfin after him. Then
with some of Fingolfin's people. Yeah. Misunderstanding the situation, they assumed the Teleri had attacked the Noldor on orders of the Valar and joined the fight against them. I don't think they went into it with ill intent, though. That's the difference.
It doesn't matter when you go into ill intent. You murdered a bunch of elves to steal the ships.
Okay, if you show up on the scene of a battle and all you see is your kin being shot at with bows by other of your kin, are you likely to trust your kin or the of your kin?
Well, I mean. If I were one of the Noldor, I would have listened to the Valar and just stayed. I wouldn't have.
Well, true, but my point is like, okay, if you show up to something, like if you show up to a standoff, a Mexican standoff or something, you show up, but you're like my kin, like my direct relatives, as opposed to my cousins, are in a fight, and you don't think ill of
Finrod did not fight in the kinslaying of Alqualondë. Nor was he aware of it as he continued the transit through Araman.
So he was with Galadriel, those people, right? That group they travel with, right?
Yeah.
Because there were two hosts involved. One was the king of the Noldor, and then the other one was Fëanor's camp. And Fëanor's camp was the one.
Fëanor is the king of the Noldor at the time.
Was Fëanor the king?
His father died. That's part of
the High King.
The High. There's the High King of the Noldor. Who is there's an
There are multiple kings, and there's one High King.
Yeah. I think Fingolfin might be
I thought
King of the Noldor in Aman, but I'm not sure if it's actually him or a
king
brother.
of his group of people, so to speak. Fëanor was the High
Might
King.
be Finarfin.
Finarfin was the first High King of the Noldor in Beleriand.
Yeah, so then Finarfin must be the king of the Noldor in Valinor.
Strongest, wisest, and most valiant of Finwë's sons.
Yes. So yes, Finarfin is the first son by the Vanyar wife. Because Fëanor is the son of Miriel, who is the Noldor wife who died.
Yeah. They were half siblings.
Yeah. And Indis is the Vanyar elf who Finwë was permitted to marry. And that's who we had Fingolfin and Finarfin with.
Yeah, so Fingolfin was the second host, if I recall correctly.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Finarfin stayed behind.
Fingolfin, I don't believe they were the malicious, where Feanor's camp was definitely malicious.
Yeah.
So that's
Fingolfin joined in to
they didn't do something
help Fëanor
Well,
once he saw the battle.
But the Valar held them all guilty of the sin.
The Valar said, "Don't leave, or you're guilty," and they left. And then they also said, "You're guilty of the kinslaying." But that's what I don't necessarily agree with the Valar, because if somebody shows up, there's a misunderstanding, and they do something in protection of somebody that they care about, and then somebody else is slaughtered in the process. It's like, well, do they just stand there and watch both of the sides?
Well, what if your family's wrong?
But they don't know that. That's the thing. It's like, at this point, he would have absolutely no idea that there was malicious.
So the proper thing to do is to stop the fight.
And how do you stop a fight that's literally in motion between armored soldiers and bowed soldiers? You go into the bows, they're going to shoot you. You go to the armored, they're going to cut you in pieces because you're in between them and the Silmarils.
How would Fingolfin stop it?
Yes.
Fingolfin. Remember Fingolfin, who can yell and paralyze a whole land. Fingolfin.
Yes, but you also are forgetting Fëanor in this particular.
So Fëanor will be the only one not paralyzed and stunned. I mean,
the same Fingolfin, by the way, who permanently wounded Morgoth.
Yeah.
Yes, but I'm saying in terms of if this was, because obviously hindsight 2020, we're knowers of how it ended and all that jazz. If Fingolfin shows up, he sees conflict. Does he think that he could paralyze everybody and then talk them down, or would they just start up again?
He could just yell again.
He's just going to spend the rest of his life standing there just yelling at people?
Like, how about calm the fuck down?
Well, I know, but it's like, what is he going to do? Yell at everybody to calm down, go get coffee? It's like, all right, in about an hour, I'll yell again and stop everybody again. Like, at some point, it's the yell might shock people, but it's not going to make them forget what just happened.
At some point, rational mind, he could have. Remember, he had a big army. He could have separated everyone and let's talk through what happened here. You know, you just assume that the Valar ordered them to attack him. You just assume that.
I know. Well, considering they're leaving against the Valar's wishes, that makes sense.
It doesn't make any sense.
Well, if they're trying to leave and the Teleri, from his perspective, are attacking his kin, it makes sense. They're like, oh, the Valar are trying to stop us.
The Valar are precluded from harming the children of Iluvatar.
Well, yes, but they're not precluded from having somebody else do it for them.
They never did that, though, ever.
But they don't know that because it hadn't happened yet. That's the point. This is like a first time. It's literally called the first kinslaying because it hadn't happened before.
It happened. Look, it happened because Fëanor was crazy. We accept that.
Mm-hmm.
And Fingolfin's sin was not being rational and stopping this nonsense.
Yes, but I also believe there was a thing where he tried to limit the casualties, if I recall correctly.
I don't know, but
I'm not too sure about that, but could be.
Let's see. I remember Fëanor hastened to Tirion and confronted Fingolfin, drawing a sword and threatening him with violence. When it became known that what Fëanor had done to Fingolfin, he was called by the Valar, blah, 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 all that jazz. Okay, Okay, let's see. Fëanor attempted to convince the rest of the Noldor to assist him by convincing that the journey to Middle-earth would bring them glories and the treasures untold, but many were not convinced or only half convinced and deferred to Fingolfin, who was more trusted than his brother. So he's a valiant, like, Fingolfin's a good dude, and people wanted to be in his camp as opposed to Fëanor's because people could recognize that he's an untrustworthy, Fëanor that is untrustworthy and a bit off his rocker. But Fingolfin was not particularly keen to leave Valinor, but he had sworn to Fëanor to uphold his place as the elder brother and did not want to abandon his people to the decisions of his rash and selfish brother. So he decides to accompany him. But that's my point, is that, like, here, right, let me put it up with this. There was a delay there because there were people who were reluctant to leave, and it took longer for them to start their journey. But the delay caused Fingolfin to make a grievous mistake. For not long after setting out, Fëanor attempted to seize the fleet of seafaring Teleri elves in order to get to Middle-earth more quickly and safely. The Teleri resisted fiercely, and Fingolfin's host caught up with the Fëanors during the middle of a heated battle. Seeing this, Fingolfin mistakenly assumed that the Teleri had attempted to waylay the Noldor, perhaps even at the request of the Valar. And he and his host joined the battle against the Teleri and completed the first elven kinslaying. And after the slaughter and the theft of the ships, the Noldor encountered a figure, possibly Mandos himself, who proclaimed a terrible doom upon them for the kinslaying. Hearing this, and having not participated at all in the slaughter of the Teleri, Finarfin, host, turned back and returned to Tirion. So Finarfin was another host that showed up.
Yeah, and Finrod's with Finarfin.
Basically, each of the sons of Finn we had.
Because Finarfin had with him Finrod, Aegnor, Galadriel, and the other one.
Yeah. And the rest of the Noldor continued north. But as the journey grew more and more dangerous, many of the Noldor, upset about the kinslaying and having been reluctant in the first place, began to openly curse Fëanor. And his response, and those most loyal to him, departed one night in the Teleri ships. And then they got to Middle-earth. Obviously, he burned the ships, which is sad because those ships were the best ships literally ever made.
Mm-hmm. And the rest then had to cross the fucking ice mountains in the north.
Oh, correct. Yeah. But, like, in all of that, he makes a mistake, but it was not a malicious mistake. It wasn't saying, "Oh boy, I gotta kill them, Teleri." Oh boy. Like,
but the point is, he shouldn't have made that mistake. If he's supposed to be a wise leader of people, he should say, "Wait a minute, I got to find who's really wrong here. I just walked up to all this fighting."
At the same time, he had already vowed to Fëanor to take care of it. He, against his wishes, left the place. Like, he didn't want to leave. But he told his half-brother, we're going to do this.
So he's a flawed person who made a horrible decision multiple times.
He's a flawed person, but he's not malicious. He's a good man who made a mistake. How many of those exist in history?
Well,
I didn't say he was malicious. I said they weren't saints, basically. And so just because you live 1,000 years longer, like in Finrod's case, doesn't make you wiser than the person who's only 50. Not when your 1,000 years of history are full of things like kinslayings and disobeying the Valar, pointless wars because there's no way they could win, and they knew that.
At the same time, the Valar did kind of go overkill in some areas, like, how dare you leave our shores? Because they're like, why would they want to leave their shores? Blah, blah, all that kind of stuff. Like, the kinslaying is one thing, but
the Valar didn't do anything wrong. They listened to what Eru said.
Well,
that's a bit of a gray area for me, but
Eru said make the Undying Lands and get the elves to go there.
Well, they didn't get the elves to go there. They got some of the elves to go there.
Well, they should. The point is,
they
that's
failed.
what they did.
Something wrong, They didn't.
I mean, what they did wrong was communication skills.
That they did. Their communication skills were trash. Just saying. But they also could have prevented a lot of issues by helping the Noldor get the Silmarils back,
and also they made a mistake with Melkor.
That too, yes. There was a lot of issues with that too, because they did capture him once, let him go, and then he kind of just did it again. So, like,
so then again,
he's the great deceiver. I mean, there's
Well, they know he's the great deceiver, because if they know he's the great deceiver, that's all more reasons to keep an eye on him. Instead of keeping an eye on him, they let him basically destroy the trees.
They believed him. I mean, he was their brother. They grew up there. They came to existence with him.
That's what we call a grievous error, also known as a mistake.
Even in the song, Eru says that Melkor served his purpose. So they knew that, and therefore, they didn't.
Purpose is one thing, but like
Mm-hmm.
like put it this way, it's the same argument I have against Batman. Batman doesn't kill his opponents. So when people like Joker gas a whole bunch of people and they all die, laughing, pun intended, and then he puts them in an insane asylum, he breaks out and kills more people. Every single one of those deaths is on Batman.
But the thing with Batman is this, okay? In particular to Batman, the character is set up such that he knows that if he starts killing any one criminal, he'll start killing them all. Like the Punisher. Now, do you think someone who robs a little girl's school pack should be killed? The Punisher, like let's say you steal a little kid's lollipop, the Punisher will blow you away with a gun. He has no problem doing that.
Not the Punisher. The Punisher will not do that.
There have been depictions of blowing up a bar full of villains, several of whom have never killed anyone. That's in comics.
But there's a difference between having killed somebody and having something that caused the death of others. Like somebody who's a drug dealer that deals out a very dangerous drug to like kids, he would end them. But if they're selling like Mary Jane or marijuana or whatever you want to call it, he doesn't care. Because this bar he blew up was full of villains, some of whom were just thieves, things like that. And Punisher has no problem killing anyone who's a criminal who he decides to kill. And Batman does not want to cross that line. Every single criminal. That's not his MO. Maybe somebody tried to depict him that way. That's not his main original character.
I'm fairly sure that was in Punisher War Journal, written by what was his name? The dude who one of the creators of the Punisher. The Punisher War Journal late. It was either in Punisher War Journal or Amazing Spider-Man that he blew up the bar in the late 80s, early 90s. In any case, the point is Batman knows his own psychology and knows he will start killing every single criminal if he crosses that line.
But he doesn't have to. That's literally him making up his head. Like,
then why didn't you create Batman and write him that way?
Huh?
You're saying the creators of Batman are wrong because they didn't make him your way.
No, I'm not saying because they didn't write my way. I'm saying his character is inconsistent. I don't want to kill anybody, but I'm not going to take responsibility for all.
Well, then you should make another character that does that. The character of Batman is depicted the way
do that, like the Punisher.
Exactly.
But my point is that Batman is considered a high moral person
by
because
who?
He doesn't kill. What, by the Batman fans?
No, not really.
He does the right thing. He's not killing.
He does the best he could in a bad circumstance. That's true.
He's a just person, but he's really not, because every time somebody gets back on the streets and kills somebody, whether they break out or whether they're let go by the court system, whatever it might be, regardless, their lives, if you could have stopped them from ever doing anything beyond that, and you don't, everything beyond that is in terms of loss is on you.
That may be true, but the worst case scenario is killing every single person you come across.
But you don't have
Batman is set up that way.
I get that he's set up that way, but my point is that's a flawed philosophy. Because
but you're not arguing. You're arguing that your version of Batman versus the.
No. I'm arguing the philosophy of justice,
which has nothing to do with Batman.
His whole MO is he wants to.
His MO is he wants to. He was struck. He was damaged by watching his parents get murdered in front of him, and wants to stop that. That's his whole MO.
Yeah, well, his MO is to fight crime, protect Gotham, and do it the just way, giving it over to the police, letting the police and the system deal with it the just way. That's his MO. But if he was to kill somebody like the Joker before the Joker kills 50,000 people, he's doing a just thing. Because
not in the way the character is set up. In your view, yes. Not in the way the character is set up by DC Comics.
I'm not saying how the character is set up. The character can be set up however. My point is in the philosophies, the internal philosophies of the people who made it that way don't understand that should actually be more damaging to him.
In your opinion.
No, in like basic psychology and trauma.
In your opinion.
Okay, so you're telling me you stop a guy from killing 10 people. He breaks out of jail and kills 1,000 people.
I'm telling you that Batman is a character who expresses a particular viewpoint. He's not the ideal example of what you're saying. There are other characters who are like that. A character is an exploration, so he's an exploration of the concept that are his creation and exposition. So what you want is a different character.
No. I'm not saying his character needs to change per se. I'm saying from a moral and philosophical perspective, he's guilty of all the deaths that happened because he did not stop somebody.
But that's irrelevant to the character.
I'm not saying that's not what he needs to do. I'm saying that's why I find him a flawed character in terms of everyone.
Okay. Then I could agree with that. Okay. That's premise I could agree with. Okay.
Because I have not seen one thing, and maybe I haven't read it, and maybe it's out there, but I've never seen one thing where Batman's like, those people died because of me, because I didn't stop him.
That's happened before. He's wrestled with that under various writers.
He's
But always
after every single instance where large amounts of people die because of him. Like if
it depends on the writer, because remember, Batman he's
it shouldn't depend on the writer. It should depend on the character.
No, it depends on the writer because the writer's right.
I know, but okay. From an author perspective, like when I write my characters for my novels, I do it from the perspective of the character. What decision would the character make? I don't write it because I want it to look.
But that's the way you write.
I know, but I'm saying the character. That's how character development and character growth is. Because if you have two different people write Batman, one writes this way and one writes this way, but they're contradicting to each other, it obviously isn't the same world.
Welcome to comic books.
I know. That's why I find certain ones valid and other ones invalid, because they don't follow and share the same things. That's why we don't.
I didn't like the word valid.
Like I said, I use it to annoy people. But in terms of like Jake Skywalker from The Last Jedi, we don't consider that as original. You don't know who Jake Skywalker is? What kind of loser doesn't know who Jake Skywalker is? But for those of us who enjoy the Star Wars trilogy, we can spot in the prequels the inconsistencies with the original trilogy, because how did all this end up with this? And we could spot it, but then like because it was done afterwards, we kind of let it go. But then you have the sequels that have no excuse, and then they completely derail characters and treat them like the most hopeful character in the entire galaxy is also the most miserable person who sees evil in people when they're sleeping at night. Weird stuff like that doesn't fit the character. You don't consider that canon just because somebody wrote it. You consider it canon if it makes sense with the character.
I mean, if you're participating in like a versus forum setting, you have to follow owner's canon. Otherwise, you can't have a debate. You know, so.
But if the original author, like if George Lucas says this is Luke, and then somebody else comes along and says no, this is Luke, who do you pick?
Well, it depends. Whoever when you have a formal debate, you have to set the rules for it. Otherwise, there's no point to it, right? So,
and definitions
in most debates, for example, in the comic realm, in what we call the versus forums on the internet, right? Usually they'll say something like, unless the OP specifies, whoever owns the property sets the canon. Okay, this way the various hundreds and thousands of debating forums out there. I spent a long time in these forums with all sorts of weird debates, and unless the OP sets his specific rules. Like he could say, for example, Jake, he could say, with Lucas Star Wars, which means we discount the Disney crap, right? Then you could exclude Jake Skywalker. But if he just says Luke Skywalker from Star Wars without specifying in a debate, then you have to go with Jake, unfortunately, because Disney owns the character now. You know, so you have to specify before you get into it. Like when you're doing geometry, what's given? What are the given conditions? You know, you can't just like. Otherwise, you'll never have a debate over what's actually your debate is about. Like, can Disney Luke Skywalker defeat Naruto? You know what I mean. You would never. What I'm getting is you can never get to that debate if you're fighting over the nature of the character. You have to start from a given. You know.
And
so
if the topic was Disney Star Wars, well, then the character is going to be bound in that specific. But if you're talking Luke Skywalker as a character whole, in other words, everything Star Wars ever, you can look at what.
Well, then
even the EU, there are some things that aren't considered like that's not what Luke would do per se. But then some people have reasons is like, well, maybe he could do this because this X, Y, or Z. But my point is, when you write characters, like for example, the Wheel of Time. Because it always ends up with the Wheel of Time. In the Wheel of Time, you have Sanderson writing characters that seem different than what Jordan had characters, even though sometimes it's slight differences and people notice them. They do or do not like them. Like some people like how Matt is written from Sanderson's perspective. Other people absolutely hate it. And it's just like, how do you know there's a difference? Because their behaviors change. Now, sometimes it's a character development. In other words, like Matt has the holes in his head and then they get filled with the battles. He becomes a battle lord. He evolves but naturally in a way that doesn't change his personality. But Matt's never going to be like, oh, these murder and rapists of children and women and stuff like that, just let them go, or just lock him in the cage. No, he'd be like, because that's something he would not tolerate. It's the same thing across the board for characters all over the universes of different universes and whatnot. But in everything, like philosophically speaking, if you allow someone to be able to recover from a prison sentence or run away or whatever it might be, or maybe even get off scot-free, and they go back and do the same thing again, the person who put them there is culpable to all those things, because those things and those deaths, whatever it might be,
and that's real world moralism. Yes. Okay.
Well, yes, but we're trying to create these characters in worlds that are real.
No, we're not.
Yes,
we're creating these characters to explore ideas.
You're telling me the entirety of Gotham's existence is literally on a different level of philosophy, morality, and everything?
It doesn't occur in the real world.
But when the Joker bombs a building like a hospital and kills everyone inside, that's not immoral?
In the real world, yes. In terms of reading it, it's just a literary exploration.
But in the comic, they don't, in their own world, consider that immoral.
They're not real people, so they don't have a moral weight to it.
They're not even pixels. They're freaking polka dots of color. Yes, I get that point. But I'm saying the message they're trying to send, good versus evil, doesn't exist.
Not all things you create as art are messages.
Well, they are. Well, if you're trying to tell a story, you can't tell a story about droplets on a piece of paper.
You can tell a story that explores ideas.
But people have to be familiar with those ideas.
Which the story should convey to you, or if it can't, then it's not a well-written story.
But how would I know what the well-written story? Well, if you're saying that, the Batman's not a well-written story. But how do you convey a story? You tie it into things that people would be able to understand, or you world build on an extra level that lets people understand easily.
Or your story includes the explanation for what's going on.
Why is the kinslaying in Lord of the Rings considered bad?
Because murder is bad.
In your world, yes. But why is it in Lord of the Rings?
Tolkien tied the Lord of the Rings, his legendarium, into his Catholic faith. Explicitly.
Well, yes, but he doesn't have any, they don't have any mass or any, cathedrals or anything.
Because it predates the existence of Judaism, Catholic,
So how do you tie it into something that didn't exist at the time?
By having those morals exist within the story.
Okay, so he has morals that exist in the story.
Like, for instance, the Valar saying, don't go. Or the Valar saying, for the kinslaying, here's your punishment.
That's a moral that we would understand. But why would that be what was in the book?
Because Tolkien put it there.
Because he tied it, yes. But how does that match with the droplets on the paper? Because at the same time, Batman could be like, oh, well, we wrote him to be the arbiter of justice, the Dark Knight that saves Gotham, blah, blah, blah.
That's some other story.
But if I don't see that in the story itself, then it didn't say it. Just because the author says it doesn't mean that's what the story says. Because nothing in the story mentions Catholicism,
and also,
God, or anything of that nature. We know Eru is God because we can put two and two together.
Well, Tolkien says explicitly he's Yahweh.
Not in the story.
But in the Legendarium.
That's my point, though. He says outside of his work, comments on it. But he doesn't say things like in the story, like, and then the elves woke up and they noticed God was there and his name was Eru Iluvatar, and
well, because the characters in Tolkien behave in a Catholic fashion as Tolkien perceived it.
But yes, but they also, like, if you had never heard of Catholicism, they would just behave as what you would expect with a deity. It didn't have to be Catholicism.
But to Tolkien, it was.
Well, I know it was to him, but I'm saying, how would some random schmuck that just picks up his work know that it was tied to Catholicism?
Because the characters behave under moral Catholic moral teachings.
But most people don't follow moral Catholic teachings.
Most people actually do.
No, they follow judicial or
murder is bad, robbery is bad.
Yes,
you should respect your parents.
If you ask people on the street, like, why do you think this is bad? They'd be like, because there's a law against it. or because it might.
But that still doesn't make it not a Catholic or Christian teaching or Jewish teaching.
My point is they're not doing it because Catholicism. They're doing it because
it doesn't matter why they do it.
Well, it does, because how are they going to correlate that it's Catholic in origin if they don't?
They don't have to
there because of it.
They don't have to do that.
Well, you're saying, well, it's Catholic. Well, they're not gonna. They might read it and be like, I
don't
know.
It's Catholic because Tolkien. That's where Tolkien got it from.
I know, but I'm saying, Sage, help me out here. So
well, you're trying to somehow say that if they can't understand, if they can't compare to their real world moralism or whatever, that something's wrong with the story.
So when we go into Star Wars, why do we have to not explain that people don't suffocate on planets? Because we know as viewers that you don't suffocate on these planets if they're inhabited and people aren't wearing helmets. That's how we know. But how do we know that? Because that's how it works in our reality. But if you create a whole new world,
makes sense.
If you create a whole new world like Dune, where they have to wear the little nose breathers things, that's not something.
Well, they don't have to. It's just without it, they don't get water. So.
Well, I know, but my point is that we don't know that unless they explain it to us, because it's not something we can relate to.
We know how deserts work.
But that's not a moral thing. We're talking about morals, not about like
the correlation between what we understand versus what we read.
You're going way afield. We're talking about the moral issues here, not about science stuff or.
To be fair, this whole discussion is like way off topic.
Yes, but we're making ground.
It's more interesting than his nostrils. So
it's more interesting than the Flarinator. But my point is that what we understand, whether it be morals, physics, science, whatever it might be, the author has to do it in a way to explain it to us. But in certain things, they don't have to explain it to us. When they introduce a horse, we know that the horse.
They don't have to do it to explain it to us. They write it, and if we like it, it's popular. If not, it fades to.
I'm not talking about like or dislike. I'm talking about the ability to understand what has been written. If you write mumbo jumbo argatombarombo, no one's going to know what that means because it's not something they're familiar with. Like, you have to explain.
That doesn't mean you can't get something out of it either, by the way.
If you can read Argatargatubadabadeen and then know what that means and get something out of it, power to you. The average person not going to figure out what that means.
Tool as a band makes on purpose the most obscure, ununderstandable songs on purpose. They're still very enjoyable.
I'm not saying it can't be enjoyable, but it's not going to be understandable.
Well, you gain an understanding from it.
You understand that you don't understand it, yes.
You have your own interpretations, and you can't understand what their interpretation is. But back to what we're talking about here, which is the Batman thing, okay? Batman, as created and owned by the creators, is an exploration of this sort of psychosis that Batman has, okay? Now, I agree with you in a real moral point of view, he's responsible for all those deaths. We're in agreement on that, okay? And I get that's why you don't like Batman as a character. I'm cool with that.
From the perspective of philosophy, which I would imagine philosophy exists in the world itself, how does nobody in that, especially himself, not realize this?
Some people have said that and accused him of that. Why don't you kill the Joker? And his response on certain occasions has been, well, why don't I kill everyone?
Well, he could, at the very least, he could find evidence that makes...
And by the way, Batman did design a program to take down everyone. Called Brother Eye. He wrote a computer that designed to take down everyone he could see would take down. Superheroes, supervillains, world leaders. The only one he couldn't figure out how to take down was Superman.
He had a plan for that too.
No, he didn't. He said explicitly, I had no plan. That's why Brother Eye couldn't beat Superman.
I remember them saying something in the DC universe that he had a plan for everyone, including Superman.
When the Brother Eye thing happened, Brother Eye had all of Batman's plans.
When the Brother Eye thing happened, but I know that at some point in his history, they had him with like kryptonite loaded up.
But then Superman became immune to it, basically.
Again, I don't know. I've seen multiple colors of kryptonite, different sources.
There have been different, I guess you would say, reality resets and whatever. But post-crisis.
Crazy in trying to figure out what is what and where.
Yeah, I don't want to dive into that. The point I'm getting at is Batman psychosis was taken to its extreme logic, where it revealed he had all these plans to take down everyone and made this satellite called Brother Eye that, under certain circumstances, would do that. And
so, could Batman not find evidence that the Joker killed or murdered anybody for that matter, just needs one person. But like, if he murdered 100 people in some criminal crazy act, if he murders all those people, could the Batman not show up, gather the evidence, take it to a DA, and say he gets the death penalty, and prevent it through the justice system, and he doesn't even kill?
No one gets a death penalty in the DC in Gotham. No one does.
Again, why? You can only.
It's a storytelling metric. It's for little kid. Obviously, there's a little kid thing where you don't want to be having too many. But then again, like I said, I don't necessarily. I think there's more realistic stories about Batman. Like Gotham by Gaslight, where just like with my favorite Batman story, he's offing villains and stuff like that. Yes,
but when the Joker uses laughing gas that kills people, that's still in there. It's
the point is, like, this particular story is for Batman's purpose, just for Batman, is an explanation of how this guy who is a borderline serial killer suppresses that urge to kill. That's one of his facets. Batman has said on multiple occasions, if I cross that line once, I will not stop crossing it. That's how he's written.
He only says that because they wrote him that way. That's not because that's how that works, but because that's how
that's how it works, because they wrote him that way.
I know, but I'm saying if it was based off of like a real, like if we had a Gotham City appear in reality, that's not how Batman would come to his conclusions. He's too smart for that.
But it has nothing to do with the character of Batman, though.
He built a philosophy off of not hurting people, so philosophy does exist and he is aware of it, but he goes and finds, as a smart individual, he is unable to find out that, yes, I would be responsible for people that die.
He's a function of his writers. His writers set him up a certain way.
That's what I literally just said. I said the only reason he has that philosophy is because they wrote him that way, not because that's what a smart Bruce Wayne would do. That's my point.
But that's a different character.
What are you smiling at, Sage?
Well, no, the entire purpose of Batman's story is that one question. Do I kill everyone or do I not?
But you don't have to kill everyone. You only have to kill the people who are going to murder a lot of people if it's necessary.
But Batman, as owned and constructed by DC Comics / Warner,
I am aware. I'm saying that it's either poorly written, which is an option, or they somehow don't have philosophy and morals while showing philosophy and morals, which doesn't make any sense.
They've written versions of Batman who kill people, like in The Authority, the Midnighter, kills people left and right.
And again, I don't think he should kill people left and right. I'm saying everyone says Batman's really smart. Is Batman really smart?
He's high intellect, yes.
Define smart.
That's what smart would be. Smart is high intellect.
Just because you can do a lot of scientific stuff, though, doesn't make you a moral or psychological genius.
I'm not saying he would, but he already shows that he has a moral compass or a philosophy that involves not harming people because he doesn't want to become a monster. Well, how did he become a monster if
many serial killers have IQs well over 140, yet they can't think their way out of being serial killers?
Yes, but he somehow does in a world where technically serial killers don't exist because killing's not wrong, but they don't have a death penalty because killing's wrong.
But that's just the way the world's set up.
Yeah, incoherent mess. That's my point. It's an incoherent mess of a world. It's poor world building because...
Well, in your opinion, you don't enjoy it.
1 equals 72 to these people. That's not my opinion that it's messed up. That's a fact. It doesn't make sense. If it's consistent...
Yeah, more people read Batman comics than read Wheel of Time.
Okay, first off, truth is not a democracy. It doesn't just mean 100 million people read Batman. Therefore, that's the correct. That's not how that works. That's not how that works.
What is your? Why do you harping on this whole scenario? Like you're trying to
the writers, because the writers are saying we're consistent with philosophy, with morals, with all these things. But
are they saying that though?
They're not saying that.
Well, they're saying that the reason he doesn't kill is because X.
That's it.
Based off of a moral, but then they're saying, well, this other one couldn't exist because it doesn't exist in this world.
They're not saying that. There are other characters who are just like you say in comic books.
Well, there are other characters, yes, but I'm saying it doesn't matter what character it is. Even if somebody didn't want to kill somebody, that's one thing, but they would still be like, yes, the blood of all these people are on my hands. because I have made it an active decision to not kill people. That's fine. If he says
Well,
that,
okay. So why isn't the Joker written to kill himself since killing is wrong?
why is he not written?
Yeah. So the Joker kills people all the time, but you're saying they should write him as if killing is wrong. So why doesn't he just kill himself to stop it?
Why would the Joker kill himself to stop it?
Because you're saying they should write these characters with real world morals.
But there are real world people who don't have morals that wouldn't kill themselves. They'd enjoy killing other people, or they are literally insane. That just because
there are also real world people who are afraid that if they do one murder, they will go do more.
I'm not saying that there aren't those people. What I'm saying is that the pressure and trauma of all the other deaths, well beyond anything, like him not stopping the Joker or anybody else who commits massive slews of deaths and murders and whatever. I won't say genocide because that doesn't really fit the term. But for all the people, let's say how many people in Batman's tenure, from him taking on the mantle of Batman till the end of him, how many people died from villains that he did not stop?
I don't know.
Probably a dramatically large number.
And that's part of the moral debate of intellectual debate of reading Batman.
But this entire thing, he's never like, I am responsible for these things.
Because he's not. Well, he has said that on occasion, not that he's responsible, but that if he killed people, they wouldn't be dead, right? So he has said that.
Yes. Well, he's recognized.
Well, he has been written to say that on occasion, I should say. He can't say anything because he doesn't exist.
But that's how characters work. Characters say things, writers don't. Writers create characters and follow the characters. If they don't follow the characters, they're not writing consistent or coherently.
In your opinion?
No, that's how writing works.
In your opinion?
No, but it's not my opinion that a sentence structure is noun, verb, and then something else. That's not how it works.
That's not noun, verb, something else.
It's an entirely different thing, though.
Yeah.
No. I'm saying a structure is a structure for a reason.
What if the structure is to be chaotic?
It wouldn't be structure by definition because chaos is
what is it called?
Right.
Fractal?
So what's your point?
So my point is that if, for example, they wrote Batman, they said he doesn't want to kill people. That's fine.
Yeah.
If he says these people died because of me, that's fine.
Okay.
But if you are a person who is worried about who you will become because you kill people, and you don't kill people because of that reason, because you're worried of the loss of life and how it would affect you because your hands are the cause of it, when thousands, tens of thousands, potentially even millions of people die
the loss of life itself, or the fact that you are doing it actively?
Well, if that's the case, you don't need to save Gotham at all, because the loss of life is going to happen.
Yeah, but see,
well, in Gotham it is definitely going to happen. There's a magical cause.
There is such a thing as priorities, right? He could want to protect as much life as possible, but also thinks it's more important to maintain his own, well, let's call it innocence, I guess.
Well, but who's he going to protect if they're going to end up dead anyway?
Those that live, because he puts some people behind bars,
anyway?
stopping them from killing more people than they would have if they were free the entire time.
Wouldn't it be a heavier burden for a quote-unquote hero?
I don't know, would it?
One person to save 10,000.
Well, here's an example with Superman.
Stop 100 people from dying so that 5,000 can die later.
Right, but see, that is the moral dilemma. Do I kill someone actively myself?
Do I become
the
alleged villain, the judicial villain, the law villain, to protect people from bad people? It's the self-defense argument is what I'm saying. You might not like the act of shooting somebody to protect yourself or another human being who can't do it themselves.
Sure.
But is that better? I mean, in some ways you could argue it's moral to do that. To stop somebody from harming somebody else is moral. But if he's like, oh, I'm worried I'd become immoral, it's like, well, you wouldn't be immoral because it's self-defense. You're protecting somebody.
But is it self-defense if you're not protecting yourself?
Yes, you can protect somebody if it's not yours, if they cannot protect themselves. Like, for example, if a school shooter bursts through the doors of a school and you're the first person to spot them and they're like aiming at children, you putting them down is self-defense. You're protecting those who cannot protect themselves. They might not be aware of the situation. There could be a plethora of reasons. It's self-defense because you're defending from an aggressor. The aggressor's always in the wrong when it's criminal-based behavior.
The general premise of self-defense is you're defending the whole society of self, meaning not just one person.
Yes. So if I'm defending
under U.S. jurisprudence and what the variants of philosophy we follow. Okay, obviously in communist China it's totally different or whatever. You know what I mean? So
communist Europe.
Yeah. Well, I didn't want to go there, but because I don't want to make Sage feel too bad.
But
come to freedom, Sage. Come to freedom.
Yes, come to freedom, Sage. We'll protect you here.
Maybe.
We'll defend you.
First, I'll have to see how you handle your
probably better than
Doom.
No matter
Let's get back to Nostril guy here so we can finish this off.
Yeah.
Nostradamus. All right.
Do you think the Eldar, mostly the Null?
You were right, Sage. His face is very animated.
Yeah.
He may be an AI puppet.
No, AI puppets don't move that much.
He'd be a literal puppet.
He's an actual Muppet.
Eldar of the first age could have been able to accept a wisdom which doesn't come from a man.
Pauline, fantastic.
Say from a man or a mom?
He means a man.
The man?
No, the area.
Becky Lynch. He means Becky Lynch. What was that?
I don't know. I don't know what she means.
That's a pro wrestling joke, by the way.
And that sort of
I'm not a pro wrestler
traces
fan, so I wouldn't
the
know.
journey I took back through the text, being a lover of Finrod, having to set that aside and see.
I'm not
So this person has a Finrod cardboard thingy somewhere.
Yeah.
Finrod what?
He thinks he has a
Finrod,
Finrod cutout
piece.
somewhere behind her we can't see.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I mentioned earlier.
How much of the text actually is quite.
Well, actually, no, she wouldn't. It'd be an Andreth, technically. Because she doesn't like Finrod because he's sexist, patriarchal. And...
She just described herself as a Finrod lover.
Yes,
Yeah.
but she really meant when she says Finrod, it's translated Andreth.
Okay.
That's the reason this whole it's not like this whole argumentation is based around
Maybe
bad Andreth good because
maybe Finrod's her pet name for a certain device she uses.
Could be.
I'm Finrod in this.
Paternalistic. And the beauty of it is that Andreth will not back down.
Why is that beauty?
Because strong, powerful woman who doesn't need no.
Okay. Yeah, no, I knew that was the answer.
But yeah, that's the story.
She won't back down from her description of Morgoth as Lord of the World.
Doesn't matter if she says Lord of the World. There's ways to show that it is. You show the ways to. She's like this is like a one-sided talking to rather than a discussion of potential facts.
Well, she doesn't know the facts. She read stuff, but they don't translate in her head.
I'm referring to Andreth. If Andreth is like Morgoth is the Lord of the world, and why would Finn? Which Finn are we talking about? I just forgot.
Finrods?
Finrod. Okay, I was like, there's Fingolfin, Finarfin, Finn. So which Finn are we talking about?
Yeah, there's a lot of Finns. That's true.
But I have.
She has a Finrod feel her up. You know.
Oh, it's up in the corner. I can see that in the corner. I'll just use that as reference when I forget who is it. But like, if she's like, "Oh, this," and he's like, "Well, no," be like, "But what about this?" And he's like, "Oh, okay." It's a discussion / debate, but it's not like she holds her own. It's like she participates in the discussion. That's not holding your own. That's just participating in the discussion. You put forth your argument, they put forth their argument, and then you bicker about the details until you guys be like, "Okay, this makes sense. This still doesn't, but this does, but this doesn't," and then you just figure it out from there, or you just completely disagree and you stay that way. That's fair as well. But it's like,
but just straight up, not back down.
She pushed back and didn't back down. It's like
does not paint a positive image.
Sense? Like, what? That doesn't make sense. Whatever.
Or her description of the Valar is basically, who are they to us? They never called us. They never asked us to come.
You never cool.
But wait a minute, isn't Ulmo
Ulmo has been helping them, yes.
helping them? Yeah.
He's the one who guided them to Gondolin. There's secondary indications he's the one who gave the prophecy to Boromir and Faramir, but that's obviously thousands of years later in context. You know?
The elves
Also, I think that's specifically he's responsible for having Finrod go to Nargothrond.
Yeah,
where they're having this discussion.
Yeah, there's some like if you read through all the lore, there's some debate that Ulmo felt that the Valar could have been a little more hands-on, not so much that they can't do anything to the children of Uvatar, but they could have went there and kicked Melkor's, got him out of there to begin with, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Well, like even Tuor, I'm pretty sure was brought by Ulmo, or at least spoken to by Ulmo in like a dream.
Yeah, probably. I think he got sent towards Gondolin as well.
Yeah, several of the humans had Ulmo interaction.
Yeah, and it's just like if Ulmo's interacting with them, then there is a part that the Valar are playing. Albeit Ulmo was not supposed to do this, but he did it anyway.
And he was the only one, so the others are all still there.
Yeah, but here's the other thing. Manwë can see it because, Lord of the Air can see everything that's going on. But then, on top of that, Eru can see everything that's going on. So if Eru is like, don't interact with them. Hi, Ulmo, I see you doing that. He doesn't ever correct him like he did with Aule. When Aule is creating the dwarves, he doesn't...
Well, to be fair, Aule was creating dwarves. That's a bit different than just talking to people, right?
But he wasn't going to be able to sustain them long term.
Yeah.
He interceded to teach Aule the truth, so to speak. He didn't say, he's going
to punish him originally, but then he's like,
no,
Aule's like, well, no, he showed up.
Aule thought Eru.
Aule thought he was going to punish him, yeah.
But Eru never was going to do that.
Because he knew from the beginning that Aule did it not to.
He knew, but I'm saying from the perspective is he shows up to punish. I say air quotes, to punish, and he's like, "You're gonna have to destroy them." And he basically pulls an Abraham and Isaac thing, where he's like, "You need to destroy them," and then he goes to destroy them, and he's like,
"Well, no, I don't think he actually says that. Aule just assumes that on his own."
Yeah, Aule is
destroy him.
Aule.
Eru shows up and says, "Oh, what have you got here, Aule?" And then Aule's like, "Oh no, he saw my stuff. Let's quickly destroy it. I'm ashamed for what I've done." And then he starts trying to destroy them. And
but then Eru's like,
Eru
"Hold on,
says,
there,
buddy.
No, hold on.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
I just gave them life."
Because you did not create them out of a desire to rule over them, but simply out of a pure desire to create.
All right. So
but they can't be better than the firstborn, so they must sleep now.
Yeah.
This is, however, he did not have a clear idea what the children of Iluvatar would be like, and because of the presence of chaos caused by Melkor, Aule made the dwarves strong and unyielding, and not willing to endure the domination of others. Then Lord of the Rings, but whatever. As well as embodying some of his values and desires from Middle Earth. However, Aule did not have the power to give independent life to his creations that could only interact, or they could only act when he thought of them. He began to instruct dwarves in the language he had made for them, Kuzdul. Then Iluvatar spoke to Aule, asking why he would seek to exceed his power and authority by attempting to make a new life. It's a reprimand. Aule repents, answering that the drive to create was kindled in him by Iluvatar, and that he only wished for other beings to love and teach, with whom to share the beauty of the world. He admitted his impatience had driven him to folly, and submitted his creations to Iluvatar's will, assuming that they would be destroyed, or that they should be destroyed. He may destroy them. Okay, so yeah, he assumed he had to get destroyed, or I should say, he was reprimanded, repents, and in his haste goes to do that because he has to basically fix his mess.
Mm-hmm.
And then as he raised the hammer, the dwarves shrank from the coming blow, but Iluvatar stayed his hand and showed that he had accepted Aule's creations and given the dwarves spirits of their own, else they could not have been afraid. So apparently Iluvatar basically was like, "What you got there, buddy?" He's like, "A smoothie," and he like popped some spirits into them, and then the rest is history.
Yeah.
So, but he's like, "I accept them as my adopted children, but the elves will be the firstborn, and the dwarves would sleep until the awakening of the elves." And then Aule he told Ally that while both races were his children, dwarf's creation was outside of the scope of the music of the Ainur. Keep in mind, Eru would still know this would happen anyway, so it makes you wonder why he didn't add that into the scope of the music, but whatever.
Well, if you read back the music, Melkor added discordance, and Eru wanted that. He wanted there to be like randomness and stuff in there.
Which I get, but they could be randomness with his knowledge and be part of the song. He'd just be like, they're not going to behave the same way the elves would or the humans.
Yeah, but see, the song and the stuff that's part of it was supposed to be made by the Valar partly. Eru only doing his own bit, which is the children of Eru.
They have to harmonize, though. They have to be a part of the plan that Eru had.
Well, no, they're always going to be part of the plan.
Well, obviously not, because Melkor was out of harmony.
No, that was part of the plan. So
Yeah, that was part of the plan.
in his going, in his sowing of discord, he was still doing that which Eru had intended.
He still played a role, but if his intention is the song, and everything that's not in the song is outside of the song and is not intended to be there, because again, it's outside of the song.
But it's not.
It's outside of the song of creation, but not outside of the intended goal. Because the dwarves can only exist if Aule makes them on his own.
So it's the scope of the music of the Ainur. That's the scope. That's the intention. This was outside of the scope, which is outside of the intention. But at the same time, he knew that the outside of the scope of the intention would happen. But at the same time, he doesn't mind it happening. But at the same time, he doesn't.
It's not outside of the intention, I would say, but rather outside of the initial creation.
But Eru has overall omniscience. He would know. But Aule didn't just one day be like, I'd like to create some characters out here. Like, he would be like, this would be cool to have at all times. Like, why wouldn't he? It's like,
well, being omniscient, Eru would have foresawn that Aule, given those circumstances, would create the dwarves.
Yeah.
Yes, but why would he not just have that be part of the song?
Because he wanted
if
in
it
his
was
wisdom
part of the song, then Aule would have made another one.
Another one what?
Another children, another perspective, another the Dons, whatever you want to call the other. If they had made the dwarves in the song, Aule would have come up with the Dons because it was just in nature to eventually want to create.
It was in his nature to create the Sicilians.
Yeah.
So the dwarves are supposed to be part of the world, but they are to enter the world through a different method. That's all.
Which could be part of the song, but Eru already knows he's going to want to create somebody whom he can teach and share the world, which is what his explanation to Eru is.
Mm-hmm.
So that's already something that's a foregone conclusion. He's going to.
Yeah, but that's already the case from the very existence of Aule in the beginning.
And remember also that the song was created by the Valar create the song, but then the Valar have to go inside Ea to implement it. Which once they go inside Ea, they become even more flawed since they're not obviously they're angels, so they're more perfect than say non-angels, but they're less perfect than God, right? So once they go into Ea, the universe, and are even more limited, they have to create this. They have to implement the plan, and doesn't mean they implemented it perfectly. So there's the plan accounts for the song might have been perfect or close to it, but what they did would have been less so.
The song wasn't perfect. The song was harmonized.
But was it though?
Well, yes, because so Eru corrects the discord of Melkor. This is when Melkor kind of goes bad. So Melkor is shamed and has his dark desires and stuff grow because of the correction of the discord, but he falls back in line for the music of the Ainur, but then he gets entered into the world of Arda, or Ea.
He goes himself.
He goes with himself into that, and then from there, that's where he grows his ambition to dominate over others.
Well, he knows. So Ea is the universe and Arda is the earth. He knows that Arda is the place where the plan the more important part of the plan will be implemented. So he said, I'm going to pour my nature into this planet, Earth, whatever, to make it more like to be my creation, more like what I want than anything else. Yeah. So that's kind of what that happens there. Now the Valar, they don't go to Arda first. They travel throughout the universe. Like Varda creates all the stars in the heavens and all that. So the whole universe has to happen. They try to put the plan into place everywhere. Just because they did that, however, since they're not perfect like Eru is, they probably didn't implement the plan perfectly. And Eru was fine with that because he doesn't need the plan to do it perfectly. He just needs it to be implemented.
The Valar are not perfect. Only Eru is. But they can still harmonize. That's at least for the song aspect, they harmonized. After that, that's a different story. Like, and the actual implementation of like bringing up mountains, growing trees, placing rocks and pebbles throughout the entirety of Arda, that's all not necessarily the parts of the, like, it's the creation is create something and here's a general idea of how to do it. It doesn't mean that every little detail is part of that song per se. In that's when things change. But as part of that, you can be like, okay, I know Ale wants to create a race of people who can be set apart from the firstborn, and also that I can that he can teach. And
well, no, he's gonna want to do that once he gets inside.
But nothing says that he doesn't have that from the beginning, because even Melkor shows that he has his desires.
Well, we're told that.
Yes, we're only told from one perspective.
You can't assume that Ale wanted to create the dwarves from the beginning outside, because it doesn't say that.
It implies that as soon as he finds out about the elves, the firstborn, and he was not aware of them in terms of like how they were going to be, but he wanted somebody to be able to teach and do stuff like that. So
which only happened once he got inside.
Yes, but it doesn't mean he doesn't have the desire, because they're singing about the desire of creation. They're singing the creation.
Well, they're singing the plan that Eru was dictating to them.
It's not like their brains were wiped clean of like everything outside when they were singing, and then they come into the actual existence.
Well, they can't comprehend it all, because the plan, like Eru, was perfect. They're not perfect. They can't comprehend it all.
But the plan was to create. It wasn't detailed on a technical level to the level you're thinking it is.
That's not what it says. It says it's the song of everything, basically.
Well, it's a song of creation, but if I create an image with, or like clay pot or a cup, a mug, or even a blob of Play-Doh, it doesn't mean that blob's going to be perfect. It just means that's created. I have an image in my head. I want it to create.
Well,
this thing.
you and I aren't perfect. We can't create something that's perfect.
Yes, okay? But the perfect being didn't create it per se. He used his creations, the Ainur, to create it.
Well, he
perfect. So
his plan was perfect. The song is perfect.
The song is perfect, yes. The creation, the ability to create was perfect. What was created, because if it was perfect, he would just create it as in, it can never be corrupted by Melkor. It could never be this, that, or the other. It could never be this, that, or the other, again and again and again. But what happens is he creates, because he's the only one who can create. The others can only create on his strength. So if he doesn't want them to create it, that's why Melkor can't create a race of beings. The same way that Ale couldn't create a race of beings. Ale could not create the dwarves. He could create images that represent.
Well, they're automatons.
Yes, they were automatons, but they weren't a race.
Only Eru has the flame imperishable. That's the only thing that grant the breath of life, the Fea.
They didn't have. Yeah, Eru's the only one capable of actual legitimate creation, but they're not. They sub-create under his command. He gives them.
Maybe a good way to phrase it is that they shaped the creation.
Yes, that's a good way to do it. They molded it, but they could not create on their own. The same way like Ale, because Morgoth wanted to create beings that he could dominate and control.
But he could not, so he had to shape the existing ones to his will.
Which is corruption.
So, okay, let me...
From Ale, they don't have the capacity nor the power to create things that as soon as his mind does not think of them, they stop moving.
Here's the Silmarillion.
It's
okay.
Well, I mean, so I can call it up. I'll read it too. So, and it came to pass. I'm not going to read obviously every single paragraph, but okay. So There was Eru the one who in Arda is called Yuvatar, and he made first the Ainur, the holy ones, that were the offspring of his thought, and they were with him before all else was made. And he spoke to them, propounding to them themes of music, and they sang before him, and he was glad. But for a long while they sang, each only alone, but a few together, while the rest hearkened. For each comprehended only that part of me mind. I guess that's a weird way of saying it. Of Yuvatar, from which he came, and the understanding of their brethren, they grew but slowly. Yet ever as they listened, they came to a deeper understanding, increased in unison and harmony. And it came to pass that Yuvatar called together all the Ainur and declared them a mighty theme, unfolding to them things greater and more wonderful than he had yet revealed. And the glory of its beginning and its splendor in the end amazed the Ainur, so that they bowed before Yuvatar and were silent. Then Yuvatar said to them, of the theme that I have declared to you, I will now that ye make in harmony together a great music, and since I have kindled you with the flame imperishable, ye shall show forth your powers in adorning this theme, each with his own thoughts and devices, if ye will. But I will sit and hearken and be glad that through you great beauty has been wakened into song. So right there it says, if they will put something into it. So that would mean that Ale did not put the dwarves into it at the beginning.
I'm not saying that he did. I'm saying that he could have
because he didn't know that we're going to be the children.
He didn't know what the children were, and he got impatient. That's his thing. He got impatient, which is partially a fault. It's a partial fault because it's not necessarily a fault, but it's not necessarily a good thing either.
But Eru always knew that was going to happen.
Yeah, I'm not gonna read the whole thing, but it goes on and on about Melkor's interference and the interweaving melodies and all that. Yeah,
but I'm thinking like Ale could have been like, gathering what he, depending on what the song is. We don't obviously have the lyrics of the song if there were lyrics, or if it was the sound, and if it's just sound.
It's magic.
How did they get?
Who knows what's going on there?
How did they get the idea of what things were going to be shaped inside the formless and void and stuff like that? But if you notice, Eru kindles them with the flame imperishable, meaning they are created by him to do something. He presents a theme, and as far as I'm aware,
each was created imperfect. It says that only a part of him. In other words, he didn't create. Each one of them had a small part of his essence.
He kindled them. He's the reason they are Ainur and have spirits.
But he made them imperfect on purpose.
Sure, because they wouldn't be unique individuals if it was just all him.
Well, he wanted that perspective. And because they're imperfect, Ale might not have thought about the dwarves at that time, or which Eru would have known.
Well, he could have been in the song, been like, "Oh, I can't wait for the firstborn, so I can teach them all the crafting and everything." But then when he got there, was like, "I'm just going to do it myself." But the idea of teaching this type of stuff was probably always going to be there because he was a craftsman through and through. It doesn't state that he was a craftsman after he landed as a meteorite. Just go into it.
No, that's fine. But what point is, you can't assume that Ale wanted to create the dwarves from this particular point in the text, which is the very beginning of it. He might have got to. He was impatient. He was impatient for the firstborn to be awoken. I remember that much.
Yeah. I'm not saying he necessarily had it at that time. I'm saying he could have had it at that time to want to have a being that he could teach.
Well, he did want to have the firstborn, but they didn't wake up fast enough. So
which, again, it was something where his goal impatient and made something else. And since Eru knew that he would get impatient and go something else, he could have just added it in since he knew it was going to happen anyway. But
he said Ale is going to do what he just did, and I'll just show up and make sure Ale is being, his mind is in the right place.
He's being sincere about his creativity and not like Melkor.
And because you had already kindled within them the Fea, and because Eru anticipated that he was going to do that. Well, he knew he was going to do it. Then he knew he was going to do it.
Yes, but my point is that he shows up saying, "What are you doing?" knowing full well what he's doing, which shows.
Because he wants to see how Ale responds.
Well, it's a different aspect of Ale, of Eru. Like Eru, who knows everything, is asking a question, which shows a lot because it's the same argument for like God in Christianity and Catholicism, where God's omniscient, but he still asks, like Adam and Eve, "Where are you? Why are you hiding?" He knows full well, but he's asking the questions because the purpose is to have the receiver have an idea, like to think about it. Like,
Yeah.
why am I hiding? I've never hid from God before. Why am I hiding these dwarves that I just created? I've never hidden anything from Eru ever before. Why does he presume instantaneous guilt and try to just smash them into oblivion? Because it was not part of the original intent that Eru had, but it could have, and it would have prevented him from having that basically stroke of anxiety and panic. That's my point, is that it could have been, but Eru didn't. Why didn't he, when he knew that there was nothing foul coming from it to begin with?
Because he wanted it this way.
But why did he want it that way?
It's not for us to wonder why.
It's not for us to not wonder, it's for us to not know. There's a difference.
Well, I would say not wonder why, because I don't think it's relevant to the story.
Well, the whole shenanigans points out the fact that the Valar cannot create spiritual beings.
But we knew that from the very first line. They could make things, they can't make sapient beings.
You mean sentient beings, but yes. But like they can make they can make Ents, which I don't know how that even works. I imagine they'd have spirits too.
Yeah. No, I think that happens after Aule gets the dwarves spirited, or whatever you want to call them.
Well, like,
and then Yavanna goes to Manwë, and Manwë, I think, yeah, Manwë maybe talks to Eru somehow. I don't know.
Resistance. that was a pretty good story. But my point was like, if you have somebody in like an instance, because if the entirety of the creation of the dwarves has no inherent issues or no problems, anything like that, why would it even be brought up? Why wouldn't he just say that, Aule was going to make the dwarves, Eru shows up and says, not right now, but later, and then that would be that. Like, that could have been easily the passage, and it would have been plenty of us giving us.
Well, because Tolkien, the storytellers, tell us the difference between Aule and Melkor.
Yes, so there's a reason to do it, but the way it went about is what's different. Like, that instance tells us that Aule's reason was not for domination, nor was it for corruption, nor was it for, any of those nefarious means. We get that from that, which is important, but it's not necessary per se. Because we already saw Melkor has that ability to has the desire to dominate, corrupt, and everything, but does not have the ability to create a being that can do that. Would it not make more sense for us to see an image of Melkor trying to create somebody to dominate, but failing? If that makes sense. Like, in that instance, we'll learn that not only is it not possible, but it's also wrong of him to try to do that. And it also would shame him a second time, which would trigger his...
But it says clearly at the beginning, Melkor wanted to create and sought the flame imperishable, which is only in Yuvatar. So we know from the beginning that Melkor wants to do that.
Well, we know he wants that. We don't necessarily what he wants to do on Arda. It doesn't state in detail like he wants to create beings and then dominate them. He just says he wants.
Well, the gist of this is that all that really matters is the soul, so to speak. The rest of it's just stuff.
Well, yes, but then you have questions like the souls of Old Man Willow, the souls of the Ents, the souls of all the other beings.
Well, the Ents are the only thing to have souls are elves, men, dwarves, and Ents.
And Ents are a very weird random throw in.
Either Yavanna or Varda, when they encountered the Ents, she pleaded to Eru and he gave them souls.
That would be Yavanna.
That was Yavanna. Varda's Manwë's wife. I don't know.
Yeah, I know. I don't remember which one it was, but
Varda is associated with the stars.
Yeah, she created all the stars.
Varda's
known as Elbereth.
Creature ever created, allegedly, in the Tolkien Legendarium. So there's that.
Could be.
Which is weird.
I've never seen her.
Huh?
I've never seen her, so I don't know. Could be.
You don't have eyeballs, so it's your fault. Have you never looked at the sky and been like, "Wow, that's beautiful"?
I have actually. That's why I do astronomy.
You have seen Varda. Congratulations, sir.
No, I don't necessarily agree with
that. But any case,
we'll move on.
Yeah, video. Let's go.
Right. And
what was the question again?
Like our conversations way more than I like this.
Well, we'll generate new conversations though when she's wrong again.
Yeah.
Yeah, for the next 3 hours.
Damn.
It
Trying to get
feels
this
as
over
if Finrod is eventually in the discussion, validating that to some degree. But to your
She
point,
said to her.
he also admits that most elves
I find it problematic.
Mm-hmm.
are incapable of seeing the wisdom of men as
But
Most elves are incapable of seeing the wisdom of men.
it's not the wisdom of men. It's wisdom that men have. Like it's
Yeah.
wisdom. The category is wisdom.
Well, no, see, that's because the idea for the general woke stuff is standpoint epistemology, right? Which
Like
means that
cultures being different from each other.
no, it's just that it depends on who you are and where you stand in relation to others, how you perceive the world, and that in turn means you have your own unique way of knowing, right? And that's therefore wisdom of man is not just wisdom, it's specifically wisdom that can only be gained by men because of their unique place in the world.
I can kind of agree with that because the scope of the elves' wisdom is probably going to be broader.
I mean, in this case, it's probably applicable only because of the immortality versus mortality difference between men and elves.
That's what I'm
Of
saying.
course, in the real world, it's not as much applicable because
In the real
we're
world,
all human.
Yes, yeah, that's my point. But I'm saying, like in the Legendarium specifically, wisdom is an umbrella.
Mm-hmm.
All creatures that are capable of wisdom fall under this umbrella. She's trying to line it up like the elves have their wisdom and the humans have their wisdom. Like it's your truth and their truth.
Yeah,
True.
it's
I get what
basically
you're
exactly
saying.
that way of looking at it.
I don't think you're wrong, but I think you're sort of shifted from what she's actually. She's trying to do what all the woke morons do. They're trying to replace our concepts that are normal and whatever with their left-wing Marxist woke concepts. Even though the words might be the same, like when she says wisdom, she doesn't mean the same thing we say when we say wisdom.
See, I'm not. Well, I mean, I am trying to be different from her, but at the same time, my goal is to show that this Oklahoma Christian college, whatever, professor isn't as smart as she thinks she is, because clearly the obvious basis of wisdom is wisdom and truth and things like that are broad spectrums. There is no your truth, your wisdom, your this. It is or it isn't. It doesn't matter.
Well, she is either a brainwashed cultist or she's an evil cult master.
Or she's both.
Or just stupid.
Well, no, the cult masters. I mean, then she's the brainwashed cult member if she's stupid.
But she has to brainwash herself to get it to work. But yeah. But my point is that when she says that, it sounds incoherent. Like she's like, "Oh well, the elves' wisdom." It's like, well, yes, the scope of the elves and their availability to wisdom is going to be different because they see the scope of life differently than that of the humans. Because mankind has a short window, but then they have to learn all this stuff in this short window, where the elves have this grand scope. So they're not looking at the details where humanity is looking.
And they're also taking their sweet ass time.
I mean, there's that too. But like in terms of like wisdom, like Fingolfin is the wisest of the Noldor. He's the
I think Finarfin might be wiser.
No, I'm pretty sure it was it Fingolfin? Let me see. I gotta pull him back up again. Yeah, Fingolfin, the first high elf. Fingolfin was said to be the strongest, wisest, and most valiant of Finwë's sons.
Finwë's sons. Okay.
So, what was I going to say? Also, remember the elves have a lot of other things they can't understand. Like elves don't need jackets in the winter or like air conditioning in the summer.
Well, yes, they have their own biological buildups, or the areas they live are just nice, naturally temperatured and all that jazz. That's all.
Well, no, they literally elves has to be extreme. Has to be like so something a human would have to wear, like protection from the cold in. Like let's say I'm making a roll like 45 degrees or whatever. An elf wouldn't.
Yeah, the Helcarax. That's my point.
Yeah. They don't experience diseases the way humans do.
It's the same reason that Legolas can walk on top of the snow and not have to wear tons of clothing because it doesn't bother him.
Yeah.
And that's part of the elven biology,
Yeah.
which I understand. My point is that having a view on life, like an old person versus a young person. A young person sees very specifics that surround them as they're learning, but the old person sees everything, not necessarily the specifics, so they don't hone in on the wisdom of a specific topic. So somebody who's younger could have wisdom. In this case, Andreth could have wisdom, and Finrod doesn't see. I have to look over just to remember the names because I'm starting to forget. Finrod doesn't necessarily have the wisdom technical specs. He has the overall wisdom, and he's trying to share that overall wisdom with
But
somebody.
he can't understand her life because he doesn't.
He can't understand his life.
He
'cause
specifically cannot understand mortality. Yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly the debate, the friendly discussion.
That is the exact nature of the debate. Yeah.
That's my point, is that she doesn't
The main
understand
topic.
immortality, and he doesn't understand mortality because they both don't have the opposite. So they're trying to discuss it with each other. So neither of them is right or wrong per se, unless they say something that's factually incorrect. But from their viewpoints, they don't know better because they're not knowledgeable on the topic. Again, her scope is mortality. I can sense this because I can see it. But his scope is immortality. She can't sense it, and vice versa. His is immortality, but he can't understand mortality because it's not a concept for the elves to understand. So in that sense, neither of them have to be right or wrong because they're trying to discuss the opposing understanding of wisdom of the topic, but they're not necessarily getting it. It's not a she stands her ground and against his onslaught of words.
Well, in her view, it is.
I get that. In her view, it is because she's looking at it through a lens not of wisdom or of knowledge, but of an ideology. She wants to see them fight so that the woman can stand up to the man and say, "I stuck it to the man." I mean, elf, and like it's up to the male, I guess.
Man elf.
But it's not even a male. What is a man?
Elf man? I don't know.
He was a dragon man. Maybe he was just a dragon. Sorry.
Because I know Tolkien uses elf maids and elf women, so probably elf man.
Elf is the race / species. Male and female is the gender.
Yeah, but it gets a bit awkward because the race of men is called.
Well, Tolkien used the word race in the old way it was used.
Yeah.
Which means ethnicity, basically, not in the way that
But it makes it awkward when you're trying to talk about a male elf.
Like in the old days, the English people were considered a separate race
because you can't
Irish
use
people.
men because then it's ambiguous whether you mean
I know you
a
would
male
say
elf or a man.
But if you say it's the context. If you said
context, sure.
You're not talking about the patriarchy. You're talking about humankind. The term humankind is not used, so they use the world of men or the race of men as an explanatory power for men. And that's how that works. But it's in the context of what is being said to tell the differentiation. So you can say men capitalized is always the species.
Sure.
All the time.
But a capitalization doesn't work in spoken language.
I mean, it does if you go, it's man. But yeah.
Yeah, okay, but that seems overly aggressive.
It is aggressive. Men are aggressive by nature. What are you talking about?
Well, this is just a case of them trying to use older terminology that means something different back in the day with their new woke crap. That's all.
Yep.
You can't use modern terms in an ancient world. It doesn't. It's the same thing as if you.
Well, they do it on purpose. That's how they insert what was the last thing? Gayness and Elrond or whatever it was.
Yeah, queer.
Yeah, queer. You know.
It's queer.
Yeah.
Queer and gay were both used technically.
Yeah, I don't remember. It's purged from my memory mostly.
It's during the Barrow Downs with the hobbits are on their way to basically Tom Bombadil, and they're at the Barrow Downs or whatever, and then Tom Bombadil saves them, and then they dance around. They frolic gaily naked. Because
that's naked as well.
Yeah, they were naked.
Well, it's Tom. You got to be naked for Tom.
But it's Tom. It's naked Tom.
He was the Harvey Weinstein of his day.
Oh no.
Then you get to see the real.
That does make sense with hobbits being small and like children.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Is that you get to see the real reason they're called halflings. I'll be here all week. Sorry.
Nice. Okay, what's the next question going to be? I wonder.
The stupid one, just like all the others.
Anything near to their wisdom, and that's where the tension or the eruption that I was talking about at the end is not really resolved.
There's not tension or
So the
eruption. It's a
text
discussion.
feels like it's working
Yeah,
toward
but
balancing of
discussions
the
are
two positions.
alien to these
Whether or
people.
not it achieves that,
This is
I
true,
think
they
is
don't- Wow.
the question.
Discussions that are cordial.
Thank you.
That is.
I just want to point out that that there is a reason that stuff is in books like the Silmarillion and the Unfinished Tales, History of Middle-earth, because Tolkien never finished it. So therefore, it not being
Hence the
resolved
name
might
Unfinished
indicate he didn't
Tales.
finish it.
Nice finish.
Uh-huh.
Congratulations. I like how he's like, and she finishes it, and he's like, oh, thank you, and moving on.
Mhm.
Like, even I recognize this
I'm
is
just
full.
looking across my email where I've been sent a question. I'm curious about how. Okay, so I need to rephrase this. Sorry. So the question is curious about how you see the threads of this paper and the myth echoing through the ages. So all the way from the elves fading from Middle Earth.
What is the question?
I don't know. It's something about how the threads echo through the ages.
I think they're trying to get to the fact that Tolkien was making up a fictional mythology, and
For England, yes, I get that part, but
Yeah.
the question sounded more like a statement, not a question.
well, he hasn't finished yet.
Thank you. The fins are all over the place.
Finish him.
Finish him. Sorry.
It's the idea of the myth echoing through the ages like the elves fading.
Right. Interesting.
You mean like in the real world? Like how the elves would have faded and disappeared, kind of a thing?
Well, in the real world, they all died.
Yeah,
Ragnarok.
because we killed them.
Well, no, Ragnarok, the world ended. Like
But the world
Did it
didn't
already?
because it's still
I
here.
thought that was in the future somewhere.
It is in the future. It's not now.
Didn't have
well,
to kill
yeah,
all
I
of
know
the
what you
dead.
mean. Like, yeah.
Where is your wisdom, Harold? You really should have said
No,
Harold.
he's Matt Findle.
I know, but it should have been Harold of Helrond, Matt Findle.
Space limitations.
Maybe Matt Findle, Herald of Helrond.
Yeah, that would be probably better. Easier to say. Man, Matt, you can't even figure out your own sir titles.
Because I always think of it.
I want to see what she says because I have no idea what the question really is asking.
Yeah, no. If
So
I
the-
was in that position, assuming I had a proper presentation as well, right? Because I wouldn't use this shit.
Assume that.
To this question, I would ask, sorry, that was unclear. Could you perhaps elaborate?
Well, it's a question that was typed in, so there's no way to elaborate. But yeah.
Fair enough.
Through what
That
we
just
have
shows the mistake they made in making it work like this. So,
These are probably the same 30 people giving these presentations and asking questions.
could be, yeah. I mean, who else is going to watch?
Like on
Definitely.
Nostril's other screen is probably a picture of the chick with Helron behind him asking the question as she types it out. You know,
You have not seen what I have seen.
I've seen enough.
You have not seen what I have seen. Sorry.
doubt about Turin's role, for example, that he's going to come back and he is going to be actually.
Why are we talking about Turin?
Why would Turin come back? He died.
I mean, okay, to be
Battle
fair,
at the end of
Turin
time.
does. There is a prophecy or something that
the
Turin rises from the
Dagorith.
dead during the last battle.
Yeah, everyone comes back. Sauron comes back. Everyone comes back.
Yeah, it's.
Well, no, not everyone. Most of the humans have moved on at that point. But
Everyone named. The
Turin
named people.
specifically is mentioned to
Only when the heroes of the Horn of
rise again and fight.
Yeah.
It's the heroes of the Horn. That's all it is.
Yes.
I mean, when one of the heroes of the Horn shags his own sister and gets her pregnant, definitely hero material. But
Maybe.
Again, I try to figure out from a logical perspective, not an emotional one, granted. I still don't understand how that's something a person could be at fault for when he literally could not know. And she couldn't know either. I just can't fathom it. Like, if you were an adopted kid and you had like a twin sister or something at some point that was separated from you at birth, and then 25 years later in the future,
Specifically, Turin is supposed to deal unto Morgoth his death and final ends.
Yeah, I thought you were talking about what I was talking about. But it's like, if you had a twin 25 years in the future, you meet this girl, you fall in love, you get married, and you start having kids, and find out later on, after that fact, that you were in fact brother and sister, you can't be like...
that's a bit awkward.
Well, I mean, it would be weird, but at the same time, you can't be like, your sister is not going to just jump in the freaking river and drown herself in a baby because she came to the conclusion, the revelation, after the fact, and neither of you actually knew. It's one thing if you know and you behave despite that. It's another to be like, we didn't know because they didn't. Because again,
people act strangely when they are shocked by new information.
You can go find YouTube videos on people who've actually gone through this.
Like there was a doctor.
Well, there was a doctor who, what do you call infertility doctor, who, you know how they're supposed to give you sperm donors or whatever? He used his own sperm for like 50 kids or whatever. And two of the ones that get married, that's how they found out they were half siblings. And I think one of them committed suicide. They just lost it. And
I get the emotional aspect. Like the emotional, I don't have an aspect because I'm not an emotional person. I'm a passionate person. I don't deal with emotions like that. I'm a logical person. So what I'm saying is that her mind's clouded by Glaurung. So Glaurung is like preventing her from knowing Turin, and she's kind of like, I don't know where I am. I don't know who I am. Turin shows up, sees a woman, not knowing it's his sister, and thinks she's beautiful. Takes her back home, tries to take care of her. They fall in love. I think they get married, and then
I think so. Yeah.
He gets her pregnant, but then he goes to fight Glaurung. She doesn't know what's going on, and then basically she goes out for whatever reason, and basically Glaurung reveals to her what's going on at the same time that he fights Glaurung, and it's chaos. But Glaurung's the one who causes it to happen to begin with. And at the same time, he's also the one who causes them to kind of turn into emotional whatevers. But it'd be like, nobody that I can think of that's rational, like whether the high elves or anything like that, would be like, no, you can't do this. And what happens if that happened in a real world situation where you have multiple kids with your spouse and you find out your spouse is actually your blood relative? To be like, well, I guess we got to kill myself. Or do you say,
well, in the real world, people have done that though. They've I mean, it's not a sane reaction, but people aren't always sane.
Well, I get that, but I'm saying, like, how would other people like adhere to it? Because like 1 second you're cool with it because these people love each other, the next second you're like, they're siblings, but they've already got multiple kids together. They already have a house that, like, their lives are completely intertwined together. Do you force them apart, or do you be like, well, we've already been doing this for so long?
I don't know. Again, that's a situation I personally never want to confront. But having seen many like stories over the years about people who have lived through that crap, I've seen people react rationally, like you're saying. I've seen people say, "Well, we have to separate, but we won't tell the kids, but we'll make sure that." I've seen people who, like I said, one commit suicide over it in that woman's case. It's like it's not everyone acts rationally, and I can understand.
That's Turin. Many friends, but yes, I don't.
And Turin's story is a deep tragedy.
It's a tragedy,
Indeed,
and it was supposed to be a tragedy, which I get. I fully understand that, but at the same time, it's weird to me that be like, the first thought I believe that she had in her mind was, I have an abomination in my belly, kind of a thing, and I need to kill myself in order for this to make all sense and everything. But I can't remember if she thinks that Turin's dead and that's why she did it, or if it was just because I remember in one situation that was a situation in which I think Glaurung was stabbed by Turin, but Glaurung also like crushed Turin
just before Glaurung died, he did something that caused her to reveal that she was his sister. That much.
He removed the fog from her
Yeah.
mind. And then
And
that's what she realizes. But I don't know if she thinks like he's dead, and Turin specifically, and then be like, oh, I'm going to cast myself in that because she's sad that he was dead, or that the fact that she had a child in her from her brother. Because as far as I'm aware, nothing in the Legendarium speaks on incest. So I don't know if they have the same moral system and code as we do, or because nothing's ever brought up before. If anything, that would have been the first instance, but why would that be necessarily, as you say, necessarily a bad thing? Because it's never discussed or brought up. So in the world,
Turin is sort of made to.
I'm trying to see if I could actually find
fake death. So Ninial does think he is dead.
So did she kill herself because she thinks he's dead? Or is it because...
That's not entirely clear. I would need to read the actual chapter for that.
She felt sick, tended her secretly falling in love. She loved Turin more, and after 3 years they were wed. But the next spring she was halfway through her first pregnancy. It was then the rumors of Glaurung's approach reached Turin, who went out to slay him. Unfortunately, the dragon envenomed him, even as he dealt the worm a mortal blow, and Turin fell into a swoon. Then Niniel, as she's called, who feared for her husband's life, went out and found him, apparently dead. Glaurung then sent his hidden weapon against Turin. He removed Naenor's amnesia with his last words, realizing she had married her own brother, was carrying his unborn child, and believing he was dead, she committed suicide. So she married her own brother and was carrying his unborn child. But then it says, and believing he was dead. Not that she married her own brother and carrying his unborn child and thus needed to kill herself. She throws it, but doesn't or she throws herself into that, but doesn't explain how exactly, if that makes sense. Like, was it because of his death? And she's like, no one's gonna take care of us.
No, she died before that. She died before he died, but I'm trying to find that if I have the expanded version in front of me. I'm trying to find if
dead. That's the point. She thought he was dead, despite him not being dead. That's my point. She thought he was dead, but did she throw herself into the water because she thought he was dead, or because of marrying him and having his unborn child and then being siblings? Because those have totally different meanings. And it's not like, would she behave normally if...
Okay, I found where she dies.
It'd have been the Glaurung stuff.
Okay, here we go. For at the cry of Niniel, Glaurung stirred for the last time, and a quiver ran through all his body, and he opened his baleful eyes aslit, and the moon gleamed in them as gasping as he spoke. Hail, Ninor, daughter of Hurin, we meet again ere we end. I give you joy that you have found your brother at last, and now you shall know him, a stabber in the dark, treacherous to foes, faithless to friends, and a curse unto his kin, Turin, son of Hurin. But worst of all, his deeds you shall feel in yourself. Then Ninor sat as one stunned, but Glaurung died, and with his death the veil of malice fell from her, and all her memory grew clear before her. From day on to day, neither should forget any of those things that had befallen her since she lay on, Howd and Eleth, and her whole body shook with horror and anguish. But Brandir, who had heard all, was stricken and leaned against a tree. Then suddenly Ninor started to her feet and stood pale as a wrath in the moon, and looked down at Turin and cried, "Farewell, O twice beloved, Turin, Ambar Turin, master of doom by doom mastered, all happy to be dead." Then, distraught with woe and horror that had overtaken her, she fled wildly from the place, and Brandir mumbled after her, crying, "Wait, Niniel." One moment she paused, looking back with staring eyes. Wait, that was ever your counsel. Would that I had heeded. But now it is too late, and now I shall wait no more upon Middle Earth. And she sped before him. Swiftly she came to the brink of Cabedanaras, and there stood and looked onto the water, crying, Water, take now Niniel Ninor, daughter of Hurin, mourning, daughter of Morwen, take me and bear me down to the sea." With that, she cast herself over the brink, a flash of white swallowed into the dark chasm, a cry lost in the rolling of the river. So basically, the whole shock of everything. She's thinking Turin is dead, all the memories coming back to her. She just snapped. She basically just snapped.
Which I can understand the situation, but my point is, like, for example, if she hadn't gone to, I don't know why you'd go to a battlefield and there's a giant dragon going around, but if she hadn't gone after Turin, well, she'd still be Turin's wife. She'd still have their mutual incestual child with them. Would that have made it any difference? Because when Glaurung died, she would have had all that stuff come back anyway.
Well, I think we're supposed to get the whole.
But if Turin wasn't dead,
well, it says again. Remember, this is the sort of compiled from all sources version of it, but it says that he lifted it on purpose. So I don't know that it would have lifted if he just died.
That's what it says, but it said as Glaurung died, it was lifted from her mind.
No, it says. Let me go back and find it again.
I heard that. Did you hear it, Sage?
Well, no, I was reading the Silmarillion version, but I do see in there that it says something along the lines of when the dragon dies, the veil lifted.
It says here, Glaurung then set off his hidden weapon against Turin. He removed the amnesia with his last words. So was that because his death would have removed it? Because his ability for amnesia last longer than his life? If it's magic that he has to maintain, then no, it wouldn't. It would have gone away. Carbid and Aras.
The point is, she snapped, and there's nothing that was going to save her from snapping.
But part of the snapping was that he's dead, or that she believed him dead,
and also getting all these memories back of.
So in the Silmarillion, it says, "Then Glaurung died, and the veil of his malice was taken from her, and she remembered all the days of her life."
Which, again, she would probably be shocked. I don't doubt that. But what my point would be is that if Turin walked in the door after killing Glaurung, and she was just stuck in shocked mode, would she have gone off the brink and literally off the brink into the chasm?
Well, we don't know that. We can't.
We don't know. I think it's less likely.
I can't tell if it's because there's incestual relationship and a child from incestual relationship that causes her to go nuts, or if it's because her brother's dead and that causes her to go nuts.
The story, moral of the story, so to speak, is that this horrible evil was done to Turin's family, and this is the tragedy of it.
Yeah, I get the tragedy. I'm trying to understand why, because as far as I'm aware, this is the only incestual thing recorded in all of the Legendarium, and in that, it's never condemned, it's just acknowledged. But it's
because she died, there was no point to getting to the point of condemnation.
Which is true, but at the same time, is there, because we don't know every single possible elven relationship between every elf ever. Could there have been elves that were of the same, literally had the same parents, and then they got married together? Because we know that when they get together and they marry, they have a specific relationship that's literally eternal. But then we also have instances where that could happen. Or is Tolkien just assuming that we know as readers that incest is wrong, and therefore?
Well, I don't know that. I don't know that he even got to that point mattered when he was writing this. And remember, obviously incomplete. I think the main gist he was trying to get, the primary thing we should consider is that this is a fracked up situation. And that this is that we didn't even get to. We didn't have to worry about the point of whether the incest issue. The fact that she was driven insane by this monster's manipulations.
I just want to know why she decided to jump.
She lost it. She clearly lost it from the way the text reads.
I get that she lost it, but I'm saying, did she lose it because of
We don't know. We simply do not know.
Turin's death? That's what I'm confused about. And I was trying to find some clarity in that, because those things have different meanings, but it could be both. And it just,
I think it was the totality of it.
It likely is a combination of.
Because remember, she didn't just remember being his brother. She remembered the horrors of her entire life in one fell swoop.
Yeah, including all the torture in Dorlomin, I think.
Dorlomin.
Yeah, so it was just like everything, horror. I mean, just to go through all of that and being confronted with that, and just probably she the totality of it would have been as what I took that as,
Yeah, and again,
Yeah.
I can see that as that. It seems weird that we have these things, and either Tolkien assumed that we would know, or it just I I like analytical details and technicalities and stuff. If you
Well, I would say the professor was saying that the incest itself was part of the tortures and evil of Glaurung.
Mhm.
I mean, he was responsible for it, but at the same, well, I mean, he wasn't responsible for them to falling in love, but it's just attractive man meets attractive woman, they fall in love.
Well, it's the whole Batman thing again. Glaurung was responsible for what he did,
No, Glaurung's responsible for removing her mind,
which makes him responsible for the incest.
but he's not responsible. Well, ultimately, yes, because they happened, but not ultimately in terms of he didn't go in and say, "Oh, I'm going to cover her mind, then she's going to go fall in love with her, and then they're going to have incestual babies."
Well, he messed it up, so hoping it would lead to disaster.
He was trying to breed disaster, but he didn't know that necessarily that incest was going to become of it. It could have been that she got stung by a bee and died in the forest, and he turned.
Well, just because you don't know something doesn't absolve you of responsibility.
I mean, me swerving to avoid a car with a child in it hitting a post and then getting everything fixed up, and then like a week later that post falls over and hits somebody, doesn't mean I'm responsible for that post falling over.
That's an accident. We're talking a deliberate act, the big difference.
Yeah. Glaurung's deliberate act was to mess up their relationship and mess up the entirety of his family line. That was his goal.
Yeah.
But incest was
I'd
not.
say he did that successfully.
He did it successfully, but I don't think he did it knowing what was going. He had no.
Probably not. No, of course
Well,
not.
no,
He
but
can't.
he didn't have to know the incest. The incest was icing on the cake.
But that's what I'm saying is that he did not cause the incest. He caused the misunderstanding that led to incest, but he did not cause the incest.
He directly caused
sure.
He caused it.
Directly causing incest is saying you fall in love with you, and then they're both related. That's direct causing incest. Not, hey, I'm going to jack with your life and fog your mind. You're not going to know what's going on. You're going to just happen to stumble across your happen to be not seen forever brother who's going to happen to meet you in secret and happen to fall in love with you. You're going to happen to have that's a lot of happens for it to be direct.
And it could have been his type of mind could have been because he's very cunning. He said maybe it'll happen.
But cunning. Well, he had no guarantee that she would ever come into contact with him.
I'm not saying he said incest is going to happen, but just if you do something evil and it causes another person to do something evil, you get responsibility for that, okay? Because you caused them to be like that.
But if she knew, which she knew who she was and did not like the family, obviously, and he causes misfortune by shrouding her mind, after that enshrouding, he has zero control over the situation. But he's hoping it causes destruction amongst the family because he wants the family to be tormented and destroyed. That's valid. But he couldn't possibly know all the other possible details.
He didn't have to. He's still responsible for them.
But I'm saying in the Batman scenario, Batman has a direct, Batman stops Guy from harming people. That guy who was trying to harm people breaks out, gets released, whatever the situation might be, goes out and harms people. Batman is directly responsible.
No, he's not. Batman put him in jail, but he didn't release him. He didn't let him escape. It's indirectly.
But he didn't stop him from escaping either. And he's apparently
he wasn't there.
because everybody else in Gotham's incompetent beyond amazing standards. But I'm saying if he had stopped him and said I have ample evidence, I can nail this guy to the coffin, whatever. But again, Gotham doesn't understand what the death penalty is, so what's the freaking point in that regard?
Well, the point is Glaurung committed an evil act that caused another evil act, and he bears responsibility for any subsidiary evil acts.
I mean,
if you kill someone's parent and the child starves to death, you're responsible for the child starving to death.
I would say yes, but at the same time, he didn't do either of those things, and he did not directly lead to them dying. Misunderstanding.
If you erase someone's memory and they wind up doing something that having memory would preclude, and that thing they do is evil.
Romeo and Juliet's death. If one is not really dead, but the other one thinks they're dead, so they kill themselves, and then the other one wakes up, finds that they kill themselves, and then kills themselves.
That's a different. We're talking about a person who does a very evil thing, and not an accident, not a misunderstanding, an on purpose evil thing, which is messing with Ninor's mind and all that.
Yes. Well, I mean, one could argue that's not inherently evil, but he had evil intentions behind it. Yes.
Of course, it's evil. Erasing someone's mind.
If Sauron walks in a room and you have a chance to wipe his mind so he no longer thinks of himself as evil and can start fresh, is it evil to remove the evilness from him? Not inherently.
That assumes the evilness can be removed simply by removing his memories, right?
Well, his thoughts.
I would say, given the nature of Sauron's being, that wouldn't work.
The nature of his being.
I think it might work for Sauron. Because he got
inherently evil. He was corrupted.
He didn't start evil. He was corrupted by Morgoth.
So if you start him back fresh, like as if you were to rewind the time before.
But once corrupted, he could not go back to being pure.
But if you had the means to remove the corruption by removing any knowledge of it, he would have to kind of come into the world.
You would have to erase so much of his mind he ceased to exist as a being.
No, you could literally take it all the way back before he ever got corrupted by Melkor.
As far as we know, the corruption started outside of the universe.
No, it started inside the world.
We don't know. We don't know exactly how far back you have to go.
Pretty sure they have commentaries and stuff on that type of thing where it points out
nothing I've ever read that says other than that they don't know exactly when Melkor got there.
Because he corrupted the fire Maiar, but the fire Maiar didn't exist until inside the Arda.
Sauron was a buyer of Aule.
I know, but that had to happen inside the world. They were just Ainur before that world. They weren't Maiar.
Again, we don't know. Again, we don't have enough knowledge to assume that.
I'm just saying, because of their titles and such, they didn't exist until a particular point. The particular point of creation and everything, before that, they were just Ainur. Gandalf was an Ainur. Aule was an Ainur. The higher upper Valar and all the Ainur below them were just Ainur. When they came in to creation, it's when they are given more specific identities with followers and everything below them. That makes sense to you, Sage. I hope so, but
sort of.
All I'm saying is we don't know exactly when, so we can't say at what point you could erase his memories that wouldn't erase him entirely.
Pre to actual Arda being created and the universe being created, the only one of the Ainur I believe that is actually named is Melkor. After that, there were no other mentions until inside the universe of Arda and Aya. How do you freaking say it? Aya? Is that what it's called? Aya.
Aya is the universe, yeah.
Yeah. So inside Aya and Arda specifically, that's when Aule is named. And if he's a servant or a helper underneath Aule, at that point he couldn't have been corrupted because he wasn't even named as a character yet. Then
Melkor, that doesn't mean he doesn't exist.
What do you mean?
So
just because they're not named.
No, I know. They were Ainur. They existed. I'm saying until they got named, he wasn't corrupted under Aule until.
How do you know?
Because he wasn't called the freaking servant. Logical coherency, guys. Come on.
No. Just because he has a specific name does not mean that he's corrupted only when the specific name is given.
All right. Let's see. Okay. Oh, go back. Freaking ads. All right. Was the greatest subversive Maya, maker of the One Ring, renowned disciple of Aule and the chief agent of Morgoth in the Elder Days. After Morgoth's ousting by the Valar, Sauron became the second Dark Lord. So that's when he rose. It's really not going to hear origin. Here we go. His original name was Meron, and he's the mightiest Maya of the Vala, Aule the Smith, and learned much from Aule, becoming a great craftsman and a mighty of the lore of Aule's people. He was among the most powerful Maiar. It's a valid reason for Gandalf to be terrified of him. In the days before days, Marin was, as Eru had created him, good and uncorrupted. So before the days before there were days, in other words, prior to Ea and Arda, he was good and corrupted. His greatest virtue was his love of order and perfection and dislike of anything wasteful. However, this would also
prior to the lamps.
Yeah, prior to the days before days, yes. As Marin saw in Melkor the will and power that would help him achieve his personal ends quicker than if he pursued them alone. However, while Melkor wanted to either control or destroy Middle-earth itself, Marin's desire was to dominate the minds and wills of his creatures for what he perceived to be their own benefit. Typical dictator. But this happened when he was in Earth.
Okay, you would have to go back to, but the question is, when could you go back to it? And let's focus back on Glaurung. Okay,
it's like when a meteor shows up in the atmosphere. You just go back to that point. Like they're entering in. He has all of his original stats. It's like a reset back to the beginning, and then just let him run again. But then he doesn't have, because in this because he technically had the desire to dominate or control, he had to dominate the minds and wills of creatures for their own benefit, which doesn't necessarily inherently evil. It could end up evil.
Okay,
but
let's focus back what we were talking before. So on Glaurung and Ninor, okay, by virtue of screwing up Harlife and Turin's family's life so much, he is morally responsible for everything she did.
He did. I'm not denying it was an evil act of what he did. I'm saying he did not have a direct. He did not directly affect her. He didn't like whisper into her, "You're gonna go find your brother. You're gonna not remember anything."
Well, you don't have to have that to be morally responsible for something.
He was morally responsible for her ending up a certain way, but he was not morally responsible for every single action. He wasn't morally responsible for her eating cereal on the 3rd day of their marriage. It's not like, oh, she got an ulcer because of it, and therefore he's responsible for that ulcer. No, he's responsible.
Well, the ulcer is not a deliberate thing. Okay, the ulcer is a medical thing.
The incest was not a deliberate thing either.
Yes, it was. They still had to choose to get married and have sex.
Yes, but both of them without the knowledge of the other one being someone of their own family.
Correct. Which has nothing to do. I'm not talking about her moral responsibility. She may or may have any.
I know, but I'm saying
Glaurung, however, has the moral responsibility of causing them to have incest.
But I'm saying he would never know that Turin was the one who would find her.
He doesn't have to know that.
Because if they don't do it, he's not responsible.
If I put my gun out a window and shoot some random dude walking down the street, right? And his kid starves to death because he doesn't bring his Burger King home, right? I don't have to know that kid's going to starve to death to be charged with murder for that kid start starving to death.
I don't think you'd.
It's called felony murder.
And I've not heard that used in a real life scenario, but I suppose it's possible. But that's
you. People are charged with felony murder all the time. If you commit a felony that causes someone else to effectively be murdered, even if you're not directly responsible, you can be charged with felony murder.
Let's assume in Tolkien Legendarium they perceive the same incestual laws that we have in modern times, and it's crime. So by Nienor and Turin having relations with each other's brother and sister, it would be considered a crime. If Glaurung used the power of suggestion to make her fall in love with him, and neither of them knew each other were brother and sister, and they had insexual relations, is it a crime? Yes. Is he the reason it's a crime? Yes. But he specifically would have to suggest that they have the
No, he wouldn't. People have been put in jail for roofing someone and leaving her in a room, and someone else walks in and does something to them. The person who roofied them gets charged with rape.
But he's not roofing her. Roofing is like your control or your inability to do things is inhibited.
So he inhibited the ability of Nienor to not have sex with her brother.
Well, no, because she could still make a choice to sleep with somebody or not. She could have fallen in love with an elf. Her cognitive ability.
But had she had a proper mind, she would not have fallen in love with her brother.
Provided she could remember what he looks like.
Because he erased that.
No. I'm saying even if he hadn't erased it, because Turin has no idea what she looks like.
We're not talking about their responsibility. We're talking about Glaurung's responsibility.
I'm saying in a situation where Turin doesn't know what his sister looks like, how would she know what he looks like? And if he had no interference with him whatsoever, and maybe she just tripped and knocked her head on like a tree branch or something.
But we're not talking about that. We're
I know,
talking about Glaurung.
If is the stone that she knocks her head on responsible for some form
Stones
of
don't have agency, so no.
Well, it could be an end stone. You never know.
No.
Maybe old man
Only
Willow.
trees.
You can't you
If
Glaurung
old-
is a deliberate being committing an evil act. The only thing you can compare it to are other beings committing evil acts.
Glaurung is evil. Period. There's no good dragon or cold drake or whatever you want to call them. They're all evil.
Well,
he's pure evil, just like orcs are evil. Like they're all corruptions.
No, leave the orcs aside. If the dragons are,
the dragons are blatantly explained as evil, wicked beings. There is no ifs, ands, or buts. That's
sort of. I mean, it's a whole like, are they expressions of Melkor's creation? In which case, if Melkor had a core of good in him that he suppressed and corrupted, like it's a whole convoluted. Like I don't want to go down the moral chain. So let's not argue. When I say when Glaurung commits an evil act, I don't care whether he's evil or not.
I was gonna say, you saying he committed something that's evil is like me saying he breathed that day. Like, of course he did.
But that's irrelevant though, because it's not he's responsible because he committed the evil act.
So
he could be good; he would still be responsible if he did the evil act.
If Turin fights in a battle and dies to a random bandit bow and arrow, and his sister finds out, and there's no like clouded judgment or anything, and he dies in a battle, and she kills herself, is the bandit responsible for her killing herself? No. She made a decision on her.
I hate to, there's a name for this, I forget. Let's go to World War II and the Nuremberg trials. Okay. So was every single German who was tried and executed responsible for every single death in the Holocaust?
That's a case by case thing, though. I couldn't possibly guesstimate.
Well, okay. So let's go.
I know for a fact that not every German soldier was on board with.
I said the ones who were tried. So I'm trying not to say.
I don't know who was tried. I don't have enough knowledge.
We don't know. I'm saying in general. Let's just the general concept here. So we put these people on trial for. We put these people on trial for
in Germany
because it's right next door to you.
So let's just let's just focus, right? So
70 years in the past,
the Nuremberg trials occurred, right? A certain Germans were put on trial for these acts that were committed, right? They committed evil acts, but they didn't kill those guys directly themselves. They did evil acts that enabled others to kill them.
If they gave the command specifically to say, go and gas those Jews, they are culpable because they gave a direct order that directly went down the line of the chain for them to have that action.
But not all. I'm not talking all Jews. All people killed in the Holocaust, like 25 million people.
Okay. Yeah, well, however many people, whether it be Jews or otherwise.
There were people who were killed in the camps who there wasn't an order to kill them, but because the camps were killing people and they were there, they were murdered.
Yes. So the person who gave the order would be held
But
liable.
there were people who were convicted at Nuremberg just for creating those camps.
You mean like building it out of wood?
But
or
the structure of creating, the orders that put them into place.
I mean, if they're just like, hey, build a big ring of people that we have to keep hostile people in, and they're not knowing it's going to end up gassing people or murdering people.
No, they ordered that the camps were made to kill people, concentration camps, but then all the people killed in the concentration camps weren't just the people ordered to be killed.
To everyone who created those camps, that it was in fact something like that.
There were more people killed in the concentration camps as part of the process than those that were just ordered to be killed.
I know, but I'm saying, did everybody who built those camps know for a fact that they were designed to be killing camps?
Well, we're talking about the ones. We're talking the Nazi command structure, the ones who were tried at Nuremberg. Okay.
Which again, I don't know the inner workings.
I'm giving you the sort of general. I'm saying so. These people gave the command to create these concentration camps, right?
Okay. If they knew there were just camps to hold people in, but did not know that they were intended to kill things, which they might have, but if they did not know...
No. I'm not going there with this. I'm saying the people who ordered the creation of these camps specifically made them to kill people, right? That's a given. We're saying that's a given, right? Now, what we know for a fact is more people were killed than were those who were ordered to be killed. Okay?
There were more than who ordered to
A
kill.
lot of Polish Catholics weren't ordered to be killed, but they were brought there and killed anyway.
Yeah.
Okay? So the people who were put on trial in Nuremberg were convicted of killing those who they weren't even ordered to be killed because they made the camps where they could be killed.
Well, if they did not distinguish it, like if you have a building and you're like, blow the building up, but you built the building, but not knowing it was going to blow up, you can't.
No, that's not a deliberate thing. Okay, you're not. This is a very specific.
I guess we're gonna have Sage dip out, so everyone said.
Well, it's like it's kind of like 4 a.m. for him.
He doesn't do anything anyway. He's a student.
So let's just to focus very specifically. Okay, Glaurung did a very convoluted, long time series of evil things over decades to Turin's family. Okay.
Yeah, he did horrible things every day.
Horrible, evil things. Okay. Now, Nino and Turin meet each other not knowing their siblings. They're not responsible for any incest because they don't know.
Well, is knowledge of incest what makes you responsible for incest?
You have to have knowledge of a sin, of a crime. There are different definitions of sin we could debate over. I don't want to. Let's just go on the criminal definition, okay?
If I commit a crime that I don't even know is a crime because I didn't know there was a law about it, you bet your bottom dollar the courts are still going to try to get me for it.
Correct.
That's how, it's still, they consider it a crime. Now, whether it's moral, that's a different story. I wouldn't consider that moral because if I'm not aware of the ability, because every person commits like a million felonies per day.
Well,
there's so many rules that do it.
The point is, Glaurung is responsible. Doesn't mean other people aren't also responsible. Responsibility isn't a percentage, okay?
I know.
If you do something evil to someone and it causes them to do something intentionally or not that is evil to a third person, right?
Yeah.
So it could be one where you do something deliberate that causes them to be evil and do something deliberate, or it could be something you do something evil but it causes them to mess up and do something that is evil, but they didn't do it on purpose, right? Either way.
With Turin, if he gets shot by a bandit arrow and he dies, Nienor hears that her brother's died or whatever, or not her brother, like whoever, just somebody important to her, dies from an arrow, and she goes suicidal and throws herself off a cliff. Is the bandit responsible for her throwing herself off? No.
Glaurung would be, though.
But why would Glaurung be?
Because he destroyed their lives before they even got to that point. Well, he took their agency away.
This could be the bandit that killed his father, that killed his cousins. We don't know.
And as you read the text, Glaurung was manipulating Turin's family for a long time.
There's an evil well, I mean, he was trying to wipe them out. He had limited access to where he was going around trying to find them. He didn't have knowledge of their location at all times. He couldn't just go in and pester them and torment them. They had to like stumble.
No, but he was deliberately messing everyone he could find up in his family.
Well, he was deliberately trying to mess up everyone ever in the history of ever.
Yeah.
Because
he's pure. Glaurung is responsible for, in the particular circumstances we got, that she wound up going crazy and killing herself. Okay.
But the same thing. If the bandit is not responsible for somebody going crazy and killing themselves for killing a relative or a loved one,
the bandit could be considered responsible. He could be charged. He would certainly be charged with felony murder.
It's a battle. Turin's fighting Glaurung. It's a battle. It's
not against a bandit. A bandit's a criminal, not a soldier.
Well, 1776, dude. They were all criminals fighting the kingdom.
Well, again, the term bandit refers to someone committing a crime, not to a act of a war, so to speak.
High treason isn't considered a crime?
No, I mean a bandit. Like if someone robs me on the street, a mugger, they're a bandit. Okay, like there's a criminal justice system. You know what I mean? So it's a term that could be.
King George had a criminal justice system too, and he said they're traitors to the crown.
Well, that is correct. Our ancestors were criminals until they declared independence.
I always love when they're like, "You can't secede, otherwise you're gonna be treasonous scumbags." And it's like our forefathers. What's wrong with you?
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. Point is, back to narrow focus because we have like 3 more questions to get through with this. The Glaurung he did the deliberate evil act, and not that they still have some agency on their own, which is true, but by virtue of all his manipulations and his evils, he is responsible for all the evils that befell them, because their lives would have been completely different if Glaurung had died 500 years ago.
I get what you're saying, but I also think you're putting it a little too far. If like she cuts her finger while she's buttering a piece of bread, that's not his fault.
But that's not an evil.
I mean, if it's something that
I'm talking about things like being like sleeping with your brother, marrying your brother, getting going crazy and committing suicide.
Cause the sleeping, though, is my point. He causes the inevitable tilt towards that. Like he hit the boulder that rolled down the hill, but he didn't point out to the boulder what things to hit on the way down.
But he's still responsible for what it hits.
He's responsible for beginning. He's not responsible for the ending.
He will be if you push a boulder down the hill and it hits people, you'll get charged with felony murder.
Well, you'd at least be charged with manslaughter or unintentional involuntary or whatever, because you don't necessarily one could argue in the court of law that you didn't know there were people at the bottom.
Well, let's say you push it over the boulder over the hill, right? And you want to get this one dude, and the boulder goes after him, but to save his life, he jumps someplace and it bumps someone over the edge of a cliff. You attempted to murder one guy, you felony murdered the one who fell over the cliff.
Attempted is a very strong word. The intent.
Well, because you didn't kill the guy, it's attempted murder, right? But because him avoiding your boulder caused him to shove some dude over a cliff who did die, you just committed felony murder to one who did die.
It's the level of intent, because let's say I'm hiking up a hill and there's people down below. I trip, fall over, hit the boulder, collapse, not aware that I even hit a boulder, but the boulder goes down and kills people.
Well, yeah, exactly. Glaurung intended to cause harm.
But that's the difference, though, is that if I didn't, none of that would apply to me. It would be
which has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
I know, but I'm saying it would be a massive incident. It's the intent. His intent was to screw their lives up, but he didn't have any particular individual things that would screw their lives up. There's no guarantee that it would screw up their lives. They could have been best just friends.
Which is true, but any screwing up it did do, he's responsible for.
That just seems like a stretch. I will agree to disagree with that, but I will agree he committed evil. I will agree he intended to commit evil or to commit problems for the family. I have no problems with that. But every little detail that is, and again, if sleeping with their brother isn't considered an evil act, well then obviously
any evils that befall them that are that meaning not that like she trips and stubs her toes, that's an accident, but like incest or isn't
shown clearly to be wrong. That's the point. We don't know for a fact it is evil. If it's evil, then you could argue potentially that he's at fault for it. If he somehow put in her mind that you'll see this man, and he's gonna be the most beautiful man you've ever seen, and then she goes out into the world, stumbles across him, and they fall in love, then you could say, yeah, he coerced her or used compulsion on her to basically fall in love with this man, knowing it would be an evil act. But nothing has been stated in the entirety of the Legendarium that incest was bad. We just never see it happen, but we only ever see a small percentage of people even get married compared to how many people are actually even alive.
Tolkien, by virtue of his assumed Catholicism, incest is bad.
But we would also assume a lot of other things that don't necessarily have Catholicism attached to it.
In his case, you have to attach Catholicism. He said it's explicit.
Well, no. Because again, if you have to read another book to get the idea of morality in the book you're reading, it's not a good book world setup.
Well, if you ask Tolkien, he would assume you have read the Bible by default.
I don't think he would be that arrogant.
He's very Catholic. He was very Catholic.
But he also doesn't like Protestants. And yet here they are. He's like, oh, they're not reading the right Bible or whatever because of how Catholics view it. But he would assume they haven't read the real Bible or whatever because that's the Catholic stance. But at the same time, what about the people who aren't Protestant or Catholic or Eastern Orthodox or even in the
pretty much everyone, almost everyone on the earth, other than like Luciferians, are going to say incest is bad.
In our world, yes. I'm saying it was never established in his world.
Because it's assumed bad.
But it's assumed... This is what I was mentioning to you earlier, and you said that's just what your opinion was. That's my point, is that if it's not explicitly said and stated, you can't just go back and backpedal it with something else. It'd be like Star Wars: Last Jedi throwing out a whole bunch of stuff, leaving a bunch
Well, you
of questions.
can if it's due to nature. Incest is bad due to nature.
Okay, where's the list of things that are bad due to nature in the story?
You don't have not breathing is bad. Does Tolkien have to write that they have to breathe in the first line of the sentence?
They explicitly state that kinslaying is wrong. Completely, 100%.
Well, it says the kinslaying was wrong.
Yes, but the kinslaying of the Teleri by the Noldor was in every way possible not condoned, and was called criminal act of a murderous slayer.
Because it's called the kinslayer. It doesn't mean that killing your kin is wrong, because if your kin tried to kill you, you have a right to defend yourself.
But the Teleri thought the Noldor were trying to kill them, and the Noldor, some Noldor, like Finrod, I had to go look his name again, like Finrod,
the
showed
Finns.
their host. Yeah, there's too many Finns. Him and his love for Finnish people, really. But
actually, it's kind of funny, but yeah, it's true.
It is funny. But Finrod showing up, not knowing what's going on, and joining his side, he cannot be culpable by your own definition, if that's the case, which counters your prior focus of saying he is culpable because he's murdering
his
somebody.
Culpability was because he
acted on self-defense of another.
He assumed his kin were not the people in the wrong.
Yes. He said, this is a self-defense. They're attacking my family. Thus, he acted in a self-defense.
That's what makes him wrong. His moral position should have been to stop the fighting.
It can be misguided, but it can never be wrong. And if the kinslaying is not inherently bad, then there would be no reason for it.
Because murder is inherently bad.
Yes, but the thing is they knew it. We know this because when was it Fingolfin or Finarfin? Whenever the host shows up and they decide to return because of the atrocity that happened there.
Finarfin was the host that came up and said, "Wait a minute, this is not what we signed up for." I'm paraphrasing, and they went back to
yes. Finarfin showing up and saying, "This kinslaying, we didn't sign up for this. We know this is wrong. We left." That's them acknowledging that they knew, they had knowledge it was wrong. The difference between is that Finrod's army or Finrod's group showing up, they acted.
Not Finrod, Fingol or Fingolfin.
Fingolfin? Okay. Well, Fingolfin, Finrod, whoever was in the one that showed up to the fight. It's in the heat of battle. It's already going. People are already dropping. Battles don't last very long. This is well known. Battles are actually like really short in comparison to what everyone makes them act like they're like a 7-hour event kind of
well,
thing.
I don't know. We get into the nitty gritty on this, okay? So
that's what I do.
I'm fine with that, but it's drifting us away, okay? So
my point is that someone cannot be held liable for a self-defense type thing. We're in the heat of the moment,
which maybe we could agree with, but that's why we're drifting further away from Glaurung. Glaurung was not self-defending anyone. There was no moral connection to self-defense. Anything Glaurung did.
Glaurung. I'm defending the fact that you can't attach something. Okay, Morgoth is the most evilest of evils ever eviled and evil. There's a reason he's in the void, but you can't just be like he's a rapist when he's not. Like you can't attribute something to somebody that they are not, even if they are evil. They have a plenty large list.
But you can't attribute to them responsibility for it. That's what the whole felony murder rule is.
I mean, I would find it hard to believe that Morgoth could cause somebody else to rape somebody else.
I would actually, in terms of Morgoth, I could probably see that very easily, given how powerful he was at one point.
Well, I mean, he could suggest it. He'd say, "Hey, you go forth and rape somebody," but they still have their own power to say no or yes. Nienor had power to say yes or no to advances by Turin.
Which why she is not responsible for the incest. Okay?
How does she have the ability to say no and not be responsible?
Because she doesn't know it's incest.
Well, she doesn't know his brother, yes, but she could still say, "No, I'm not going to marry you until I figure out who I am, because I don't want to make a mistake."
But no, okay. Arguably true, but you don't...
I'm saying...
You can't assume that you're someone's brother or sister if you have amnesia. You just can't do it.
Tell it to people who commit suicide. That's my point. It's like they made those decisions and then they acted irrationally. Well,
I mean, even if you have total amnesia, the mathematical odds of marrying your brother are probably like 1 in a trillion. Even in like,
well, considering I'm straight, yes. But
yeah.
my point is that to say someone started the dominoes to go down is one thing, but if somebody holds their domino up when they get hit by domino and they stop the cycle, it's the same thing as like is a father who beats their kids out of anger and their kid beats their kids out of anger and their kids are they responsible for every single one chain? What about the ones who stopped that, but then the ones after them picked it back up? Who's responsible? Is it just in the blood?
The answer is it's going to be depends. They just, because there's a whole psychosis with that you pass on.
Every single one of those people had the opportunity to say, I'm done with this. I'm not going to be my dad. Every single one of them has that choice. You could say they influenced, but you can't say that they are the ones who caused it.
So child excessive beating, right? That's a sort of psychological thing, complex psychological issue. Okay, so it's often gendered because parents. I'm not talking about a casual physical discipline, like slapping a child after touching the stove or whatever. Okay, I'm saying the blatant beatings and like breaking brooms and crazy stuff.
Excessive discipline.
Yeah. Okay, there's a psychosis that is often put onto someone when their parents do it to them. Okay,
I understand that.
So
they still technically have the choice to say no. They just refuse to.
If you as a child, the parent who beats you like badly the wrong way, also beat your child, both of you are responsible for that.
I wouldn't say responsible. Again, it's an influence. You influence upon them through psychological trauma about those things. But at any point in time, between the point you're beaten to the point you have your
There's a difference between being at fault and being responsible.
Well, yes, but if okay, hypothetically, mirror me in a different universe. Not real me, but another random person that's me in a different universe, in a different dimension, in a different plane of existence, whatever. Beats my child as the parent. My kid is like, man, I'm going to have anger issues because of this. I'm going to have traumatic experiences, blah, 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 blah. And he goes and decides to or not to, because if you argue that if I am at fault for him beating his kid, then you also have to say I'm at fault for him not beating his kid because I was the deciding factor in him not beating his kid.
Fault and responsibility are different things.
No. I'm saying fault either way. Whether my kid does or doesn't do it, it would be I'd be at fault for him not beating his kid just as much as I would be at fault for him beating his kid because my actions influenced him in some way. So that means it's a good thing.
But I'm not talking about fault. I'm talking about responsibility.
Are we talking about fault or responsibility? Because either way,
responsibility, they're different. Responsibility is an active, deliberate choice. Okay, So when you beat your child because you were beaten as a child,
am I responsible for
some of its choice and some of its psychotic training? Okay,
but if I am responsible for my kid's actions, behaviors that I passed on to him, if he does not do it, am I responsible for him stopping the line? Because my actions the same either way.
Did you do something to cause, after beating him as a child, did you do something as an adult to stop him from beating his child?
Okay, put it this way. If I beat him in an alternate world that doesn't exist, and this character does not exist, but it's me for the sake of...
Yeah, we got that.
I have to let YouTube know, because YouTube's not the brightest, if you know. But if I am responsible and I make a dumb decision and I beat my kid out of anger or whatever the situation might be, way beyond necessary, just excessive in every sense of the word. If he either beats his kid or doesn't beat his kid, I cannot be responsible for only one of those two outcomes. Because either one, I'm inflicting trauma, it just has a different effect on how the trauma imposes itself. The one trauma is, I was beaten, therefore I need to beat somebody else to prove myself I'm a real man. The other one is,
Responsibility is an active thing.
That traumatized me.
If you actively did something to cause something, you could be responsible for it. If you didn't do something, you can't be responsible for it.
But either way, I cause trauma if I do or do not continue it down the line. It's my fault, according to
your act was causing the trauma.
But the trauma can be a good outcome as well, because the trauma, you could be traumatized.
The good outcome is not a result of your trauma, it's a result of the person overcoming your trauma.
But the trauma is what taught them that they would otherwise not have an idea of, because that's all they've ever known.
But if you weren't a bad parent and traumatized them and taught them properly, then they would not have to deal with that situation.
True, but again, not everyone is the author of their own issues. Again, if my dad caused me to do it, you're saying I would be responsible, and he'd be responsible for everything that comes afterwards, all the way down the line. But
as long as he's alive, once you're dead, you have no responsibility.
Well, you'd still be responsible. You just couldn't be held responsible.
No, you're dead. You don't exist, so you have no responsibility.
Yes, but you still trick. So if I push a boulder and then die on Turambar's sword, and then all this stuff happens, all of a sudden, all that happened that traumatized them just disappears?
No, but your responsibility does.
No, my responsibility was forcefully ended by a sword in the gut. But I'm still responsible for it. I cannot.
If you are responsible, you can be held responsible. Okay.
Well, if you are responsible, you can be held responsible, but you cannot be held responsible if you cease to exist by death.
Correct.
But it would still be Glaurung is still responsible. If Glaurung had died,
he'd still be at fault for it, even if he's dead, because that's just a causation issue.
Now we're jumping between at fault and responsible back and forth. We got to.
Well, okay. So could Glaurung be put in prison for?
No, he's a dragon.
Nienor committing suicide.
I don't believe so. No.
Then why do we put people in prison in real life for doing things that mess with the people in the head and cause them to commit suicide? Every year, there's case that you can find cases of that.
You could put them into prison.
People are charged with the crime like involuntary homicide or felony murder, all sorts of weird stuff.
Perfect judicial system, but I'll play along. So, if I would say he could be found guilty of causing emotional damage, and that emotional damage might lead to something else, but she didn't have to kill herself.
She didn't have to, but she did because she went crazy.
Yes, but does Glaurung know for a fact that when the veil is lifted, she'll have everything?
So if you don't know the consequences of evil act, you're not responsible for it?
No, I'm saying that all things that are tied to the evil act that you put on them, how would you tell?
Well, that's why we have an external system. In other words, Glaurung, we're the ones who will be holding Glaurung, not we, meaning you, but like, let's say we were like the law and order of Tolkien's universe, like you be the cops and I'll be the prosecutor. You go put Glaurung in the cuffs and I'll prosecute him in the trial, Yeah, in the Tolkien justice system, there are two forces, But Glaurung can be held responsible for his evil acts. Okay, now once he dies,
but his evil act is exclusively and only
a multitude of them accumulation.
Specifically in this instance, we're not talking about the entire. You lock him up for all of the other things he's done to their family, not this.
I would posit that all the things he did to their family caused this.
No, because again,
if he didn't do anything to their family, they wouldn't have been in that situation to begin with.
Not necessarily.
They would have grown up in the same household. Oh, hey, sister. Hey, brother. And never would have.
Not necessarily. He could have gotten adventurous and wandered off and did his own thing, which I'm pretty sure is what he ended up doing. He said, I want to go explore the world or do whatever. And that's where he meets the elves and he travels the elves.
No, he's driven to it by the situation. I don't know all the details. It's been a while since I read it.
The point is that him clouding someone's mind and not allowing them to access memories in itself is not that insidious. What it could lead to could be insidious.
Well, that's the point. It led to this horrible tragedy.
But Glaurung, well, again, it could have, but there's a lot of things like knocking a concussion on somebody in a boxing match could do that, but you don't hold the person freaking liable for a criminal act.
Oh, yeah, they do.
If you punch somebody and they have a concussion and they can't remember something, you don't be like, you prison now.
Not in most circumstances, no, but there are occasions in sports even where fighting is allowed, like boxing, people are prosecuted for hurting someone.
If you're jumping on them after they're down, after the ref says stop, and you're still whamming on them, yes. But that's not the situation. It's Glaurung saying, I found a random chick in the woods. I'm going to block her memories. And then she just goes off. Well, anything can happen.
Well, he knew who she was.
Well, again, he might know who she is. And he'd say, I'm going to screw with the family. But what happens if she goes home and meets her mom, and her mom's like, oh, goodness, you've lost your memories. Here's a little picture of your brother and everything. Oh, my brother. And then she learns everything from the beginning. She has to be taught stuff again, sure, but it's that does not turn into an evil outcome per se. It might be annoying or inconvenient, but it doesn't inherently become an evil act. Like,
but an evil act did occur. She committed suicide. The incest happened. The marriage happened.
She's responsible for every good outcome of it?
No, because she didn't cause any good outcomes.
Well, it could. Maybe a guy that she
It didn't, though. It didn't.
Well, it didn't, but what if it did?
But it didn't.
But it could have.
But it didn't.
But again, he has no knowledge of what could happen. He hopes it causes problems, but it's not guaranteed to cause problems.
You don't need knowledge of an evil act to be responsible for it.
Hypothetically, he puts that over her. Nothing happens. Turin kills Glaurung. The veil's lifted. She goes back to normal. Nothing happens.
Okay, let's say she had diabetes. He erases her memory, and she dies from not using her insulin. Is he responsible?
That's a bit tricky because she could go to somebody and say, I don't feel so good. And then they were like, well, let's try the couple.
Well, what if it's like an hour later? She doesn't have time to get anywhere.
Well, I don't know. I mean, if
she's like, she wakes up from memory, I feel hungry. Oh, look, there's a pile of chocolate. I'll eat that.
I don't think that would happen because Glaurung would probably have a knowledge of something of that because of the family in some shape or form. Because if he does that and then she just dies of hunger, that doesn't help his plan.
I'm not saying what we're doing hypothetical for a reason. Okay.
Well, I know, but his idea is to do maximum damage. He can't do maximum damage if he does something that he knows because he removes her memory.
But then you're saying he's not responsible for any of it.
No, I'm saying, how far down the line are you responsible for it?
As long as you are alive and can be held responsible.
But if he's alive for 500 years and she, goes to the end of her life, every little
yes, you can still put him in prison 500 years later.
I mean, he's a dragon, so no, you can't. But
well, big prison,
they call it
you put him in a Pokeball. There you go.
We call it the grave. That's the prison.
Yeah.
But my point is that every evil act. So if somebody else comes in and inflicts evil acts on her, that evil act, is that because of Glaurung or is it because of somebody else?
Well, then you have a multitude of people who are responsible.
Yeah, but that gets so messy. You'd have to get every possible detail to even begin to do that. Like, that's
of course, that's why evil is bad. It's not just the only reason why. It's messy,
Evil's bad for a lot of reasons. Good can be messy too if it causes chaos, but that's a different story.
Yeah. The point is, we're just talking about Glaurung here. Glaurung did a whole bunch of very evil acts.
I agree.
In the case of Turin and Ninor, it wound up in a very horrible place, and he can be held responsible for that were he alive.
It's a bit gray in that area.
I don't think that's gray. Now, is he at fault? Well, I mean, in terms of causation, yeah, of course he's going to be at fault.
I would like to agree with you, but you're also working off of a human-made system that we have now, which is arguably iffy at best. It's
that's all we have to discuss this with, though.
I know, but I'm also putting it at the moral right, because I believe every person has the ability to make their own decisions. Now, if you inhibit a person's ability to make the decisions, whoever inhibits it is responsible. But he didn't inhibit her decision-making skills. He inhibited her memory skills. That's the difference.
But that inhibits her decision-making.
Well, no, she can say yes or no to anything she wants
to make decisions, you need to have information.
Yes, but she could have gathered information before jumping into something. There's plenty of people who are like, I met my wife 2 weeks before we married. Well, you could have taken longer to get to know him.
But the mathematical odds of you deciding to marry your sibling, that's not even in the realm of like, for example, I didn't know who my father was until I was like 45 years old. Turns out I had a brother and a sister out there, okay? Mm-hmm. Even not knowing that, I would have had no problem if I were still in interested in romantic relationships at this point in my life, dating women, because on the chance that my father might have fathered a daughter out there, because I would not assume in any way that is so far from the nature of what you would assume. Like, is she my sister? Is she my sister? Is she my sister? Like you just don't.
Yeah, I'm not even talking like the incest aspect. I'm talking like literally any decision. She does not have to sleep with him. She does not have to fall in love with him. She does not have to.
Okay. Let me put it this way. Here's where I think we agree and disagree. I'm not saying she can't be held responsible. Okay, she could or can't. That's a different thing. That's her responsibility and Turin's responsibility are entirely separate from Glaurung's responsibility. Okay,
yes. But I'm also saying that depending upon the issue, again, in the world, unlike the kinslaying and other things that are blatantly described in the books, not author stuff, in the books are pre-described as evil, abhorrent events. Incest is not one of them. It was not described that I recall, unless somebody has a passage they want to give to me, let me know. I'll change my mind. I don't have a problem with changing my mind. But as far as I can recall, and from what I could find in the passages of what you guys read, nothing insinuates that incest was bad. The word incest just means two people of the same family having sexual copulation or copulation amongst each other.
Okay, forget the incest. The suicide is bad. Okay,
the suicide is bad.
So Glaurung was responsible for her suicide. There's no even debate now because she wouldn't have committed suicide if Glaurung didn't mess with her family in these particular circumstances.
Because what I recall reading, that I read to everybody, was that it was a multitude of things, but Beren and her relationship...
Almost all of them caused by Glaurung. You really need to go reread the whole cycle of Turin's family.
She got the history. I did. She got the entire memories of everything from the beginning, which Glaurung has been basically tormenting her family. Nobody denies that, at least nobody that I know.
For generations.
Sure. I have no problems with that. Or I do have problems with that. I don't have any problems agreeing to that. Let's put it that way. But what I'm saying is that she got everything, all bad things of her entire life, all simultaneously, along with the good things. Like she remembers hugging her brother before he went out to go work or play or whatever. All the good things, all the bad things, everything came back. Right? So everything came back, but it all crashed. It's one single moment. That itself could potentially drive someone mad.
And that's an evil act, and he's responsible for that too.
I wouldn't say it's inherently evil. Memories crashing back at one time. Like, let's say you block something out of your memory.
No, the reason he restored our memory was to mess with her. That's evil.
His intent was to, yes. But again, I don't think he's like, all the memories are going to come crashing back and she'll do something drastic. I don't think that's what
he was intending to harm her by doing so.
He was intending to harm Turin first and foremost.
Because her. Both of them.
Yes, but that will affect the line. Her, not so much. That won't affect the line nearly as much.
He wanted to harm both of them.
Well, he could.
It was active spite. No, because that's not as spiteful. Killing her is not as spiteful as restoring the memories.
You're telling me that if Turin came to kill him and he's like belch and throws out her corpse in front of him, he would not go insane and try to murder him and make so many mistakes that Glaurung could actually take him down and then eventually wipe out the entire family?
Glaurung was dying when it happened. Okay.
Turin already met him
as a dying act of spite. Okay, to quote Shakespeare, "With my last breath, I spit at thee." I
spit at thee because put to it.
Yeah. Although Ricardo Montalban delivered it best, as we all know.
I actually don't.
Wrath of Khan.
I have not seen it.
You've never seen the Star Trek 2?
I'm not much of a Trekkie. I was more of a Stargate person.
Star Trek 2 is legitimately a great movie on its own.
I know of it, and I know it's very
okay. So spoilers for the 30-year-old movie. Okay. So at the end of it, after Kirk and Khan had their battle in space, Kirk almost blows up the Reliant, and Khan's on there, all dirt, radiation burn. He goes to the Genesis bomb. He goes, with my Moby Dick, not Shakespeare. He goes, with my last breath, I spit at thee, and sets the bomb off. And the Enterprise is going to be destroyed, but then Spock has to sacrifice himself to restore the warp drive by going in the intermat chamber. So, but Ricardo Montalban delivers. He's a great actor. Okay, maybe before your time, but
Probably.
He's legitimately a great actor. He's probably most well known for playing Mr. Rourke on Fantasy Island, but he did a lot of Spanish language movies where he was a top level actor.
I think I know who it is, but I can't off the top of my head.
Yeah. Anyway, that's where the line became most famous. Go get the clip. It's a great scene. Back to what I was saying. As a deliberate act of spite, as he was dying, Glaurung was like, "I'm going to get these motherfuckers and just restore some memory."
Yeah, but well, again, it was the last thing he did. But again, how is it going to spite Turin when Turin's perceived dead?
Well, Glaurung would know he's alive.
Why would Glaurung know? He landed on top of him and as they said, envenomed him.
I would say Glaurung has advanced senses and could figure that out.
Or he could just roll over and crush him.
Yeah. Well, Glaurung, maybe if Glaurung were like not dying, he might have thought of that.
But I mean, he's evil and ancient and all that jazz. I don't.
But he's also dying. He'll flood being like anyone else.
I'm sure he's been stabbed a million times before because that's what happens in battle. You get stabbed a lot.
He was being spiteful to Ninor.
One way or the other, Ninor was going to get her memories back.
But maybe not all at once.
If he rolled over Turin and all of them, well, the veil would have been lifted as soon as he died, which is what caused it all to come crashing in.
Well, no, he did something to her first to restore her memory. Then the veil lifted and put everything back.
But he didn't steal her memories. He hid her memories.
But if you go to the text, he does two things. One, he does something before he dies that causes her to remember. Then when he dies, the veil gets lifted or whatever the phrasing is, and everything else comes pouring back. So had he not done that, it might have come back slower, for example. She might have been enough time for Turin to wake up and then to talk about it.
If he knew it was going to do any specific damage, he would have been better off just rolling over.
He was just doing anything he could do in a spiteful way in his way out.
I know, but what I'm saying is if that was the case, he would have rolled over Turin to make sure he's a pancake and not coming back from that.
Well, but that's if you were writing it. Tolkien didn't want to write that.
Well, no, I'm not talking. It's not a matter of writing. It's a matter of, is he intelligent or is he not intelligent? We know he's intelligent because he's cunning and he's clever.
He's some type of intelligent, yeah.
Well, he knows how to kill. That's one of his specialties. That's why
just because you are intelligent doesn't mean you're going to make the correct decision every time.
Well, he's an efficient killer. He's an efficient tormentor. He's an efficient, spiteful person.
By whose standard? In my view, evil is by definition inefficient.
Oh, evil can be very efficient. It's not a good efficient. But
good. It's going to get a definition of good and evil. So let's not dive into that.
Punisher is evil, right? And those people think. I mean, I'd say he's extremely efficient. He's hyper efficient, if anything.
Well, but again, the Punisher kills criminals who don't deserve to die. So that's what the problem. That's.
I don't think he does from original source material. Maybe not the modified stuff in the more recent years. I don't know. I know they've been butchering him lately. So
I never read the Punisher after the year 1999 or maybe early 2000s. Because I read Punisher War Journal a lot. That was okay. I read all his appearances of Spider-Man, obviously.
I'm going to use a scene from the TV show, which again does not necessarily reflect the Punisher.
That is not the original Punisher.
I know it's not the original Punisher. I'm just saying it's a similar act, where going into a shop, getting some illegal equipment because he can't get his equipment legally. That's not how it works. He's essentially breaking the law to get something to stop bad guys. That's his MO. He does that because he has to access weapons, ammunition.
Okay. The Punisher in the Punisher TV show and in the Thomas Jane movies is a much more sanitized version of the character.
Yeah, I know. But I'm saying, like, in terms of a character that does not need to die. So when he goes and gets the radio piece, I think it's in Daredevil. When he gets the radio piece, that he's the police scanner radio thingy, and he gets it from the pawn shop guy. When the pawn shop guy mentions CP, up until that point, he was leaving him alone. He wasn't going to kill him.
Yes, like I said, that's a sanitized version of the Punisher.
But I'm saying is he wouldn't go in there and say, give me what you got, and then blast the guy, because the guy's not doing any actual harm. But as soon as he mentions something of someone like the CP, that was like, you done did it. and then that was the end. Like that guy, he's not surviving. There's nothing in this world that was going to save that guy. The Hulk showing up would not have saved that guy. Nothing was going to, because
the Hulk could have just, it's like.
But okay, Frank Castle's intellect.
I'm just messing with you, bro. I'm just messing with you.
I know. Well, also remember, Frank Castle killed the entire Marvel universe. So let's throw that out there. But point being is that up until that point, there's no necessary reason to harm somebody. If you steal a thing of bubble gum from a shop, Punisher's not coming to kill you. You're not a target. If you harm a child,
the Punisher, as originally written and created, right, is much more akin to Dexter than he is to how he is in the modern Punisher.
I fully understand he's the messy aspect, but what I'm saying is that he has
he makes Dexter look like a saint. I'll put it that way.
Well, that's one of the reasons I love him. but the point is that I don't think Punisher in any shape or form is going after every single individual. He's not raiding police information, finding a list of criminals and hunting down every single one. He's going out stopping the ones that can't be stopped by the law. That's his MO.
That's this modern sanitized Punisher. The original Punisher was like a serial killer who was mission focused. When he targeted a criminal, he would kill them no matter what they did. Now, most of the criminals he targeted had to do with people who murdered families and children, the mob, and all that sort of stuff. I mean, because that was his original thing.
I could see him killing a mugger, but I don't see him killing a guy who just walked up to somebody and menaced or intimidated.
Well, no, he wouldn't kill the mugger unless the mugger was his target. That's what I'm getting at. He was not like when he targeted that bar of villains. He said, "I'm going to kill every villain in there, even the ones who were just like burglars." He blew it up and killed them all.
Yes, but here's the thing. 1, Frank Castle's notorious for intel gathering. 2, he always plans for everything. 3, if there are burglars in there, if they're armed robbery burglars where they threaten people's life and or possibly have killed somebody in a home invasion or something like that, or a carjacking, that all fits under his normal umbrella of guilty, because he doesn't believe that the judicial system or the criminal system is going to do anything about it. And his goal is to
that's the modern sanitized Punisher.
That's not a sanitized dude. That's pretty straight. But
you're Punisher, saying
only if it's his target.
He kills his target and literally ignores certain types of crime that aren't in his target.
That's literally what I was saying. It wasn't in his target, but it became a problem when the guy pulled out CP. That was my point.
For example, the Kingpin. The Punisher in the early comics could have went after the Kingpin many times, but never did because he wasn't his target.
Yeah. I'm not saying he doesn't have targets. I'm saying anytime he targets, it's somebody who actually has like a bad rap. It's bad guys. It's not
okay. I get what you're saying, and that's the modern sanitized Punisher.
Everything you just said about the original lines up directly with what I'm saying.
Except the original Punisher, if he targeted a criminal, even if it was a minor crime, would kill them.
That's the reason.
Because he's a serial killer.
I mean,
when his family died, he snapped. He had a psychotic break. That's the original Punisher. Then what happened is he became very popular. He was a niche character. He, like Venom, became very popular. And in the 90s, they were like, we got to make these guys anti-heroes, so let's clean them up a little bit.
Yes, but at the same time, he's definitely not clean. He's definitely not something you want your kids to
read. No. Compared to how he and Venom... Remember, one of the original depictions of Venom, McFarlane implied that Venom raped Mary Jane with the way he drew it.
Okay, first off, was it the symbiote who did it or the person under the symbiote?
It was Eddie Brock Venom.
But was it Eddie Brock who did it?
Eddie Brock was all into destroying Peter Parker. All in. He hated Peter Parker before the symbiote.
Well, I get that part. I'm not saying that.
The symbiote just took it to 11.
Well, did the symbiote build upon it, or did the symbiote say
it was a perfect melding of hatred of Peter Parker?
Okay, hatred of Peter Parker does not mean every action is acceptable. That's my point.
They sanitized him after that. There was actually a later scene clarification where he just terrorized Mary Jane.
Well, okay, whether that's sanitation or not, my point is if the symbiote was just along for the ride, technically Venom is not responsible. If it's Eddie Brock specifically, he would be responsible. If it's not Eddie Brock, but it's the symbiote that's responsible.
The symbiote in the comics is sapient, fully sentient, sapient. Whatever word you want to use, it's fully.
I know, but I'm saying, is Venom the symbiote going to prevent?
Venom is a combination of both of them. He's a Gestalt.
But at the same time, Venom can become somebody else if they become Venom. It's not always Eddie Brock. There's multiple Venoms.
No, there's just Eddie Brock in the comics.
I specifically remember the animated game, and they introduced.
That's not the 616 universe.
It was specifically based off of the comics. It was
that's an alt reality. Every of those, that's all going to be alt reality stuff. You got to go to 616.
I'm pretty sure. Oh, dadgummit, who was it?
When the other symbiotes show up, that's when you have other be like Carnage and
I'm not talking about those guys. Carnage, Mania, Toxin, Scream, Agony, Phage, Grendel. Venom.
Yeah, all the other ones. But I mean, after Carnage, I was like, they don't need any more. But then they had Deadpool versus the dinosaur symbiotes or whatever. It was crazy.
Because the symbiotes themselves, Carnage is insane. Holy crap! I'm trying to find Venom the character, because Venom gets with Peter Parker.
Eventually, Eddie Brock becomes sane again. Okay, when they made him an anti-hero, he was like, well, I could kind of understand what Peter Parker and Spider-Man did. I still hate him, but I'll let him live.
After Brock, numerous other hosts for Venom followed. Some of the most notable are the villain Mac Gargan, who is the main incarnation of Venom from 2005 to 2009. Flash Thompson, who became a superhero agent Venom from 2011 to 2016. Venom returned to Brock in 2017. I don't necessarily care about the new stuff, but there are other people. Venom's most recent and current host is Brock's biological son, Dylan. And then obviously you have Scream.
Okay, so I'll concede that other people have taken the mantle of Venom, but the Venom being is a Gestalt. And the one who hated Spider-Man was Eddie Brock plus the symbiote. They both hated him.
I know that. I'm saying that could have been the initial formation, but what I'm saying is that Venom is the symbiote, but then combines with it.
But the symbiote never, after Eddie and the symbiote got over it when they became anti-heroes, the Venom symbiote never really hated Spider-Man the way it did.
I'm not saying he hated or didn't hate. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the personality of Venom. So when
the initial personality of Venom was hatred of Peter Parker and Spider-Man.
When the symbiote, yes, but him going to somebody else doesn't turn him into Carnage. He's still Venom. So if the symbiote, Venom symbiote, gets with Mac Gargan, right?
By the time that had happened, okay, they had made Venom an anti-hero and he and the symbiote no longer hated Spider-Man.
That's not my point. My point is not his hatred of Spider-Man. That's not my point. My point is that the symbiote is Venom and combines with the host, and the host is just there as the body. The symbiote is the Venom. Just like the symbiote of Carnage is Carnage. He takes over a serial killer, but
the symbiote died. Carnage just gained. Cletus Cassidy gained the ability after they killed the symbiote is it Maximum Carnage or the other one? They hit him with a sonic gun and disintegrated the symbiote, but he regenerated the abilities to do the symbiote's abilities on his own.
I don't know how that works, but I'm sure
none of us, we all thought it was bullshit either, but that was all.
That sounds stupid. But my point is that if Eddie Brock's son Dylan becomes the current Venom, well, he's not Eddie Brock, but he's still Venom, which means the only thing that it is. And then they say the symbiotes, which is Scream, Lasher, Phage, Agony, Riot, Mania, Sleeper, and obviously Carnage, which all of those are their individual children. So Venom is depicted as having spawned several children. Scream is his child.
I think he had 6. There was 6 or 7 that spawned off of Venom.
Scream, Lasher, Phage, Agony, Riot, Mania, Sleeper, and Carnage. So 8.
8, okay.
So 8 kids, but they're all symbiotes. They're not like natural copulation children that pop out and then there just happen to be a pre-made symbiote.
Yeah. Okay, let's go back to what we're talking about. Initially, Venom, the merger of Eddie Brock and the symbiote.
If he hated them, he could.
Both Peter Parker wanted to kill him. Okay.
Yes.
They wanted to ruin his life and kill him. Because what happened is Venom, like the Punisher, became very popular, and they were like, "We got to clean these guys up, so we can make them anti-heroes with their own series."
Yeah. My point is not that. My point is that just because you hate somebody and want to ruin their life doesn't mean you necessarily would choose to do something like.
Well, we're talking about when they turned the Punisher and Venom into not evil people.
Yes, but my point is that you said for early Punisher, which admittedly I have not read the early comics. I didn't grow up on comics. I grew up on what little I could find at the library and other things like that when I was a kid, and that was many, many years after these were already released, and there weren't many to choose from. But the ones I did, I usually got them at like Barnes and Nobles or something. They had the big like books of them. But the ones I did read, like I loved watching him fight the Russian. That was always fun.
Yeah.
I loved when he drops the Russian's head out of the window with a bomb attached to him. That was fun. But
I think that was End of Punisher War Journal.
I couldn't tell you what the name was. The only comics I remember in my brain is Star Wars, Crimson Empire 1, 2, and 3, and the Star Wars.
In the heyday of Marvel's peak, like the late 80s through the mid 90s, every character that was popular had multiple series. Like Spider-Man had like 7 series, Punisher had 3, Conan had like 4. The X-Men had like 19 series. The Avengers had like 6 series going on. They were making spin-offs of like the Avengers spin-offs were having spin-offs. They were even trying to make a second Fantastic. Yeah, like the West Coast Avengers had like I think a little bit of the West Coast Strike Team or some nonsense like that. Like the Marvel was selling so many comics they were just printing anything.
Yeah, and here's my thing again with like the author thing. I base it off of the original character and their behaviors and understandings of things. I don't like it when somebody else new comes in just because the IP is owned and then they just completely change the character. I'm not all about that. However, if it's a reasonable, like if you can address it reasonably and say the Punisher went from being kill everything and everyone to targeting more specific people like prominent villains because the prominent villains are the reason all the other stuff.
Well, they made him not a sociopath, basically. Same thing with Venom. They made Venom.
Well, I mean, think of it this way: the Punisher, war veteran. Okay, so he has enough trauma under his belt to already experience massive loss of losing his squad or whatever, and his family dying could cause a psychotic break, but it doesn't necessarily mean it's going to inhibit every.
You need to remember the Punisher when he first appeared was a niche character. He did not instantly become popular and have like all this stuff going on.
I know, but what I'm saying is from a psychological standpoint for a character, somebody who's traumatized by war and massive loss of life everywhere.
Yeah, agree, totally agree. But the Punisher when he first came out was a support character in other comics, and it had a mini series, and then it became extremely popular, and that's when they changed everything.
And everything, which is I love when he works with Black Widow because it shows Black Widow as an actual assassin. An actual killer. I hate when they freaking sanitize.
Well, they sanitized her too because she was originally a pretty ruthless character.
I love the Black Widow, but she doesn't kill. She just tases, which is the dumbest thing on the planet. Like she's a trained, cold-blooded killer, and they're like, "We're gonna tone you down a bit. Why don't y'all step it up a bit? Like, what's wrong? You're the wrong team." But I think that's one of the things. It's like when Punisher gets together, like we're gonna take down this organization. She's like, "I'm with you, bud," and then they go in and just mow people down because the organization's the problem. Even then, both Black Widow and Punisher don't kill just random people, especially people who have been like abducted by the evil organization to commit like scientific experiments.
Well, before
everybody,
the Natasha Romanoff Black Widow, the problem is they messed up her origin with the whole Winter Soldier garbage.
Well, I don't count the MCU as valid in that.
No, I mean the comic book Winter Soldier when Bucky returned. Like, this whole they decided all the former Russian reform people were going to be mind controlled. That's why they were evil, and they messed with all of their origins. Like the Black Widow was like a Russian spy who reformed, and Natasha Romanoff.
I don't think I would agree with that kind of stuff. Because it pulls away from their character, or it's just a cheap writing.
Well, she lived in the espionage world where they still have people killing people, killing Hydra left and right, basically,
It's technically the gathering of information, but assassination could go hand in hand with it. Because you got to be sneaky.
She rarely, if ever, appeared with actual superheroes. She was a niche character for the espionage stuff.
Hitman, Agent 47, could be used for espionage, but his specialty is, besides obviously blending in, is assassination.
And you remember...
You call a hitman. You call a hitman for a hit job.
Yeah.
You don't call them for gathering information, but they could technically gather information.
Yeah. So that too is eventually when they, when she became when they like sanitized her. So Bendis took over after the I think it was early 2000s. They did an arc where they killed off all the old Avengers in like a deconstruction thing, and it was actually pretty decent work because they wanted to sort of reboot them all. And when he did that, Bendis put together a team of Avengers who were actually the most popular characters in Marvel, not just a ragtag bunch of people who were working together. And that was the Secret Avengers and the New Avengers and all that. The New Avengers, Bendis' New Avengers, which was like Doctor Strange, basically all the popular characters he put on the team because they wanted the book to sell as a main character, not a main title. Anyway, that's when the Black Widow became like a superhero type and not an espionage type, you know.
And again, like for me, I look at it as okay. I don't care who the character is, who authored the character, or anything. I'll use an example from the new Wheel of Time series for season 1. So, Perrin, he's married, kills wife, blah, 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 blah. They're trying to push that the reason he leaves the two rivers is because he killed his wife. Which doesn't make any sense whatsoever because he already had a legitimate reason to leave. And it was told in the books. The Trollocs, the Dark One, all of them, after him, and they won't leave the two rivers alone because while he's there, so he has to leave. He has a legitimate reason to leave. Bad writing, even if they own the IP now, bad writing.
Well, they don't own the IP; they license it.
They own the license to be able to change whatever they want in whatever way.
To make their version of it, they can't change the original books.
They won't. Well, I'm not saying that they change the. Well, they can. They change the covers, but
no, the text of the books, the copyright text, they can't change.
Image change, suck it. But I'm saying, like, in terms of they have the ability to tell the story however they want. According to the average person, I think yourself will also be included, because they have access to the IP through the licensing. They can do that, and all the changes are canon or valid. I disagree with that.
They're not canon. Because the primary source canon is the books.
It's the Wheel of Time. Yes, but they're telling the story a different way.
But that's not then that the primary canon would always be considered what the owner of the canon has.
But they are the owner of the license of the canon.
So what they have is not the primary Wheel of Time. They have the TV show Wheel of Time.
Well, they have the access to the TV of it, but the story itself is the story itself.
No, it's not. The story they're telling in the show is nothing like the story in the books.
I am very much aware, good sir. I'm saying that if they were given the license to Wheel of Time and could not harm the Wheel of Time in any shape or form, just like how the Tolkien, or not the Tolkien Society, the Tolkien estate did before the retard Simon Tolkien, where they used to protect everything. Like, you couldn't do this, you couldn't do that. Same thing as Spider-Man. Spider-Man will always be Spider-Man. Miles Morales can never be Spider-Man. He can be Miles Morales version of Spider-Man, but he can never be like, hey, did you see Spider-Man? Oh yeah, Miles Morales. Like, you can't.
Correct.
Because there's protections on him. There are no such things on the Wheel of Time. But if there was, and they did this, they would have gotten sued to oblivion because it's so different.
Well, no, there are protections on it.
They are not.
Like, for example, if Amazon tried to publish a version of Wheel of Time where they change it to details to the show, they could get sued for that.
They did change the details to the show.
No, meaning, let's say they rewrote the book to comply with the show.
Oh, yes, but the book's different. I don't think they have the license to write the book. They have the license to sell.
That is correct. That's what, and that is the actual canon of the Wheel of Time is the book. Now, when Harriet dies, and then you go to public domain, do they even have kids?
I don't think so.
That means it's public domain when she dies. So
unless somebody buys it. Unless somebody buys it.
I think public domain is life of the author plus life of the spouse or something like that.
Like 70 years.
Plus life of the heirs. That depends on the country.
Well, yeah, but if it's Jordan and Harriet.
In other words, while the original author or their spouse is alive, copyright will never run out. Once they're dead, there's a certain amount of time. Like, for example, Christopher Robert, he died about 5 years ago, right? So, but let's say somehow he lived to be 170 or whatever, right? He could not stop Tolkien's work from going into public domain starting in the late 2030s.
Okay.
That's when Tolkien's earliest works start going to public domain around 2038 or something like that.
I don't know, 70 years regardless or something like that.
It's I don't know, it's kind of different from country to country, and there's a treaty involved in all this. But
the reason the Steamboat Willie is going whatever.
yeah, like once Tolkien died and his wife had already passed, obviously when he died. There's a time limit on the copyright that, so in other words, Christopher couldn't keep extending that on his own. Yeah.
There's a limited. There's a reasonable limited time period.
Yeah.
But my point is that let's say Amazon buys the entire IP from Harriet, not the license, legitimately the whole thing. Then they can make whatever they want canon, just like Star Wars and Disney.
Well, I would agree then that unfortunately Amazon becomes the owner of the property, and that's that.
We're all toasted then. At that point, I might stop Wheel of Time at all. Period.
Well,
because
don't worry, because you just have the original books, and you just read the original books.
Yes, but I've been traumatized by all the show fans or dark fans, whatever you call them.
The show friends.
Show friends. Thank you.
Yeah.
They traumatized me with no, it's this because remember, weaponized autism here. It's stuck in my head now. I can't get it out. Like I
have mental health issues myself, and sometimes stuff gets in my crook. You know what I mean? And people will say things.
I mean, if you ask any of my friends or my family or anybody who knows me, which is albeit not that many people, I am a stickler. Like I am so like scheduled in my process. I can count how many steps it takes to get to the bathroom every single day. Like I am scheduled to the nth degree, and I hate deviation from that. That's because I'm so nitpicky about
the nature of what you're dealing with. I get that. Yeah.
All the stuff behind me is more likely attributed to Asperger's and stuff like that. Like I collect things because I like it, but I also see it as like a long-term investment. But I collect things I like. Like I just like it is what it is. But if somebody tries to argue, like that's one of the reasons I'll always like Tolkien is because the Tolkien fans are just adamantly against this. Like no matter what the Tolkien Society says, adamantly everyone just despises this. Like nobody can actually effectively defend the changes that Rings of Power is doing to the thing. They can't do it because it's literally being denied. You can see it decline like a freaking hammer. Yeah. And that restores my hope in the Tolkien's Legendarium. But Tolkien's Legendarium is just something that's just so beloved by everyone in the world.
Well, the thing is, and this is the difference, Tolkien's Legendarium has moved beyond being some books the dude wrote. They're now a work of English literature. You know, they're historical work. You know what I mean? So I love Robert Jordan, but I don't know if his books will ever get to that level. You know,
but even in that case, if somebody managed to get their hands on owning the IP, not just the license, owning it like Disney owns Star Wars, and they decided to create books afterwards, and then they just absolutely obliterated all of his works, I don't know how I'd handle that.
Well,
I don't
think I would ignore them. I would bitch about them, but I would ignore them because you can't. It's like, H.P. Lovecraft. For example, this is a good example. Yeah, I love H.P. Lovecraft. I despise most of what other Derleth created in his when he took control of the estate and made all these derivatives. And I have no problem with the shared universe because Lovecraft wanted a shared universe. For example, he and Howard shared concepts back and forth. Robbie Howard, Conan, so forth. I have no problem with others writing in the Lovecraft or the Conan because they both wanted the shared universe. It was part of their vision, right? But what August Derleth did when he controlled the estate was he introduced all this weird mysticism BS in because Lovecraft wrote science fiction horror. Okay, so
that's about as much as I know about him. I think
the reason these beings exist isn't because magic. It's like Arthur C. Clarke. Magic is sufficiently advanced technology. You ever heard that saying from Arthur C. Clarke? It's from one of his novels. Any science that's sufficiently advanced will be perceived as magic, basically. So
I've effectively read nothing but Wheel of Time and Tolkien for like the last 6 years.
Yeah. So in Lovecraft, he created this science fiction horror where people couldn't comprehend. So advanced, the stuff these aliens were dealing with, they couldn't comprehend the horror, so they interpret it as magic. And then Derleth comes along and introduces all the ancient gods and like just makes it like a power fantasy, basically, with all the stuff you let people write.
I mean, but the thing is that expounding upon details and fleshing them out, because I believe there's a difference between perception and actual fact. So, like, for example, there's multiple times in the Wheel of Time where they're like, oh, these Aes Sedai are blah, 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 blah. That's the well-known, documented whatever, but it's not necessarily the truth. It's just the perception of certain individuals or a mass population. The actual truth can be very different. So if in the story they're like, oh, this is just science or whatever, or they figure out it's science, but then the ancient gods show up, well, the ancient gods could have caused the science. Like, that's not contradictory. It might be annoying to people who are fans of the original stuff, but if it lodged,
it got very schlocky and with Derleth.
The writing might be poor, but I'm just saying if it logically follows, I don't have a problem with it. The problem is like Wheel on Prime does not logically follow at all. Like it's completely off. If they were just trying to pull like a Sanderson rewrite kind of thing, but it actually was coherent, then it might not be that bad. I might not say it's the original, but I wouldn't say it would be bad. It'd just be like, okay, well, if the writing's okay, here's another possible alternative universe. That's one thing.
And like I said, like Lovecraft's he's not, all his work is now in the public domain, right? So you get a lot of crap out there, but sometimes you get good stuff. Like, where's my finger?
Cthulhu.
You see that book right up there?
Which one?
Right above my finger on the right.
Yes.
Okay, so there's two books. There's that book next to it. This French artist took H.P. Lovecraft stories. I have the Call of Cthulhu, and I have the John Witch Horror, right? Two of his most famous stories. And he
did H.P. Lovecraft walk up to and say, "Paint me like one of your French girls"?
Well, he wrote this beautiful Gothic style artwork, page by page. It's like an adult children's book, but it's not. It's written with his own words. It really draws you into it. That's a good thing with public domain. And the bad thing is all like the H.P. Lovecraft porn that occasionally floats around, you know. And it's, there's H.P. Lovecraft porn out there now.
Never would have thought that, but then I guess there are people that do that.
You know, and it's the same thing with you can imagine what they're going to do with Tolkien. I hope to live 20 or 30 more years. I don't know if I will, but if I live that long, I'm going to see Tolkien in the public domain, and you know what they're going to do with it, you know. So it's the same thing. Wheel of Prime. What's going to happen when Harriet dies? Because I think she's in her 70s now, at least. Does her estate sell it off? Because if they don't have kids,
I don't think they have kids, but they might. I don't know.
I don't know if they have kids, but I'm not sure.
Anytime they talk about it, it's Robert Jordan and his wife Harriet McDougal. That's all they ever mention. They never say and sons.
So it's like, you just got to live the reality that this stuff is not going to be owned forever. I mean, Steamboat Willie is public, right? Right.
But Steamboat Willie.
I saw someone on Twitter saying that they had already seen Steamboat Willie porn.
Probably. Winnie the Pooh, they have horror films about it now.
Yeah, Winnie the Pooh is public now. You have
But the thing is that Disney is like trademarked the typical outfit. So like you can't show Winnie the Pooh a certain specific way. Like they're trying to fight tooth and nail, and they will murder anybody they got to protect the IP of Winnie the Pooh that they have.
But not because they care about it, but it's because they own it. You know what I mean? They want to be sole profiteers.
Disney is about as scummy gets. You never hear.
Well, no, it's not. Any corporation is like that. If you own something, you should rationally want to exploit it for your own purposes.
I will put out there, which most people will disagree with me, most people do not like. I don't necessarily agree with copyright. Intellectual property is good to a certain extent, but I also don't think you should limit it, because if somebody can make something better than you,
I think there should be. I think there should be a way for creators to have control of their product while they're alive, and their children are young.
I believe you can't copy paste. So, like, if somebody writes an episode of Winnie the Pooh, you can't use that and say I made it. No. You can't even recreate it and say I made it. But what you can do is use Winnie the Pooh.
And I think there should be a structure in law that says once an object of art is created, you can't knock it off. Meaning, like the Lord of the Rings, only in the versions Tolkien published can ever be published as the Lord of the Rings. That doesn't mean you can't take it and make your own animated version if it's public domain or whatever. But you can't write a novel that takes place in the setting, like, what did Aragorn do 30 years later or whatever, once it's public domain. But the actual Lord of the Rings should be legally structured.
kind of like what Warner Bros. Is doing when they're remaking Lord of the Rings. They're not actually remaking Lord of the Rings. They're trying to fill in other video movies around the time period. I don't mind them filling it in if it's lore accurate.
Well, we both agree there. There are, I would say, they could have made. I was talking. Who was I talking with? I don't talk about much anymore. There's a couple of Tolkien fans I used to talk with a lot back when Salty was big, and they could have made at least 10 different TV shows and 20 different movies solely based on what's in the appendix and remain lore accurate. Without even giving permission to use anything else, there's such a depth of information there. You know, the whole war of what led to Celebrimbor and the rings and all that. That's the war of Sauron and the elves. That was like a several hundred-year war that you got enough details on. You could have just done that as a 5-year series and been relatively. And yes, you make up some new characters to fill the gaps as long as they're compliant and all that. You know what I mean?
I don't like new characters aren't a problem because there's always thousands, if not millions, of characters that are not named. They're just unknown people in groups. So you could say, hey, I'm going to find a Gondorian name generator, generate a name. Is it Gondorian? Yes, it follows all the rules to make a Gondorian name. Okay, let's pick that name, like Baragor or something like that. I think the Third Age did some actual real characters. But essentially take those characters, like the Third Age, the video game, was fun. It has an Idril character, a Baragor character. I think his name's Baragor. But they're supposedly based off of actual characters. Not the same Idril, obviously, from Gondolin. Different ones. But in that situation, you could use characters that have Elvish names for elves, Gondorian names for Gondor, Rohirrim names for Rohirrim, and have characters and have their stories go do things, just like you would if you created a D&D campaign.
Yeah.
I'm completely fine with that, as long as it follows the coherency and consistency of the Tolkien source material. That's all I ask.
Well,
because
I would say
if you write it and people don't like it, they don't gotta like it. That's the great part. But if other people like it, they can like it, and that's the great part. Because it's competition in a way, but it's also good authors. Imagine if Robert Jordan had the ability to write Tolkien, in the Tolkien world.
Yeah.
It'd probably be really good, in my opinion, better than George R.R. Martin if he did the same thing. Because I like Robert Jordan's writing style better than I like George R.R. Martin's. George R.R. Martin's not that great of an author, in my humble opinion. Other people can disagree, that's fine. But if that's the case, I can still consume the content without having to wait 70 years for somebody to die. Because me living around 70 years, I don't know if I'll be around 70 years from now. Probably not, considering my age. But in the case of anything, whether it be electronics, if the iPhone comes out and they're trying to sell it for $150 billion for a single phone, which is basically what Apple does. It's ridiculous. Their technology is lower than that of Androids. It's just more expensive looking phone. That's literally it. It's a different iOS or a different operating system. That's it. I should be able to make an iPhone and be like, yeah, it's an iPhone. iPhone itself should not be. But I can't necessarily copy their programming. I can't necessarily copy all the stuff they themselves exclusively did, but I should be able to make an iPhone. I should be able to put a similar concept that I made. It's the same thing with covering music. If you cover music and you want to make money off of it, you have to, all the music, vocals, and everything has to be 100% redone by you and your band or whatever. You can't just take the music from them and then put your voice to it and then sell it. You can't do that. You have to recreate everything from scratch. Same thing with basically how Taylor Swift has her old music, and then because she wanted to make money off of her music, she remade her music.
Well, she had to re-record it because she didn't know the original recordings anymore.
Well, she never had the originals. Somebody else, like a producer, somebody had them. So she basically did all of her old stuff, remade it completely, so it's under her, and then now she has it. She literally covered her own music, is what she did. But it's also original music because it is her music, but it's cover.
Well, it's weird. Like she owns the songs, but not the recording of the songs. And it's one of those weird copyright things.
Somebody else is making a lot of money off of her music prior, and she couldn't get them back. And that is what it is. Neither here nor there. But my point is that you still have to do stuff, even if you're using the same lyrics, even if you're using the same vocal sound, if you're using the same guitars, drums, bass, whatever it might be, the computer, synth, keys, whatever. That stuff. You have to make it yourself, and you have to perform it yourself. You can't just borrow other people's work and then bounce off of that.
Yeah.
I've done that for a cover song for a band once, and I like it. It's almost a 1-for-1. Obviously, there's differences because I don't sound the same as.
In general, agree. It's getting late where I am.
Yeah, you want to?
Great conversation, though.
I could talk for years. Don't worry.
Not the Noldor, not the Valar, who defeats Morgoth/Melkor. So I had thought of it in that way as kind of being positioned to forecast that event.
I'm listening, but I'm taking a little break.
So yeah, if we think about the fading, that might suggest that Finrod is not successful in imparting his vision to his own people, potentially, that they are disappearing. Of course, you might also think of it as they're disappearing only to return with the help of this vision and with the help of men. But as so often happens in Tolkien, that never gets connected or that never gets resolved. Yeah, really interesting.
Yeah.
Not everything has to be connected, though. Like, what? Just because something happens, you could still have mysteries or something like that. I don't see how Finrod couldn't get his point across. He can say what he means, and then that be that. Like, what is the rest of this? I don't understand. So I'm guessing she probably doesn't understand because that wasn't really a coherent statement. I guess we'll run with it. But I mean, Finrod could get his point across if he wants to, but people can refuse to understand it if they want to. I don't freaking know. Let's just go ahead.
Super. Okay. And I'll just pause for 1 second, just in case someone were typing out a further question. So just bear with for 1 sec. I think
this guy's got amazing facial.
Might just about be there.
Great.
In that case. Okay. Right, unless something random. Oh, you know what? As literally, there's always that one. There's always that one. Okay, right. We've got one more question for you. Round 4. Okay.
Fight.
So the questioner is curious about how you see the elven policy of not marrying during wartime. So this seems remarkably prophylactic to the questioner. Your thoughts?
Yeah. Really interesting, Kevin.
Are we laying bets down on how incorrect she's probably going to be? Goodness.
Thought it was really helpful reading. Of course, there are copious notes from both Tolkien and Christopher after this essay that remind us that the discussion comes before any marriage of elf or man has occurred. And so in that...
Elf or man? This has nothing to do with the world of men. This is purely elves. This is the elves' rule, not men's rule. Men don't live long enough for this to be a matter. Elves do.
Way from outside of the primary or the secondary world, we can see the text sort of getting ready for that to happen. And so the passage I had from Tolkien in the paper, that he sees the crossings of elves and men as in some way inherently tragic.
What? It was not intended per se, but they are biologically compatible. And without several of those pairings, you don't necessarily have the lines you have. Like, Numenor probably wouldn't be a thing. Well, I mean, maybe Numenor would be the thing. The king of Numenor wouldn't be there. Let's put it that way. The first king, I should say.
Although full of love, we see...
She's one of those love is love people, I bet.
That thematic going through this discussion between Finrod and Andreth.
I never saw this theme. I don't know what she's talking about. Like, there's never a theme where it's like, oh, you can't marry somebody because you're a different race. It's never a thing. And
then we see it between all of the marriages, the intermarriages, if you will.
She's being selective.
Extremely. Cherry picking.
She's ignoring the fact that Tolkien... We talked about this like an hour ago, 2 hours ago. Tolkien explicitly said there's nothing wrong with the Eldar and the Edain getting married, they just don't instinctively like one another enough to do that in vast majority of circumstances.
They don't see each other in a romantic light on average.
They see each other as siblings, if at all.
Yeah, well, it's like you're not gonna, like, as you were said, the incest question is like they're not gonna see each other as more than a brother and sister in most situations, even though they're technically not actual literally relatives in that regard.
Well, in the eyes of Yuvatar, they're the elder and they're siblings. You know what I mean? They're the Eldar and the younger. You know,
They are, but like even humans like us right now, it's like your seventh cousin or something is not considered blood related, even though they're still your cousin. You could still marry your seventh cousin on, but they got to be 7 out for the blood to be changed enough.
No, you can marry like first cousins without much problem.
Well, I mean, if you're in Arkansas or if you're in freaking Alabama,
Even in Italy to this day, like people marry first cousins.
I'm pretty sure incest by definition was 7 or anything 7 or in, because of how the bloodline works. Because again, from a naturalistic perspective, a non-religious perspective or non-theological perspective, the only downside to incest is potential issues with kids.
No, there have been studies on it. Like once you're like first cousins, it's really it's really sibling, primarily parent-child, and then secondary sibling incest that causes all the genetic stuff. First cousins, usually unless they're inheriting traits like that. You know how I think Jewish people have what is it, Tay-Sachs that Jewish people have, or like if both parents have the recessive for that, and they're cousins, that it might cause it to rise or something. But if there's no genetic stuff like that, the studies have shown. I'm not advocating for first.
I know. I'm just saying there's no way to tell a lot of those genetic things until it happens. That's the problem.
Yeah.
So you can't just be like preemptively, oh, you can't do this, because you don't know. Like a brother and sister, or a mom and a son, or dad and daughter, or whatever the combination you could think of, if they were to copulate, there's no guarantee that there could be literally nothing wrong with their kid, or there could be everything wrong with their kid. But then again, you have people who are from different families that have kids that have a whole bunch of stuff wrong with the kids. So like, there's no real way to answer for why it's incorrect or wrong through naturalistic particular philosophical means.
Well, I mean, the idea would have been that the herd learned that in too closely marrying led to traits that you didn't survive by.
It could, but at the same time, you could do that elsewise. You don't stop other people from marrying each other. That my point is that from a theological perspective, we have reasons to not do it, etc. But from a non-theological
Well, they've been even like anthropologists, even like the tribes who've never had contact with human, so to speak, tend to minimize incest.
Well, and there could be societal reasons for that. That could be just one day the chief decided, I don't like it, and therefore we're stopping it. And it's a tradition for
there have been studies that they're fairly certain is something that evolved behavior that the tribes that did that didn't survive as long.
What do you do if you and your sister are alone on an island and you have no idea if the next 3,000 years anyone's ever going to come to this island? For all you know, it pulled a Dr. Stone and everyone else on the planet's turned to stone.
We don't make mutant babies.
Huh?
You don't make mutant babies.
Well, they wouldn't necessarily be mutant; they'd be human technically. But my point being is that if that's the case, and you're like, if you believe you're the last humans on Earth, do you repopulate the Earth, or do you let the human species die out? Why do you do that? Do you say,
can't repopulate the Earth with just 2 people? There's been studies on that. You can do it with like 1 man and like 100 women, but you can't do it with like just 2 people.
Well, I'm saying, like, let's say brother and sister, they get pregnant so many times, like they're in their like early 20s or something. You've got so many years to pop out so many kids. And if you pop out enough kids, and those kids pop out enough kids amongst each other, and maybe there becomes more girls than there are boys, and then the one boy gets multiples of them per year.
There have been, like I said, there have been studies that show that would not work.
I don't know anything about that kind of stuff, but I'm saying, in that situation, is it your moral duty to repopulate the Earth, or is it immoral and thus you don't do it, and Earth and humans die off from the natural?
Well, I would say Earth and humans are going to die off anyway. So,
well, yes, but is it because you didn't do the right, or I shouldn't say the right thing, do the thing that would prolong humanity's existence, willingly. Like if you're like, no, she's my sister or he's my brother, I'm not gonna to do that kind of stuff. Then humans die out when you guys die out.
Well, that was the whole Blue Lagoon movie scenario.
That's a what?
There's a movie called The Blue Lagoon.
I don't know.
It's an infamous or famous movie depending on your viewpoint. It wasn't an adult movie; it was a regular movie.
Never heard of it.
About two siblings who got trapped on an island and had kids.
Wow. I was just
It's how Brooke Shields became famous, basically.
I brought it up because of I don't know if you've ever watched the anime Dr. Stone, but I have. And in Dr. Stone, the entire world, the entire population of humanity and some birds got turned to stone. They got petrified. And random chance 3,000 years later broke off Dr. Stone himself, broke his petrification through guano dripping, I think it was nitric acid or whatever, broke through the petrification. He begins to revive people through the gathering of nitric acid, and then he finds people he knows are he's like, well, here's my buddy from high school and that guy's crush. Like his buddy is like super strong, not the brightest, but he can like move things. He can take a beating. He's just really strong. And then that guy has a crush on a girl who's really good at making clothes and knitting camps and tents and things together. So he picks them as his first two, per se, but he ends up not getting the girl until after somebody else, because they're like, we're getting chased by lions. We need somebody who's really strong. Like, well, this kid's the strongest primate on Earth because he's like a really powerful kid or whatever, and he's really big. He gets up and kills the lion with his bare hands, and he eventually tries to extinguish humanity because he thinks they're all going to go down the evil path of technology and become crime lords and all that type of stuff. And he wants to keep mankind simple, and anybody else has to be eliminated. And it's a long, convoluted story, but it's really interesting. They do a lot of science stuff, and it's really funny. I don't know how much of it's actually possible in the science thing, but they do a lot of chemical type things. But Dr. Stone, like in that situation, everyone on the planet got petrified. But there were survivors on an island. We find out that the survivors on an island came from astronauts that had come back down to Earth after the petrification had happened. And then basically there was a married couple already on there. And then there was another couple that got married, but they didn't have I think they had one kid, they didn't have any kids or whatever. Some of them died over from sickness because they didn't have access to medical stuff. Some of them went to go find stuff on the mainland because they landed near an island, and they never came back. Like, a whole bunch of stuff happened, and basically they had some humans, and those humans over 3,000 years created tribes, and those tribes are what survived until Dr. Stone brought them back. So if that was the case, if these people were the only people on that island and they were related, do they keep propagating their species and in that result end up with a possibly very messed up family system, or that in the hopes of eventually fixing the petrification issue and restore humanity through all the petrification process? But in this case, just remove the petrification aspect. They're just the last live humans. What, from a naturalistic perspective, what's the moral reasoning to not propagate as opposed to propagating? You say, well, it's moral for the humans to die, and then they just...
From a scientific perspective, I know when it works, so I wouldn't do it.
Well, how would you know it wouldn't work?
Because I know that brother-sister babies, within 2 or 3 generations, are going to be so messed up they won't be able to reproduce.
But what if there's a mutation from evolution that prevents that from happening, and they actually can reproduce?
Most mutations are either you never notice them, or they kill an individual off, and they're never reproduce. The only mutation that's positive only happens because a population is so large. It happens in one member. They happen to reproduce.
I'm throwing it out there as like a moral question, not a.
I understand the moral question, but I always like to say, like there was an ethics class in high school, and the whole thing was built around the question of can we, should we, and I remember I was like all semester I was arguing we have to ask the question can we first, because it's not worth the time to even think about should we if we can't do can we.
Well, if you're in a situation where all you've got is time and there's nothing else, what is a naturalistic reason to not do it?
Well, okay. So first, I know that we cannot reproduce each other. So that's number one. Number two, I would not condemn my children to a life of deformed loneliness by banging my sister.
So you would argue it's better to wipe out humanity than to attempt to propagate with a potential chance.
Humanity's done. If it's just me and my sister and there's no one else on the planet, humanity's done.
But again, this is devoid of the scientific knowledge that it's guaranteed to fail. If there is a potential chance,
But you're asking me. I know that scientifically it will fail.
I know. I'm saying in the situation you wouldn't know this probably, and even if you did, do you still risk it to potentially revive humanity, or do you just kill each other instantaneously to save?
Okay, so let's say it's not me; it's some regular Joe who doesn't have the scientific knowledge, and let's say he and his sister are really hot looking, so that they can get past the sibling. Because there's a sibling thing you don't think your siblings are attractive. That's
People do it too, so I don't think looks necessarily have anything to do with it.
when this is a proven thing. When you're raised with your siblings and close relatives, even no matter how attractive they get, you don't think of them as attractive. There's a name for it. Okay. So let's say you're in a situation like you're both like supermodel level good looking, so you can get past that eventually, right? The reason you would start having sex is not because you want to reproduce the species, because eventually you want to bang someone who's hot.
I mean, probably.
Yeah, and if you're at that point, you're not going to be concerned about producing 17 kids so they can all have kids. You're not going to be thinking that at that level.
I mean, I think that's an extra level of thinking that they may or may not have, assuming they don't have that knowledge.
That's what I'm saying. At that point, you're going to be like, well, there's hot me and hot my sibling, right?
My question is more of, is it better for them to just off each other and die right then and there? Because if you're not going to propagate the human species and you're the only ones who could possibly do it, you're going to die in a time period, and it might cause more suffering than if you just offed each other.
Well, no, so I would say offering yourself is wrong because you don't know if maybe aliens will show up, for example.
Well, probably aliens will not be compatible sexually.
You know, no, but maybe they could then produce clones and differentiate them genetically, for example.
But the aliens could just populate the Earth and then just call it good.
Maybe that's true too. Or maybe God is real and God's going to say, "Oh, you guys have suffered for 10 years. You haven't touched each other. I'm going to repopulate. I'm going to fix things."
There's only two people on the Earth. God would have acted well before that point. If that was
maybe you had to prove humanity was worth it by persevering.
This whole scenario is based off of a naturalistic viewpoint, devoid of theology. That's why I was leaving God out.
So you're saying that there's no afterlife?
I'm saying that from a naturalistic, like let's say both the brother and sister, or mother and son and daughter and father, whatever the combination might be, they do not have the theological bone in their body. Naturalism is what they live by. Do they do it? Is there a reason to do it? Is there not a reason to do it? Is there a reason to just end it and call it good and say, we saved the Earth, or some other whatever? Like, why would they do so in that regard?
The main reason they would start banging each other is because you have nothing else to do besides eat crabs, break coconuts. Eventually, your clothes is going to wear out, so you're wearing grass all day. Pheromones are going to kick in, and like I said, if you're presumably really attractive people, you're going to bang each other no matter who you are.
Okay. Again,
the exception might be parent-child, because
I would have been privy to, so I would never even begin to think that either. So that's.
I mean, I'm just saying from the scientific research, like.
Yes, we're assuming these people don't have access to that kind of information.
Like there's been some data and studies on how long could two healthy, no matter whether they're related or not, like if you took two people, let's say heterosexual, right, and you put them like in a room naked and fed them, whatever, eventually they would have sex just because the female hormones would work on the male body to make him want her. So now the question is, how long would it take for that to overwhelm the sibling?
But if they overwhelm that, is it moral from a naturalistic perspective?
As long as you don't have kids, I suppose, yeah.
Well, but the goal would be to propagate the species, to return it if possible, and eventually in a couple thousand years where they could bring it back to.
Again, like we know that would not work. Okay, so So we're judging the people on the island. So they might think to do that, like let's bang out like 10 kids or whatever.
Naturalistic morality question. Science is not going to tell you if it's wrong or right based upon that. You can say science can say it would end up very messed up, but that's not whether it's moral to do.
Well, again, their moral judgment is going to be based on it's going to be secondary to them wanting to have sex when they have nothing else to do.
But is humanity's survival utmost important in an evolutionary chain of choices and decisions to make? Whereas like we need to survive, thus evolution, and we'll do whatever it takes, because even if you have a couple not so great endings, but eventually you do get past a certain amount of blood interweaving or whatever, eventually, then could that happen? Because let's say the first two have like 4 girls. Well, they get old enough, so the guy's like, okay, we're going to try for some boys and then, keep propagating. And he has 5 girls to work with. Well, that could eventually, through genetics, potentially lead to a boy.
And I would say, based on my readings of scientific papers, right, that I'm not saying, so they may think that of the two dumbasses on the island, right, and make that shot, but I know that's not going to work. So if you're asking me if it's moral, I would say no.
Whether it works or not, is naturalistic explanation enough to say it's moral to repopulate?
To me or to them?
To like, is it not under a naturalistic venue? Period. Not you, not them.
Well, no, because I have knowledge that it wouldn't work.
But you just said if it wouldn't, if you don't have kids, it wouldn't be immoral. Was your point?
Because that's the purpose of reproduction, is to have kids.
Well, that sexual activity tends to be what's the term? I want to say copulating has a tendency to pop out babies. That's how it works. Now, there are possibly steps you could take, but there's also accidents that happen.
Well, what I'm saying, I'm trying to keep. You said this is just naturalistic, no religion, so we're not talking about dual purposes of whatever.
Naturalistic philosophy.
The only natural purpose of banging each other is to make kids.
Fair enough.
Okay. So the question is, if we have dumbass A and dumbass B, they're siblings. They've been there 5 years. Her pheromones have turned him into a ravening, like, please have sex with me. She said, oh, you're the last man on earth. They look like Playboy playmates and studs and whatever. They get past all the problems, right? Right. They're 25 years old, so there's no like, are they too young? They get past all of the problems that could inhibit them from banging one another, right? So then at this point, and remember, these are just 2 average dumbasses. They don't know that what they can do can fail, right? It's not going to work. So they're not going to, I can guarantee you 9 out of 10 times, 9 times out of 100 times, they're not going to start having sex because they want to reproduce the human race. They're going to want to have sex because they're horny now and they're bored. Now, is that moral for them to do that? I would say if they're not having kids at all, certainly, because at that point there's nothing left, right? But let's say,
keep going.
Let's say at this, now I have a very finicky point here, okay? So they don't know that they can't reproduce the species that way, but they're trying to do so. Then
they're going to try to break the system regardless, whether they have the information or not. They're just be like, let's try it. What could possibly go wrong? Because then
at that point, there's nothing wrong with what they're trying to do because life wants to survive.
That's what I'm asking. Yeah. The only purpose is they're trying to survive.
But it goes back to what we said like 5 hours ago, that what they're doing is not a survival, something that would encourage the species to survive in general. So it's not a moral judgment. It's just we know it wouldn't work.
Okay. No. All right.
As far as the war, not marrying during war, yeah, that seems
that's why
in some ways like a post.
So I'm remembering the marrying in war thing. It's kind of weird because elves, it makes sense because they're eternal soulmates.
Well, no, it was considered like a bad omen type of thing. Because remember, elves live so long. There are wars, but they're very rare. You know what I mean? Compared to the length of their lifespan.
But they're also really long wars comparative to what humans are.
Not really. Well, to elves, no. To elves, are a couple of years, or even 10 years is not a long time to an elf.
But that's what I'm saying, is that for a human, 10 years of your life.
And you also need to remember the context it came up in was Arwen and Aragorn. Elrond wanted Arwen to wait until the war was over for 2 reasons. One, if they lose, she can still retreat to the Undying Lands. Mm-hmm. 2, elves don't get married in war because of bad omen. Remember, Aragorn was 90 and lived another 50, 80, 90 years. He was still had enough Númenórean blood to live a long time.
Yeah. But it's one of those things where, like, elves don't marry in war, but they have one eternal soulmate, essentially. But except for, obviously, Feanor's mom being the one exception. And again, it was an exception. It was not the norm. Sorry. And humans don't operate that way. Humans, it's like, I'm going to war, but I can,
well, because again,
and then I could come back from the war and potentially have a kid, and then I can raise the kid, and then the kid can take over things on farm duties or whatever, and then eventually become another soldier. Like, survival wise, it's better for them to pop out kids while they can pop out kids. The same thing for like 40K or Warhammer 40K, where they just need to pop out as many kids as they can because they need just the soldiers to keep everything at bay. That's Warhammer 40K. Yeah. Like, they just need as much as they can. But if they were to do it like the elves, they'd never be able to maintain that number. It just isn't possible. Because for survival, you got to propagate. And if you don't propagate because, if we're at war, we propagate. Well, what happens if you're at war as a human for 50 years? Do you just not have kids for like three generations or something? Like, what do you do? So elves do it differently, but elves also have a time differentiation where humans don't have that. So it does, like, humans would never do that. And I don't know if she's trying to point that out or not. So
let's just see what she's trying to say.
Explanation for certain things.
Probably gibberish,
particularly in the first age. And I'm not sure what to do with it in this context.
You didn't know what to do with it this entire time.
It's especially important, I think, to think about, though, because this is our only example of man, the human being a woman, and the immortal.
And that's what I pointed out earlier. This is backwards from what it normally is. The beautiful elf woman and the rugged man is now the beautiful elf male and
the beautiful human woman.
Presumably the beautiful human woman. And it's just like, can human women possibly compare to beautiful elfin women, though?
Well, elves are just perfected humans. If a human is in good shape, they're fine.
I suppose, but I guess I don't believe in such a thing as a perfected human in this particular context. So that,
in the context of Lord of the Rings, they're human. Elves are unfallen, if you put it that way. Like one of the things Tolkien draws out for is the concept of humans being fallen since the Garden of Eden. We've been, so elves are like humans before the fall, so to speak.
Okay, I mean, I get the concept. I'm not able to picture a perfect human because they would have something wrong.
Well, we're not. Humans in our context as men are not perfect.
That's what I'm saying. It's like there would be something wrong with her. Is my point. Like, Andreth would have one flaw that if it was,
but it's something that probably didn't matter to Aganor.
Aganor. wrong series.
I'm thinking World of Warcraft. Aganor.
Aganor is one of the Forsaken. So
there's a character named Aganor in World of Warcraft too. I was just playing.
It's probably based off of the Wheel of Time character.
But okay, so go ahead.
A male elf, and so that's something that I think we might want to fold in Tolkien's gender positions, his views about binary gender or not, into that.
Binary gender. There was only binary.
Remember, these weirdos have their we got to replace real stuff with their crap.
He's about Catholic. He was definitely the most wokest person of the planet. That's not how Catholicism works, buddy.
So, like Chris, I think that remains to be an essay that someone should write. What do we make of this elves don't mate in war throwaway idea?
I just see it like because
it's not a throwaway idea.
Elves could be gone for however many years, because they like the siege of Angband or Angband, as she calls it. Angband. But that siege lasted what, 40, 50 years, something like that.
I don't really. It was a long time.
I'm gonna look it up.
Well, technically, you could argue the whole First Age is the siege of Angband. Angband.
There we go.
Yeah, so almost the whole First Age.
Wow, Google gave up on me. Hold on. There we go. 400 years.
Yep.
So, okay, putting into perspective, humans cannot pull that off.
But that's not the war. The wars are like This
was just the siege.
The siege occurs over multiple wars.
It's the 400-year siege of Angband.
The siege is the Noldor kingdom surrounding Angband on all sides. But there were times where nothing was happening, right? But then these wars would break out as either Morgoth's forces would try to break out or other things happened.
Yeah, they basically it refers to the siege, but the elves and the Edain were unable to actually assault Angband, and they could only battle Morgoth's orcs when they chose to emerge. The encirclement of Angband was incomplete, as Morgoth was still capable of sending out various forces of orcs to weaken the Noldor, such as the attack on Hithlum, mainly from the impassable north flanks of the fortress near the unguarded Iron Mountains. The Noldor had grown strong enough, however, and these raiding forces posed no significant threat because the Noldor got better. But the raids enabled Morgoth to coerce people who were captured to a service which later proved disastrous to the Noldor and their allies. That's why if you're going to do it well and do it right. Though considered by Fingolfin, the elves never planned in earnest nor executed an offensive action against Angband. The elven kingdoms had prospered greatly during the time of the siege, and most were unwilling to engage in seemingly needless battles that could claim numerous lives of elves, whether in victory or defeat. The elves, in fact, did not have the ability to overthrow Angband, but at the time, Fingolfin did not comprehend the power of Morgoth. The siege was broken by the Dagor Bragollach in FA 455, and no similar leaguer was ever re-attempted. So that doesn't tell me how they sieged it. It just tells me that they were sieged.
Basically, the Svinor's sons and the other Noldor princes built their own kingdoms around Angband, and basically the Noldor kingdom surrounded it.
I mean, I get that they built kingdoms nearby, but for
around
siege,
it.
Well, I'm like right up against the walls. Like what? Like
regionally? Like remember, the land isn't just flat with trees. There's mountain passes. There,
I guess that's what I'm saying. Is like there. That's why I'm assuming it was incomplete. But the point is that unless if you're just building like I'm neighboring the border of this thing, you're not really sieging it though. They didn't have their places there for 400 years, so to speak. Like this is the blockade, aka the siege, quote unquote, was 400 years. Are you telling me that after 400 years they had to like abandon their kingdoms that they had built?
Morgoth eventually, like the Dagor Bragollach and all that, he eventually breaks out.
Yeah, but I don't know. That just seems weird. Like if I was defense, I'd be building like an anti-Angband forts all the way around this thing to the point where like it's outside of his range of attack, but it basically locks him in. So if he puts anything in the middle, it dies. That's what I would personally do. But I mean, they have the time. They could obviously with it's like they're talking about. What was the strength? An unknown number of elves. You have the manpower. You have the fury and willpower. Freaking take that sucker to task and just destroy him by just locking him in place. He's going to run out of the ability to do anything, and he might just...
Well, you wouldn't, because remember, Angband's an underground fortress. It's a vast underground fortress.
So he could just pop out of the ground whenever he wanted.
That's one of the reasons they couldn't contain him. And it was basically the mountains of Thangodorum were basically the runoff of the mines that he was digging about. They were made of like solid steel, basically.
But wouldn't they be able to build siege engines that could just batter everything down.
That can batter through solid steel and 300. Remember, Morgoth is pouring his power into the place. Plus, he has like hundreds of millions of orcs and whatnot there.
Who are not a problem for the Noldor.
Well, they are in mass. Remember, every time an elf dies, they go to the Undying Lands and don't come back. And they don't reproduce very often. Plus, there are elves who did not take the vow who were, like the Noldor came back, they had their forces, they're dying off, whatever. The elves who did, the Sindarin elves, didn't really want anything to do with, the Noldor, So it's not, it wasn't a winnable situation to even hold that,
Then why do it?
Because they were bound by the vow of Fëanor.
But again, like, you might as well be like, I'm going to land anywhere in Middle Earth, anywhere, and pop down a place, a fortress, or whatever it might be, and then just be like, I'm sieging them, because that's basically effectively what they did for 400 years, is they quote unquote siege. They didn't
and Morgoth was contained to some extent for 400 years.
Which to Morgoth means nothing.
Well, it means nothing to the elves either. He was just biding his time. This wasn't a situation the elves could win.
This is like, well, I mean, with the Valar's help, maybe. But like, if you're telling me that, they're like, all right, we're gonna siege this guy. Okay, how long? 400 years sound good? Yeah, 400 years sounds good. And
Well,
then it's like, okay, well, he got out. I'm okay. So what do we do for the last 400 years? Nothing, because
anyone who tried to get out, they would kill.
Yes, but my point is that Morgoth could have thrown orcs at them for forever, and eventually
He pretty much did.
No, well, he sent out raiding parties, but the raiding parties weren't strong enough to really do it. But
he was just trying to whittle them down. Remember, his main goal is to breed the dragon, the flying dragons. That's his whole main goal.
Yeah, which they obviously were not paying attention to, or had no knowledge of the ability to do so, and all that jazz, which is fair enough. But it just seems like we did this for 400 years. Nothing even attempted to come out of it. Like, they didn't actually siege. They didn't actually hold to their oaths. They just temporarily prevented him from going across the lands. But it would
they couldn't penetrate it because it was basically a solid iron and steel mountain. It was empowered by Morgoth's power. It wasn't just like defended by hundreds of millions of orcs plus Balrogs, other foul things. Sauron, obviously, all his undead.
I'm not even necessarily mentioning that, but I'm just saying, like, nothing happened because of it. Like, literally, if their oath says we have to destroy him and recover the Silmarils, not we have to keep him in a box for 400 years. That's not what the thing is. Like, they should have been trying to, regardless of whether or not it was a good idea or smart idea, bad idea.
Well, again, you're assuming that, like, they think long term. They're probably like, well, we'll contain him and whittle him down or whatever, not understanding they can't.
They didn't. Yeah.
Because they can't. They didn't understand. Just as like when Fingolfin fought Fëanor for Morgoth, it was like, but I'm paraphrasing, all is for naught because Morgoth had the power, the endurance of a Valar and could never tire. So you know what I mean? When that's how Fingolfin technically beat him, right?
Yeah.
In terms of skill and overwhelming. But plus Morgoth had like an infinite health bar. He just kept going, and that's how he won.
Well, it was Fingolfin was better, but Morgoth. I'm trying to mix Morgoth and Morgoth. Morgoth was just not really killable by him.
Well, he had an infinite health bar.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he injured him, but he didn't like.
And well, at that point, Morgoth was beyond the ability to restore his body, so he had killed so much of his power.
All Fingolfin had to do was put some poison on his sword, and he would have had this actually.
You can actually make a case at some point during the First Age, Sauron became more powerful than Morgoth.
I mean, an influence or legit?
An actual ability, because Morgoth was very weak by the end of the First Age, to the point where even the heralds, like literally, remember, no Valar came with the host of the Valar, but they took him into custody.
I vaguely remember the Valar came across.
No, the host they ripped it open. The host eventually, after the dragons and Eärendil all happened in the sky, then eventually because that was Morgoth's last-ditch effort, the host of the Valar penetrated Angband and began ripping it open and digging down to him. And he had no ability to stop them.
Let's see. Morgoth. Final defeat. All right. Persuaded by Arundel to take pity on the elves and the Edain, the Valar soon decided to come to Middle-earth and confront Morgoth's tyranny.
I don't know what you're reading, but there were no Valar in the host. That's in a letter. Tolkien even said that at some point.
To confront Morgoth's tyranny, unable to understand compassion, Morgoth did not expect that the Valar would ever aid the Noldor after their evil deeds, and did not foresee the assault from Aman. But the Valar mustered their forces, and a great tumultuous battle occurred. That's horrible language. The battle began between Morgoth and the host of Valinor. Morgoth emptied all of Angband, and his devices and engines and armies of slaves were so various and powerful that the fighting spilled across all of Beleriand. In the end, Morgoth's forces were utterly defeated. The Balrogs were destroyed, save some of the few that fled and hid themselves in caverns at the very roots of the earth, and the orcs were slaughtered. Then Morgoth quailed and dared not come forth himself, but he had one last weapon at his command, the monstrous winged dragons. From out of the pits, Angband, they issued, and so sudden and ruinous was their attack with great power and tempest of fire that they drove back the host of the Valar. But Arundel came with Vingullet, accompanied by Thorondor and all the great birds, and Arundel slew Encalagon the Black, my favorite, greatest of Morgoth's dragons, and his carcass fell upon the towers of Thangorodrim, breaking them. And there's a lot of debate on what that means, but point being, it happened.
There was a versus debate many years ago where I was arguing with the War of Wrath and the scope of battle involved, and we're told how big Encalagon had to be to do the damage he did when he fell, right? And so I said to this dude, are you contending that Encalagon was actually smaller, but that Arundel jumped off the Vingula and chokeslammed him so hard into the ground that's what caused the continent to sink? Or that it was such a gigantic dragon that it could crush 3 mountains peaks bigger than Mount Everest. Those 3 peaks that we get Thangodorum on top of Thangodorum, they're each bigger than Mount Everest. And he crushed all 3 of them under his body. Okay? So that's how big he was. And I remember the dudes couldn't respond to that. But how do you respond to that? The dragon was freaking huge, and they don't want to admit it.
The problem is that the towers of Thangorodrim are technically peaks. And
it says they're each the size of Everest, bigger than Everest.
Well, I don't think it says they're the size of Everest.
There's a lot more. You dig deep, you know what I mean?
I think Tolkien's and they were the size of Everest. And what's Everest in the Tolkien world?
Well, technically it exists. It's just not in the story.
Well, technically the world gets reshaped, etc., and then continues on. But Morgoth was utterly defeated, fled into the deepest of his mines, and sued for peace and pardon. But the Valar crippled him and cast him upon his face. That's the Valar, not the Valar host.
Well, the Valar came, but they were not in the host. Because the last time the Valar fought Morgoth was before the First Age, and they reshaped the world with such a disaster.
I don't think they were on the front lines, but I think they were definitely there. He was bound with a chain, Anganor. His iron crown was beaten into a collar for his neck, and he was taken from the earth and thrust through the door of night into the timeless void, outside time and space, and outside Ea altogether. The 2 remaining Silmarils were recovered for him, therefore, shortly thereafter, they were again lost. How does the Valar get the freaking Silmarils and lose them? I don't understand, but yeah.
Remember, they can't harm the children of Uvatar. So if the children have them, the Valar and Amara are precluded from directly harming them. Okay?
Anybody to take them away.
Well, they would have to physically damage them, grab them or something. They're not allowed to do that.
No, they could use persuasion or something like that.
Well, the Fëanor and his son swore on an unbreakable oath. They swore it in such a way to Eru that it could never be unsworn.
Yes, but are they going to try to attack the Valar?
Yes.
And if they do attack the Valar, are the Valar not allowed to defend
They're just
them?
going to stand there and to hit them because they're not allowed to respond.
Okay, and the Sons of Fëanor think they can actually do anything?
Well, they're bound by the oath to do so.
I know, but I'm saying it's like attacking Morgoth with an infinite health ability. Like, you could do it for the rest of eternity. It's not going to do anything. It's
No,
literally
but then they could also lay in wait and steal the Silmarils again, and
I mean, you could do that, but if they attack elves, say for example the Vanya.
Plus, remember the reason the Valar want the Silmarils is to break them so they can restore the two trees.
Yeah,
But
that's why they would have a reason to go after Morgoth.
That might not even be possible after Fëanor died.
Well, no.
The Silmarils were of a crafting of such a nature. There's some information in.
I know that, but I'm saying, like, if they wanted to restore the trees and they just need the light because it was like a seed, he took a seeds, which ironically I don't know if he had the rights to, so he took something that potentially wasn't even his. And then I'm trying to remember that entire encounter. I don't remember it off the top of my head, but
well, he crafted the Silmarils and stored with them in the light of the two trees. And I think it was Varda or Yavanna, one of the two, who said that they could restore the two trees if they had the light released from the Silmarils.
I think it was Varda.
Yeah. So
and everything.
Yeah. So he said no and basically locked them away in his fortress, and that's how his dad got killed. His dad was guarding him while the Noldor were out partying, basically. And Fëanor, Morgoth and Ungoliant went in there after they took out the two trees.
But it's also the thing is like, well, what about Erendil? He's got one. Are they going to hunt him down forever?
No, because his special punishment is to guard it in the skies above Middle Earth for all eternity. Yeah, he's not even allowed to land till the end of time. When he flies by the Earth, Elwing can make wings, so he flies up to meet him up there. Literally, Elrond will never see his father again until the end of time.
Well, I mean, he could, get an eagle like Throndir or something to lift him up.
I think it's the way Tolkien phrased it means in space,
Well, yeah, he's supposed to be a star or whatever.
Yeah.
But yeah, like, all in all, getting back to the actual question, 400 years would not be doable for humans. It just wouldn't. I mean, the 100 Years' War was not even technically like a season.
Actually, the first Númenóreans, which would be the Edain now.
I mean, they could live to like 400 or something. So that
the line of the kings, they were living over 400 years for the first probably 1,500 years of Númenor. So probably the Edain right now are probably pushing 200, 300, 400 years.
Yeah, but I'm saying like,
I agree with you in concept. I'm just bringing up the point of
without propagating their species, or I should say their civilization, their race, whatever you want to call it. I would find it hard to believe that they'd be like, no, I can't marry you and have kids with you until I come back from war, because tens of thousands of them would be going to war, and you cease like literally all.
Well, elves seem to do that. I mean, look.
But to an elf, 400 years is a blink, right? Like it's not that big of a deal.
Well, I wouldn't quite say a blink because I mean, yeah, the ones who are like 5,000-6,000 years old, it might seem a short period of time, but
But I'm just saying, like, in comparison, which is reasonably doable. Well, elves would reasonably be able to take on a 400-year siege and then potentially come back, get married, and then have a kid or two or three. Why they don't have many kids, I don't fully understand. That just seems kind of weird. But maybe it's because they'd overpopulate everything under the sun, because living that long means you could have lots of kids. But the Númenóreans took full advantage of 400 plus years of living to mass produce their own species, or their own nation, civilization, whatever you want to call it. So I don't know. I think her reasoning's horrible, but
well, that's granted.
Yeah, I mean, it's assumed or presumed, whatever you want to call it.
Is she doing the John Stamos that right there? Like, her hair was up like this, like, you can't see me.
I don't know much about it.
Dig through there.
That's the third paper that's been requested by our speakers. So I think that our audience needs to get researching and writing. At this rate, there's going to be a new book.
I mean, another animated bobblehead. But aside from that, we don't want just any Joe Schmo writing this paper because they're probably going to write it onto the quality of the rest of these papers, which are all poorly made. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know if you've watched the ones you weren't part of for the earlier Grima's workshops, but in like every single one of them, none of them can answer any like decent questions, if there were even considered decent questions. Like they just don't know. They're not like Tom Shippey, who could probably would come in and just roasted all of them.
Oh, correct. But Shippey would roast. Yeah, would roast. I mean, Shippey might actually answer the questions in a real way, in just not the woke way. But
Well, that's what I'm saying. Is like he would have actual like sourced answers and have legitimate like explanations for things. These guys don't. They put together their ideologies and stuff.
well, they do their pseudo work where they'll select their nitpick stuff and they'll use their woke Marxist meaning of the words to like queer and all that, and it
But it's queer of them to do so. But yeah, like if I could get Tom Shippey on here and just like give him like a slideshow fest and just like a quick just snap through and be like, look at this, look at this, look at this, look at this. And like anytime they pull up their argument, I'd be like, okay, here's their argument. Is this viable in your opinion as to Tolkien's particular actual assembly? And then he'd just like tear into it.
I'm willing to bet that Shippey and some of the other Tolkien scholars, the actual legitimate ones, like when these.
Tom Shippey, as far as I'm aware of, is the most knowledgeable.
Yeah, but there's a couple others, like the guys who wrote the last couple books that came out when Christopher was alive. The editors for those,
I don't know their names off the top of my head. Tom Shippey's the one I know off the top of my head. There were other ones, but they all went the shill route.
Can't reach. I pushed it away and it can't reach.
I want to read The Hobbit again, but I want to read it to my kid. And he's not quite the age that works. I mean, it doesn't necessarily matter. The odds of me getting anyone, let alone Tom Shippey, on, slim to none.
Okay, so Christopher did these. There's one or two that came out after he died. Like I read The Fall of Numenor. The guy who did that's another Tolkien scholar. Christopher authorized that, though. So
I came out of the closet.
Yeah. Let's finish this up because it's like it's after midnight here.
Okay, and right. So another question. So a rather fun one this time. I'm quite curious about the answer to this as well. In the end, knowing the full history of both men and elves, which one would you prefer to be?
Oh God.
Well, I've already confessed, if you will, that I'm elf-centric. So I think many of us that spent our lives reading and teaching and then writing.
She probably believes she's a fairy.
She's an elf homosexual.
Because as we all get to a certain point in our
Unfortunately, she doesn't fit the definition of perfection.
lives, we realize we'll never finish reading all of the things that we have on our list that we keep adding to. Even today, there have been so many incredible interweavings and interconnections.
Can you imagine being an elf and there's so long you just go to the halls of Mandos in person and be like, can I come in?
Yeah.
Like, I'm done. I'm good.
After watching these presentations, they would probably do that like in 10 seconds.
Oh, they'd be cramming to fit in the halls. The entire place would be overpopulated. The Sindarans would be like, "Let's take us across the water, please. I'm begging you." they'd probably either one try to cross the Helcarax themselves, two just off themselves to make it quick.
Yeah. So
like, all right, don't want to.
So at the end of the Silmarillion, like there was one son of Fëanor, I think it was Maedhros, could be Maeglan, one of the two. He basically can't return to Valinor because of the vow, and so he wanders the earth, like we are on the earth, for the rest of time to the final battle. So now we know Tolkien has a fictional version of the past, right? So I could imagine if like Maeglan or Maedhros, whatever one it is sitting in his, he's on the internet browsing, and goes, calls up like one of the presentations, he goes, "What the fuck? Finrod wasn't gay." Can you imagine? What the hell is it?
This is all lies and
pure
hatred and just going off and on. But my thing is like, why wouldn't he just find some like an orc to run him through, and just that would solve the problem.
I don't know if his soul could return though because of the vow. I have to do some research on that because the Vow of Fëanor binds them in such a way.
Well, all the other sons, I don't know if they went back or not. I don't think Fëanor did because Fëanor.
I'd have to do some research on it. But then, what could kill him after everyone left, right? So if he doesn't participate in the wars of the Second Age, if he just hides out in the mountains or whatever,
a tree with an arm that sticks out like a spike and just throw himself on it, like anything could kill him.
Well, he's not. But then again, he would be giving up his vow to get those Silmarils, that one in the ocean and one in the,
He literally can't get them. It's not.
Well, in theory, he could figure a way to get under the ocean and get one.
How? He'd have to comb the entirety of the ocean with tides. That would.
Well, he has time.
You have time to comb the entire ocean while the tide whips it around, and you never find it.
Okay, I'm not saying it's sane, but the text says he stayed because he was bound by the oath, basically. The oath.
Ulmo could go down in the water, find the one that's lost in the water, pull it out, relight the trees.
They're not allowed to do that. The Silmarils are bound to their locations until the end of time now.
Why?
Because I don't know, Eru or Manwë said so.
Why?
Because this brick-faced, evil forehead woman is annoying us.
That's why. Exactly. It was like Earth. You got Aule. He could find it. Ulmo, Ocean, could find it.
I don't know that they're allowed to. Is the issue.
Well, their whole thing is like, we wanted to restart the trees. Okay, well, you can restart the trees if you get them. Well, we can't get them. Your limitation is why? Because we won't. And I'm like, that seems really stupid, but okay. Like, why even bother? Why even ask for the Silmarils? Why even care about the Silmarils if you're not going to be able to even touch them or grab them anyway? So what's the point? I don't know. I don't freaking know. Let's just finish this up.
Only for that, I would love to have an extended time here to keep doing that work. So guilty as elf, guilty as charged.
That was a confession.
No more extended times. No more. No mas.
No mas. No mas.
No mas. No mas.
No mas. No macho. What? Yeah, there is just so very much to like even attempt. Excuse me. Woo! That caught me off guard. There's so much like questions, and being the nitpicker I am, the lover of technicalities, despite it annoying the snot out of everybody. These are things that I would love to find out, and I honestly realize that like he would probably have gotten to a lot of these if he had time to. He just unfortunately did not.
Well, correct. He was always working on. He wanted to finish a lot more than he actually did.
Thing for like Robert Jordan, I think if he had been able to stay alive and continue on the series and finish it with the last battle, we would get a satisfying ending to Matt and Perrin. And possibly even Rand.
Well, I think he would have finished the Wheel of Time with like 8 more books, not 3, in a good way. Because a lot I always got one of the things I dislike about Sanderson.
I will never argue with more content. So
well, I felt he had rushed through so much stuff, But anyway, and then he had planned to write side series and sequel series, which I think Perrin would have had as like a sequel series to resolve his storyline.
That side story would be selling off the shelf so freaking fast.
Yeah.
And even Perrin, despite everyone having problems with like Winter's Heart and Towers of Midnight and all that jazz, I still think people enjoy Perrin's story. Every time somebody's like, I don't like Fael because
the only character in all of the Wheel of Time that it's ocular sandpaper is Ketsuan. I just can't stand her.
Legend? Like you can't. Well, I mean,
whenever she's there, it feels like the paper is grinding my face with sandpaper.
Catswain. But even her, I don't understand necessarily why people don't like her because it's her character, Now, I could say I don't find it reasonable that she would be stubborn the entire time, because at some point she's got to figure out, like, this ain't working.
Well, I will say I felt the same way about Nynaeve for the first probably 3 books, but then Jordan's character arc with her, by the time, even before she worked with Rand to cleanse the power, her and Rand were my 2 favorite characters in the book by that time.
Oh, yeah. Well, not Rand. Nynaeve is my favorite female character in the entirety of Wheel of Time.
I'm a big simp.
It's not even close.
Uh,
And I could not stand her until Ebudar.
Yeah.
Like,
I'm a big simp for the chosen one. Like, if it's a good chosen one, I'm along for the ride,
I would say yes, but again, my personality. I am basically Matt Cawthon to the T.
Matt, okay.
Except for the gambling and the alcohol.
Matt would be a third favorite character if he wasn't involved with the Sean Chan. I can't stand them. But maybe if Jordan had finished the series, I would have changed my opinion on them too.
I think he would have kind of redefined the Sean Chan quite a bit. Now, my thing is there might be characters I don't like. That doesn't mean they're not good characters. And that doesn't mean I want them to be changed. Like Cadswain, I don't really care. She's kind of a nothing burger, honestly. But she realizes that she herself cannot be in Rand's sight, otherwise she gets executed. So she tries to look away, and Rand's like, "Really? I can see you, Like, she's like, it's like that person who's like falling behind in an anime.
Yeah, no, I get that. Like, all I'm saying is, I don't dislike the Wheel of Time because of Ketsuman or the Sean Chan.
Yeah.
There are just 2 things in there that Sanderson did no favors to making me in any way like them in any way. And I don't mean like they're a villain you love to hate. You know what I mean?
How do you make the Sean Chan good? Make Damane not legal or something? Like throw out slavery? Like, is that going to make them?
I don't know, but I'm thinking if Jordan did that with Nynaeve, who I hated Nynaeve for the first. I love the first 6 Wheel of Time books. I've read them. Well, I read the first book like around 1990.
You didn't like
and then
You didn't like Crown of Swords?
Bear with me. And then I got sick for about 10 years. Okay. And then I had all 6 of the first books. I think they were all out by the time 1993 came out or whatever. So then one day I'm like, oh, I remember reading that years ago. Let me read that again.
He started in 90.
I got the first book because I was looking. The first couple books were out when I went, because I know him as a Conan author. Okay. Yeah. So he wrote 7 great Conan novels. He's the only Conan novels, or maybe one other one here, that are as good as what Howard wrote, in my opinion. So I go into the bookstore and I'm like, hey, any more of those Jordan Conan novels? And they go, no, he finished those, but there's something else he's been writing the last couple of years, which you might like. So I think it was 90. Okay, so went to high school. I graduated high school in 92. Got sick in 94, 95. So that would make sense.
I was a wee young lad.
Yeah. So I bought the first, whatever was out at the time in like 93 or so. I bought however was there. And I remember reading the first one, but I was kind of declining in mental health and physical health. So I stopped doing a lot of stuff. And then years later, I was getting back into reading everything. And I noticed I had the first 6 books. I must have picked them up between, right? So let me read these, because I remember kind of liking it because I love Robert Jordan. So I read the first 6 books like in a week, and read for 4 or 5 weeks straight. I read them over and over and over again.
I did the same thing. But I had the first 7. So.
Yeah. And then like Nynaeve, like I said, the first 2 to 3 books, I don't mean despise her like you despise the Emperor, who's a great villain, of Palpatine, a great villain. I mean, like, why couldn't he have just edited this bitch out? I kept saying in my head for the first couple books. But through the first read through. But then I got to like book 4 or 5, and I'm like, really?
Edit one person out, then you have to have a replacement. And
but I was just saying that, you know what I mean? So, but then I got to book 4 or 5 on the first read through. I'm like, I really like this Nynaeve now. He did something where he took on a journey that made me like her. So ever since I've reread the series, I could follow her journey. So that's what I've always said. If he had finished his own series, Katsuan and the Sean Chan I might not hate them the way I hated Nynaeve,
Yeah, but like for me, I don't necessarily see a problem with the Sean Chan. And people will get really mad. They're like, but there's slavery. It has
nothing to do with the slavery. It has nothing to do with it. It's just something about, as a literary device, I keep saying to myself, what did Jordan intend to do with them versus what wound up happening, which was they were just another army. You know, like reality was they were just another army at the end.
Well, yeah, technically everything was.
But that's the way Sanderson wrote it.
The Aiel were just another army.
But Jordan took the Aiel on a journey, a cultural journey through the books. You know, learning that they were the same as the pacifists. The pacifists.
The Tuatha?
Yeah, Tuatha.
Well, they predated the Tuatha. The Tuatha.
No, but point I'm getting is learning their true secrets that Rand revealed to them that only the leaders knew from Ruadan. You know, so there was a cultural journey they went on that, you know, even though the Aiel, I always liked them to begin with.
Broke the Aiel, but it also strengthened the Aiel simultaneously.
Yeah, like he took them to a journey, you know. And a lot of even Aes Sedai, like when he broke them into factions, he took the different factions on a journey. So the one you might have disliked, you kind of saw the structure or the literary point of, you know, of like Aleda's faction, for example, and all that. You know how the Red was.
Alida?
Well, I've always said Aleda, but
it's Alida.
Yeah. Aleda, potato.
I was like, who? What now?
Yeah, you know.
You laid it down. What?
Yeah, but so like, you know, she's a character. If you don't get what the purpose of our faction in there, our branch of the Reds, you know, you kind of could not like her. But then as a literary device, I liked her role in it. You know what I mean? I saw what Jordan did with her over the journey. We never got to see that with the Shan-Chan or with Ketson. I think the Shiloh got a little bit of a shift, but Jordan wrote enough of them that you kind of were like, okay, you could kind of see where Jordan was going to go with it, you know. And plus, we knew he was planning the spinoff. You know what I mean? He knew he wanted to write. I think it was 6 prequels ultimately, and then he had at least 2 sequel series planned, one around Perrin and one around Matt and the Shan-Chan. So we know there was more he was planning on this world that never got done, obviously, you know, because all he could do was finish up the parts of the series he could for Sanderson to fill in the outline of, you know?
Yeah, and it's like, I see characters as necessary in their own rights, and a lot of people, they don't want to have sexism, they don't have racism, they don't want to have, you know, disparages, they don't want to have slavery, they don't want to have all these topics that are hot button issues in modern time. They don't want them in the books because they're bad. And I'm like, but they're bad, so you give them to the villains, and then that's how you know who the villains are. Because if you take all the bad stuff out, how do you have a villain?
Well, even beyond that,
like, does it make sense?
These books are not the real world. They're fictional devices to explore concepts. You know what I mean?
It's technically our world in a different age cycle, but yeah.
You know, we both know that. But I'm saying, like, you know what I mean? Like, any of this fiction exists to explore concepts, you know, and whether they're entertainment exploration or make you think exploration or both.
But even that, like, look at Padon Fane. We know from the writings that it's implied that he grapes a woman and her child, their daughter, in the story. And it's like, that's not good content, but it's there to tell us how bad he is.
Yeah.
That's the point. It's literally there.
Yeah.
Same thing with Tylan and Matt. Like, I never even once considered it great when I
don't either, because Matt could have literally killed her at will. I mean, you know,
he wouldn't have lived very long afterwards.
I personally think Matt's abilities would have gotten him out of there, because Matt is more important to the pattern than anyone else, and other than Rand, basically, a parent.
Rand.
Yeah.
Poor parent.
Durand.
Yeah. But like, I never, it didn't even cross my mind until I saw it like on a message board a few years back, and I was just like, well, now that you mention it, like, it didn't even cross my mind.
Okay.
But apparently it was in there as like a reversal trope. And I'm like,
well, remember, Jordan was a feminist, okay? He was like a second wave feminist, so.
But like, even in that sense, it was like, Matt wasn't against it. Ever. He just didn't like the fact that he wasn't doing the chasing. That's literally it.
Okay,
he enjoyed it. He even kind of falls for her to some extent when he finds out she's dead or whatever. He's like actually broken up about it because he cared about her. He just didn't like that she treated him like a toy in terms of like putting ribbons and stuff on him or calling him burning cancer, trying to hunt him down, which is typically the reverse role in terms of like, which obviously you can see that like, oh, well, women don't like this kind of stuff, but there are women who do like that stuff. So like, there are women who like to be chased, just like men like to chase. It's not abnormal. So like, trying to argue that like, oh, well, see, it'd be rape for a woman. It's like, but it's not though, because he doesn't care. Like, he really doesn't mind. He just thinks that she's really like clingy, or that she's doting on him, like, and stuff, and he doesn't want to wear her fluffy clothes and pink. I always imagine her like putting him in like the Christmas Story pink Easter bunny outfit. Like, that's what she would do to him. And like, it's like, yeah, he doesn't like that because it's not his style. But he already finds
he has the agency, the power to get out of there if he really, really, really didn't want it.
Okay? And she has the agency to pull him back in.
Well, no, I mean, again, he could kill his way out of there, and with his dice and his Tavirian, nothing would stop him. You know.
I'm just imagining him going down the street, like throwing dice at people, killing them.
Like he's just walking down the street with fighting some dudes. Some guy runs out with a knife, and all of a sudden his hand just explodes. Like what? It's like
it's random chance.
A whole army division comes around the corner, and all of a sudden the street just drops out below them. You know, it's like
I'm just imagining like if he was like Spider-Man, but he does like this, and dice come shooting out.
Yeah,
it's like, pew 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 pew. That would be funny. But like, all these instances, like the people who are like, oh, the grape is bad, or, you know, for whether it be Thailand or be put on Fane, oh, the slavery's bad. But then it's like, well, what about the nudity of just like women and the sea folk just going around with their tops off? Is that not indecent? No, it's empowerment. And it's like, I mean, for their culture, it's fine, but for everybody
who brings
else,
that up, that type of argument, is one of these woke, either a woke lefty or a crazy righty. You know what I mean? Yeah. Who both the extreme left and right, for differing reasons, want to impose their moral viewpoints as law. Okay.
Well, even if you're basing it off of an objective morality, it's culturally specific, and under the culture, there's a reason that like even the sea folk, and they have actual passages of this in the books, where when they're near land, inside of land, they wear tops. When they're off of land and they don't have people with them, they take them off. And it's like, that's fine, because in their culture, it's not sexually gratifying or anything. It's just how their culture is.
Or it might be, but they don't care. You know what I mean?
Well, no, in every instance we have of them.
Well, no, there's like in the real world, there's tribes where women go topless all the time. The men still look at the breasts and admire them. They just don't go crazy like we do.
Well, yeah, but it's like a cultural norm as opposed to a gratuitous sexual objectifying that is more commonly found in the West. But I mean, it's the same thing every time they have an instance with the Aes Sedai taking off their tops to prove that they're a woman for the ritual to get them to become Aes Sedai or to move into Aesthetic. Like, I'm fine with that. It's not there to gratify anybody. It's there to be used as a cultural phenomenon that is a ritual to show I'm a woman, which obviously they're doing it because they're anti-male channelers. Like a male channeler's going to sneak in there or something and pull his top down and go, I'm a female, I'm a woman. Like, it's not what's going to happen. But it's something that they do, and that's fine. The sweat tents that the Aiel have, men and women will be in the sweat tents together. They're not sexualizing it, but they do still eye each other.
Yeah.
They're like, hey, they're potential, they're attractive, they're cute, they're whatever. Like, but they're not like, like, that's not what they're doing. Like, people have their modern bias trying to put.
Well, these people are looking for problems that don't exist.
Yeah, but it's like, how dare the women not be in charge, or how dare there not be enough women active? Or like, I had some friends in the past where they're like, there's too many white people in this village as main characters. And it's like, but they're in an area where that's normal. Like, if you go to the middle of Poland, you're not expected to find a freaking bunch of non-white people. They're all going to be white because it's Poland. Like, if they go somewhere else, if they go from
again,
Poland to
these
Africa,
people on
they're gonna
the
succeed.
on the woke left don't accept science and population demographics and all that. They they need to deconstruct what we have so they can impose, so their masters can impose Chinese communism, Chinese style communism, and the corporations have all bought onto that because they'll continue to make money just like they're making money in China as long as they kowtow to the Chinese government.
So, all right. Well, thanks, Matt.
See you next week with the
what's your name?
Unbearable 73.
Unbearable 73. You can go see him there. It'll be in the description at some point whenever I put it there in the whole video.
See us on the same Hell Run time, on the same Hell Run day. Sometime
Heaven Run save us. Yes, we got a whole lot more videos of Grima's Workshop coming through, and yeah, so thanks everybody for hanging out. And remember, my friends.
Yeah. Prediction. The next one will be a fan of Theodore. So we had Hellrond, Finrod, and we're gonna have like Feanor or something.
Noir.
Yeah.
With noir specifically.
Fenor. It's like
Walk in the light, my friends.
Later.